Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our day 2 of the Mastering Abundance Summit. I'm your host, Jason Mark Campbell. Very excited to see some new faces joining today, some returning people from yesterday. For those who had a chance to join us yesterday, whether that was for one session, the whole session, share into the chat right now some of the feedback that you might have for people who are just tuning in and wondering, this summit, I'm wondering what it's all about. Is it good? Are we going to have some great talks? Are the speakers going to be engaging? And as much as I'd love to share how awesome this summit is, which I do believe it is, let's get some more unbiased opinions into the chat and see how people are feeling after going through their first day of the Mastering Abundance Summit. I went over to Facebook and saw some of your comments, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the entire team, thank you. Your feedback is appreciated, and we're so excited that you're all resonating very strongly with the amazing speakers we brought in, the messages we've been sharing, and that was just day 1. This entire series has been made available for free, so if you've just registered, you are actually one of the 10,000 people who have signed up and said, yes, I want to master abundance. Yes, I want to spend my time learning tools, shifting my mindset. And that was really a lot of the things we did yesterday. A lot of what we did is started opening ourselves up to the possibility of understanding abundance in a different way. And we're going to be shifting gears today. It's going to be in a very different type of content where there's going to be a lot more application. I mean, if we've said yes to abundance, what are the steps we want to take? Which possibilities exist in the directions we want to go? Which areas of our life do we want to add some new insights, new habits, new behaviors? And this is going to be a huge part of what we're going to be talking about today. Of course, what I do encourage for everyone who is watching this with us live, when you actually come onto the page to watch, you'll be able to log into your YouTube account. You'll be able to comment, interact with us. I'll pull up a few of the people that are already here. I'm going to say, Nance, good to see you, sharing wonderful presentations, so much wisdom shared. Thank you, Nance. It's great to see you coming back. We got here Renata saying, feeling inspired and grateful. A little bit of a strong arm as well. Renata, good to see you as well. And we have Smiley. Now, Smiley, I'm going to give you a gold star because Smiley's been coming in from New Zealand. 2 a.m. is his start time or her start time, and has been going strong for the entire session, highly interactive. And I'm going to say when you put in that level of energy into learning, that brings in some results. So Smiley, gold star, the most engagement from yesterday's session. So let's bring in one of the honest things that happens during these summits. Marielle sharing, hey, a lot to take in, but definitely interesting. And there's a lot more to come through. What I will share at this point is that all of the talks from day 1, you had 24 hours to go through them. The links have been replaced now so we can cover everything on day 2. Those of you who are VIP access members, you have access to these talks and all of the wonderful bonuses that come when you sign up to the VIP. Again, it is made available for you today. It's $99. You get all the recordings, all the transcripts, a 30-day journal to guide you through everything. And you can actually do that right now. You'll see a little blue button on the watch page. You can upgrade, and that will bring you into the VIP offer. So then you can bring abundance on your own terms, on your own time. That is an abundant thing to do. And of course, when you do so, you are supporting us, creating more of these summits, bringing all these speakers together, because we're going to get started in about 5 minutes here. And what I want to share is the fact that this whole initiative is brought to you by Summits for Impact. This is an initiative that me and a former colleague have been working into bringing these amazing speakers and bringing these summits to you. We think the summit model is so powerful because everybody's in a different situation when they're hungry for knowledge, whether that's an availability of time or an availability of money. We want to make this accessible to the many, bring the kind of media that's really powerful for you to be exposed to these news ideas. We talked a lot yesterday, for those who were there, on how sometimes we're being drawn to the negative, fear-based news content that comes out online. But when we put these summits together, we get to make something available for free. We get to have an offer for people that want to join into the VIP. And we bring this content over so you can start bringing your mind towards the things that make you have a positive shift in your life. And so for all of those who upgrade to VIP, that's a huge way to support. And I'm going to make you guys see one more thing, because this is just the beginning. We have so much we want to do with these summits that I'm going to share right here, a quick thing for all of you to see. And it's a very easy action for you to take, which is if you come over here, I'm just going to share my screen really quickly. And oops, let me bring this up. Technical difficulty. Here we go. I'll add this to the stage. Voila. What I'm showing for you here is that we've actually just launched a YouTube channel for the Summits for Impact. So what I'm going to ask of you all to do is if you have your YouTube on your phone and you want to take a powerful action, because we did talk about how you shift the narrative between just watching news that's drawing your attention, talking about the negativity, and that's just programming us to be limited in abundance. We're going to create a channel where there's going to be all of the snippets, all of the talks, all of the things that really bring you into a positive frame of mind, inspiring ideas. And if you want to take an action, if you've had any value from yesterday and you want to take a powerful action, take a moment and go subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. And that way you get to support the channel in a big way. And we'll keep sharing some amazing content. You'll see some clips from the summit we're doing now. You'll see we've done some past summits, and you can bet we're going to have some future summits that are going to talk about multiple areas of life, not just abundance, but truly anything to let you live an extraordinary life, bringing together the best speakers from around the world. So quick action that you can take, go to the YouTube. It's Summits for Impact. Go and check it out. You'll see it all there. And that'll be a great way for you to kick it off with a good idea of just shifting yourself into saying, hey, you know what? I want my YouTube feed to have a lot more positivity. This is going to be a great channel for you to check out. So, all right. Are you guys ready for day 2? We had 11 speakers yesterday. We're going to have 11 speakers today. And I'm going to give you guys a quick roundabout again, just because we did this last time and I want to make sure we're doing this proper so we know what the house rules are. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm seeing here we got Alejandra from Arizona. We got Lukia tuning in from Greece. By the way, if you haven't announced yourself yet, take a moment to just plug in where you're tuning in from. I always love to see the worldwide audience that joins these summits because we do bring this for around the world. If you're joining here for the day 1, well, here was the house rules we explained yesterday. Let's bring them up again for today. So 11 sessions per day. There's 5 minutes in between each session. So we're going quick, right? And then we're going to have a mini break of about 15 minutes, about at the halfway mark. So I'll tell you right now, it's going to be in around 5 talks in. Should be around the same time as yesterday that we'll have that 15-minute break. So you can grab a bite, do what needs to do, and then that way we get right back into it. During the live stream, you're able to comment, discuss using your YouTube ID. I see you all are doing this fantastic. Kristen from Denmark, I see your comment. Great to see you. And the talks remain available for 24 hours. So the day 1 has been put behind the closed doors. We're going to have this day available for 24 hours before we move to the 3rd day. And when you're joining the Facebook group after the session, have you joined yet? The conversations get to keep going. You get to post your feedback, questions. We'll bring that up into the talks as well. And of course, I've mentioned the VIP. If you want the recordings, the transcript, and more, that's all happening on the VIP side. So with that, let me move forward. Without any spoilers, I got the first talk of today. So let me, bring this up. All right. I think we're getting ready. We got Marielle from the Netherlands. We got Shruti from India. Good to see you again. Anna from Poland. I think we're ready for our first speaker for today. So one of the things I want to remind you, I just said it earlier and I'm going to say it again. Today is going to be much more practical. You're going to see the talks we have around abundance will often be tied to skills, practices, areas of life that will allow you to have applied abundance. And if you're someone that is very curious about the how, although you don't need to know every step of the way, we can definitely guide you to give you a few suggestions that might be very helpful to you. And if that's the type of stuff that you like to have as you're on this journey for mastering abundance, today is going to be your day. And we're going to start with none other than Michael Stone, who's going to be the speaker to kick it off for today. Michael is the man behind Breathwork Online. I'll be giving the full introduction when we play his video. This is going to be an embodied experience. So I'm telling you right now, there will be a meditation, a breathwork exercise that will be a part of this session. We thought we should start today with a bang and make sure that we get an exercise that makes us more present, that makes us more energized, that gets us ready for this marathon that we're about to go through. We are going to go through for 9 hours here, and we have thought none other than Michael Stone will be the perfect guest to kick it off in a powerful way. So without further ado, Ocean from Charlotte, Lynn from Belgium, and I think this is Yaroslava from Ukraine. Are you all ready? little bit of excitement posts. And with that, let's get started with our first speaker for today, Mr. Michael Stone. To this session for the Mastering Abundance Summit. We have an incredible session for you today. We have Michael Stone, who is joining us now. If you're not familiar with Michael, he is an incredible creator of a breathwork mentality. We'll get deeper into what breathwork is, called neurodynamic breathwork. He's the co-founder of Train Your Brain Master Course, and he's a certified holotropic breathwork facilitator. He has participated and spoken on conferences and stages around the world with some familiar faces, including Dr. Gabriel May, Joe Dispenza, Tony Robbins, and so many more. A lot of his work has been featured on publications such as CBS, NBC, Lux Magazine, London Times, and more. What's very interesting is that this man had a career in the pharmaceutical industry, rising up to the upper management, and some changes happened in his life, maybe giving us a different definition of abundance. And I think important lessons are going to be distilled. We're going to learn some practices, and we're going to distill a lot of myths around abundance in the process. Michael, it's a pleasure to have you on the summit. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, I think we're going to get right into it. And the question we love to start with is understanding a bit more about your story. And we'd love to know, how did abundance play a big role in your journey?
That's a good question. And to answer that, I have to really start with going back into my childhood. And I had a very kind of normal childhood. There wasn't any like huge traumas or this or that. And I was always very good with things that were kind of mind-oriented, like figuring things out. And I was very successful in school, but very unsuccessful in matters of the heart. And as I grew up, it was like looking at me from the outside, everything was perfect. It was like I had an awesome family. I was getting great grades in school. Everything looked good, but the two most common emotions that I felt were fear and anxiety. And I wasn't ever really sure why, but it was like I just didn't feel safe, except for at home. And so that really influenced my feeling. I could never really relax into my life and feel in a place of abundance. I always felt like, something bad could be around the corner. So no matter how it looked on the outside, on the inside, I was, kind of in this place of continual anxiety. And it was interesting, like, I used to walk to school. I even developed this kind of OCD thing where on the sidewalk, I just step on each crack, or else I had to go back if I missed one. That was like a way of releasing anxiety. So, but again, on the outside, everything looked great. And as I grew up, I was successful. I was, had straight A's in school, went to university, got out, got an amazing job. And again, like my life, looked really good from the outside. But in terms of relationships, I never got to the bottom of what the heck was going on. Why couldn't I figure that out? Why couldn't I have a good relationship? It was really important to me too. It was part of my definition of abundance in life, because I saw my parents who had an amazing relationship. And to me, I had this definition: if I don't have a good relationship, my life's not going well, no matter what else is going well. So it was really part of my core definition of abundance. And in that place of personal development that I was in at that point, which wasn't very far, the only thing that I could figure out was that, I just haven't met the right person. And, there's so many people out there. I just have to keep trying and trying and trying, which I did. And I kept failing and failing and failing. And I wasn't, awake enough at that point to realize that the only common element in all these relationships was me. So it was totally something that I had to shift in my inner world to make it happen, but it was unconscious. So I had no idea what. And then at a certain point, I wanted to date a woman who was still living with her ex-boyfriend. They'd already broken up, but they were living together. She wanted to go to Peru with me. And I'm going, okay, let's go. Why not? It's a few days or a week, and maybe this is the one. And so we went down there, and I ended up going out into the Amazon, into the middle of nowhere. And we went out with this local shaman. And the first night he asked us, would you guys like to participate in this religious ceremony? that we do. Now, I'm science mind. I'm chemical engineer. It's like I don't just say yes to those kinds of things. And so she was already going, yeah, let's do this. I'm going, no, let's find out what we're getting into here first. I said, okay, what do you do? He said, oh, it's very simple. And this is through a translator. He didn't speak a word of English. He goes, I just go out into the rainforest and grab some vines and leaves, boil them all together in a pot, and you drink it. And you have this religious experience. Now, my inclination on that is going, you've got to be kidding. This is not something you do. I'm a chemical engineer. You mix 0.52 grams of this, and you don't just mix this stuff from the rainforest and drink it like this. I called it a witch's brew, as I said at the time. But she was like grabbing my arm and going, we have to do this. I'm like, oh, this is the kind of stuff we came down here to do. And I had this like internal battle in my brain. This kind of science mind going, there is no way we're going to do this. But this other side is going, I need to fix this thing with relationships. And this could be the one. If I don't do this, this will be the end of the trip, basically. She's going to go, oh, it'll just be this horrible experience for the next 5 days. So I really had this breakthrough that I said, okay, let's just do it. I've had a great life so far. If I die in the rainforest, it's beautiful here. What the heck, And so I drank the witch's brew. And as you might have figured out already, it was ayahuasca. I had no idea what that was even at that point. And I had this amazing experience. It was like the first time that I really felt safe in the world. And it just blew my mind. And I'm going, oh my God, this is crazy. So when we got back to the States, I'm going, okay, if this is my science mind again, if I can have this experience on a substance, the receptors are there in my brain, there must be a way to do it without, I'm not going down to Peru every week and putting this stuff into my body. It just wasn't my thing. And that's what ultimately landed me on breathwork. After I explored a bunch of stuff, one of the things that I did explore was breathwork. And so I tried breathwork, and I tried a specific type of breathwork at that point. This was 20 years ago, which was holotropic breathwork. And I was tuned into it because it was developed by a psychiatrist from a basis of science, of looking at what had been done historically to access these, what he called non-ordinary states of consciousness, like with psychedelics, and modern consciousness theory. So I said, okay, this is for me. These other types of breath work, when I talked to the founder and they said, oh, I downloaded this from the universe, that was not for me. So I found the version that I felt comfortable with. And within maybe 7 or 8 experiences, I got to the bottom of why I could never get a relationship. And I went back to this childhood experience where I hadn't made this unconscious decision that the world was an unsafe place. And I saw exactly when it happened and what happened. And once I brought that to consciousness, I could start to work with it. And I could start to, when it came up, I could start to talk to the person I was dating and explain to them, this is what's coming up. It's from this childhood stuff that I'm processing through. So, please bear with me. I'm willing to be out there and resolve this. And if you could hold space for me going through this, that would be great. So it actually brought us closer together instead of me like shutting down and pulling back. Because obviously you can't be in a deep relationship and open up and be vulnerable if you feel like the world's an unsafe place. So that was the beginning of my healing process around that, where I could start to really look at these limiting beliefs that were keeping me from having this feeling of abundance in my life. And it just, it just changed my world. And then obviously other things happened after that, but that was kind of like my entree into breathwork.
Well, I know we're going to go deeper into breathwork in this session, and we're actually going to have a little experience for people towards the end, so make sure you stick around towards the end. But I think it'd be very important before we go deeper into that topic to kind of put the definition down of what is breathwork.
Yes, so breathwork, some people think it's like this new agey thing that was just developed in the 60s and 70s, and it was more like it was rediscovered. It's been around for millennia. And it's just basically breathwork is just a general term used to describe any type of practices that uses changes in breathing patterns to improve mental, physical, or spiritual well-being. And it's been used for millennia. In ancient societies, breath was used as one of the principal tools for healing practice and self-realization. It includes the pranayamas, which people are generally kind of familiar with. And also yogic practices and breath-centered meditations in Buddhism, Taoism, Sufism. So it's been out there. People have known how powerful working with breath was. And it was just kind of, it resurfaced in the 70s with rebirthing breathwork and holotropic with Dr. Stan Groff, but it's been around forever. And it's been tried and true. And obviously, if it's lasted for millennia, there's something going on there that works.
Yes, and I've been witnessed this resurgence of breath work, and I've had some experiences that I'm sure you're going to be able to share a bit more about what are the ones that really make an impact. But one of the things I picked up on before going there around abundance is you spoke in your story about how from the outside everything looked abundant, but on the inside some things weren't right. And I'd be very curious to know, maybe after now that we've defined breath work, perhaps we even need to define abundance, because that could be something we misconstrue very frequently in today's modern age.
Yeah, I think that many times people think that abundance has to do with things that you have. Like, do you have a big house? Do you have a lot of money in the bank? Do you have, and, if you really look at it and you look out into the world, there's many times when people who on the outside look like they have everything. People like Kate Spade or Anthony Bourdain, and they commit suicide. And you're going, well, how can that be? If I had all that money, I'd be, feel great. But it isn't about that. It's more about like, what is your belief system? What is going on in your inner world? I like to say that abundance is an inside job. And because people who even have very simple lives can feel incredibly happy and feel that life is incredibly abundant and just feel in a place of gratitude, and they don't have much. So it's really more about what your belief system is, and also how that runs your life, and how do you see yourself? What's your identity in the world? That is mission critical in terms of whether you feel that life is abundant or it's not abundant. And when you think about it, and take a step back from having, it's more about being. And when you look at abundance, and when you think about it, like, I think our odds of being born are something like 1 in 300 trillion or something. It's like some crazy low number. And just by being born, like by being chosen, however you see, whether you choose to be born or whether you see it's from some divine source or whatever, you've already won the lottery. You've already been gifted this amazing abundance of just being alive and being in this world. Like, when you just take a step back and look at the world, it's beautiful. It's amazing. All these emotions that we get to feel, these connections that we get to make with other people. So we're born into abundance. And it's just that many times, because of the ego mind and also because of our culture, we can't feel it. And, if you look at it, like, at least I can only speak for the United States, but I feel like we're in a culture of disempowerment, where every time you look at your phone or turn on the TV, you're constantly seeing these advertisements that are basically telling you, you cannot be happy the way you are. But once you buy my product, then you'll feel abundant, then you'll be happy, then everything will be great. And when you buy their product, you see it doesn't make any difference. You might be excited for 5 minutes, but then it goes back to the old stuff. So we're just kind of in this sea of disempowerment, and it's important to be able to step back and to really take a look at what is really going to make me happy, and be able to really appreciate what we already have, and not define abundance as in terms of what's missing. So it's really looking at life from a different perspective. And breath work is an incredibly powerful tool to do that. When you do this faster, deeper breathing, it quiets the ego mind. And, for 2 or 3 reasons. One is physiological. And, back when I first started, there was no science. Now there's very good science between all the research that's been done and the experiences that people have had. And now they know that, like, it's in some ways similar to psychedelics, where it kind of deactivates to a certain degree a certain part of your brain called the default mode network, and which basically quiets your thoughts. I mean, it's a longer explanation, but it's too deep to get into in a short time. But basically, there's a physiological impact of moving more oxygen through your system, more air. And also, the second thing that we do in breathwork is we always tell people surrender to the process. Let whatever wants to happen, happen. And in our lives, we're generally always suppressing because we want to look good. Because we know if we're fully expressed, some people won't like us. Some people will, but some people won't. And many times, just from an evolutionary basis, if we didn't, back in the day, we were in tribes. And if people didn't like us, we were kicked out of the tribe, we probably wouldn't live. So it is this kind of evolutionary thing that we want people to like us, and we want, to be in a group where everybody loves us. So we suppress who we really are, the pieces of us that we decide that people won't like. And so in breathwork, it's like the opposite. It's surrender, let go, release what needs to be released that you've been suppressing inside you. And there's all kinds of experiences that people can have. They can have sensory releases where they have like their body shaking or getting this tension, then this release, or a lot of movement. They can have sound releases where their body tones or screams or yells. They can have visuals, like in psychedelics, where it's like fractals, or even going back into their childhood and seeing things, but seeing things from a different perspective. Where back then it was like traumatizing or very difficult, but then you see, oh, you know what? That was a crazy tough experience, but I learned to be resilient from that experience. Like you just see it from a different perspective, where you can take something positive away for it. Or you can have feelings of oneness. That's very common. And where you feel like there's more that unites us as human beings and separates us, which is incredibly powerful, especially in today's world. And, or just, more connection to the planet. You can have past life experiences. You can have ancestral lineage healings. So all that stuff is available once you access that deeper part of the psyche that we normally don't have access to. I call it our inner guiding intelligence. Some people call it connection to source. Joe Dispenza calls it connection to the quantum field. Sounds very scientific when he says that. But by quieting the ego mind, we access that part of our psyche that already has all the answers that we need and that drive towards integration and wholeness that everybody has. We wouldn't be surviving if we didn't have that drive. And it brings us exactly the experience that we're capable of processing and that serves us most in that moment. And that's what's so beautiful about breathwork. You never know what's going to happen. It's really fun. It's like, just because the experience last time was something, the next experience, totally different. And it's like just this beautiful journey that you go on where, you release the outside world, close your eyes, and really explore what's going on in your inner world, which frankly is much more interesting.
I'd be curious to know at what point in my personal growth journey would I be able to assess that, my next thing is breath work. Like this has been the missing key.
Well, personally, I believe, I wish I had found breathwork earlier in my life, frankly. I wouldn't have wasted like 25 years trying to find a relationship. And I think breathwork, ultimately, it really doesn't matter where you are in your journey. The important thing is that you have to be hungry, have a desire to grow and expand. Some people, and there's no good or bad about this, everybody's different. They have a life where, let's say they, go to the same job every day, they go home, they watch TV, they have a couple beers, they go to bed, and they're fine with that. And there's nothing wrong with that, but they're probably not going to be wanting to do breath work because you have to really let go without knowing what experience you might have. And the experience could be blissful, but it could be difficult too. Many times it's the challenging experiences in breathwork are the most powerful. When you kind of work with your shadow, so to speak. So you really have to have a commitment to want to expand and grow and to really be the person you were born to be and see what's getting in the way of that. Look at your unconscious thinking patterns, do these releases that may feel odd or whatever. So if you have that, any time of your life is perfect, whether you're, 18 or 80, it doesn't really matter.
I was going to say, if I'm going on a journey towards abundance, I want to introduce things like breath work. You've already hinted towards there's never too late, but what would be some of the things that I would want to start with if I'm going to get into breath work and the results I could expect? But You've already said how, oh, you never know what to expect. But if I'm looking for predictability, is that something I need to surrender when I do breath work?
Yes, you need to surrender that. You
No,
need to,
no.
first of all, you need to surrender that. And you also need what we call is trust the process. But the beautiful thing about this, and there's all different kinds of breath works, they have different purposes. My particular kind of breath work that I created, which is neurodynamic breath work, its primary purpose is self-empowerment. And so there, like during the music, during the session, the facilitator does not push or direct the experience to try to force a certain type of experience on the person, whether it's even like saying connect to love or whatever. Because ultimately, as a facilitator, I have no idea what you need to experience. Everybody has their own individualized healing experience depending on where they are in the moment, what needs to be processed. So the facilitator's job is to create a safe space for people to feel comfortable to dive in and allow whatever wants to happen. So you really need to let go of expectations, let go of a desire to have a specific type of experience and to be willing to take a dive into the unknown. So, and you know
Okay.
what, you can frame that too, because ultimately, all personal growth starts just outside of our comfort zone. So, and that's where you have to be willing to take that step to really dive into breath work and get the maximum benefit. But I'm telling you, I mean, I've done breath work for 20 years. It is incredibly fun. And, maybe that's how I framed it right now, but I just love not knowing what the experience is going to be. It's like going to Disneyland, but every time the rides have changed. And you go, what happened? Let's try this one now. I've never tried this one before. So
Actually, that's a great way to frame it. And, you spoke of the example of, if you're someone that's currently living a current routine that you're not interested in changing, then perhaps this is not the point of growth. But everyone attuned into this session, looking to master abundance, looking to make transformation in their lives, it does require change. Now, to be honest, I've done some breathworks and I've had some good experiences and good experiences that the process wasn't in a way that I would want. And what I mean is it was a bad experience, but it brought in positive results. And
great.
I'd want to expand on that because when you do breathworks, I've had moments where I've cried. I've had moments where I've screamed and I've had to make change from that space. And I'd kind of want to understand your perspective around when you do exercises like this, you're bringing about change. I'd want it to be all sunshines and rainbows and beautiful, but sometimes it takes you on a bit of a journey that can be a little more unpleasant. Is it something we accept? Is there a better way to process that? I'd be curious to know.
Well, I think, again, it's really important on how you frame it and your definitions. Because really, what does unpleasant mean to you? That would be the first question I would ask. How do you define unpleasant?
Well, would you like me to answer it or is that a rhetorical?
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I felt embarrassed. Like I've had times that I've done breath work and like I was crying and, it was with colleagues and I felt a little embarrassed, but I've suspended that. And I remember even I was feeling an emotion and I was repressing it. And I know you were talking about this earlier because I was like, oh my God, I'm in a workplace setting. And but they had the opportunity to allow us to experience breath work. And then the moment I said, F it, and I just allowed it. And then I cried, I screamed. And the release I had from that moment actually made a big shift in how I showed up in my relationships, how I showed up at work.
Yeah.
And I felt really good. But in the moment, that was not fun. That was a little scary, embarrassing.
Yeah.
And, I had resistance through it. But the breath work almost, it plows through, even if I had the resistance, it's almost like the only time that I allowed myself to feel was because of this technique. And I
Right.
can see that power and I think it's liberating.
It's interesting because, first of all, the first breath work that I did, it can only be done in person. The one that I created and I tested for 6-8 months can be done online or in person. And so I'll kind of talk about both of those separately because it's different. In an online session, no one can hear you and you're in your bed or whatever. So it really takes away that whole concern about embarrassment. What am I going to look like? And it is more challenging when you're in a work situation, obviously, because versus just being with people you don't know or in like personal friends or something like that. But in a in-person session, the important thing to know is when you release, it supports others in releasing also. It gives them permission. So not only are you supporting your own personal growth, but you're also supporting the group. And it's really up to the facilitator to really set the structure in the beginning so people understand that. That's why the introductory talk that you do before breathwork is incredibly important, so that people are prepared and really know what kinds of experiences they can have, and also how to work through them. And, because you can get some crazy body stuff that if you're not prepared for it, it will scare you. Like if you start getting tense in your body, or sometimes people can get this thing that they call tetany, with the little hand thing. And it's totally natural. Hundreds of thousands of breathers have processed through it. But if you're not prepared for it, you're going to go, holy cow, what's going on here? It's kind of like the elephant in the room thing. If someone tells you in 2 minutes there's an elephant that's going to run through the room, you go, oh, cool, I'll watch that. But if you're not warned and all of a sudden there's an elephant there, you're going to go, ah. It's kind of like that in breathwork. So the introductory talk is really important to prep people so they can really process through, and whatever comes up, you go, okay, this is just a breathwork experience, and really to allow themselves to fully dive in. But it really redefines what does unpleasant mean. And if you're looking at it from a perspective of, is it an unpleasant physical experience? It's really redefining in terms of, like, even with emotions, you can say, let's say crying's an unpleasant emotion or whatever. And if you look at it from the perspective that your emotions are just messages from your inner being that want to be fully felt and released, then you can welcome everything. And it's really looking at, and this was one of my powerful shifts in breathwork, switching from this perspective of the world is happening to me to the world is happening for me. It completely shifted everything. And so, now if I go do a breathwork session and I feel scared or something, I'm going, okay, this is awesome. I wonder what's on the other side of this. This is going to be interesting. Whereas before I would have gone, should I really be doing this? Maybe I should do this tomorrow.
What I love the most about introducing this for Mastering Abundance is that for anybody who's tuning in and feeling stuckness in their life, it sounds to me like breathwork is one of the quickest natural ways for us to kind of remove that kind of stuckness. I'd be curious to know your thoughts on that. For anybody who's trying to bring more abundance, have tried many different modalities and still feel stuck.
The interesting thing about stuckness is that breathwork reflects life, reflects breathwork. It's a circle. And so, first of all, many times if you're stuck in your life, it's because of unconscious thinking patterns that keep you in this loop, in this cycle where the same thing happens over and over again, because it's going to keep happening till you figure it out. So there's no way out because it's unconscious. So you've got to try something to really start to bring those unconscious thinking patterns and beliefs which run your life into your conscious mind so you can work with them. If they're not in your conscious mind, you can't work with them. Breathwork is not the only way to do that, but it's a very, very powerful way to really quiet the ego mind and dive into your unconscious mind and start to see what's really going on in your inner world. And also many times, you can even be like in a breathwork session, like after a couple sessions, you can feel stuck during the session, like where you're breathing, and nothing's happening. What's going on? And that can be an incredibly powerful experience, because when you feel stuck in breathwork and in life, one of the ways through is the stuckness is in your mind, is to tune into your body. What's happening in my body? What am I feeling? And it's usually you'll be feeling anger or disappointment or resentment or something like that. If you can tune into that and let yourself really feel that and release it, you can get to the bottom of the stuckness. And many times you get some really powerful insights. So in breathwork, when people are breathing, we always say, and they're stuck, we say, tune into your body, see what's going on. And if they're feeling anger, scream and yell, let it out. Or if they're feeling resentment, be the most amazingly, resentful person you've ever been. And underneath that, there's always something amazing. if they can just allow themselves to fully feel it and release it and not push it back in. And you can try that in your life too, without doing breath work. If you're feeling stuck, how does that feel in your body? Tuning to your body. Most people spend 99% of their minds in their heads. And, unless there's something wrong with our body, we don't even know it's there. And our body is always in the present moment. Our mind is always in the future planning or remembering from the past. It's never here in the now, when that's the only time that life really happens. Abundance can only happen in the now. It can't happen in the future. It can't happen in the past. It's just a memory. So learning how to be present and spend more time in your body, and I call breathwork an embodiment exercise, really, because that's what you're doing. You're kind of shutting down the mind to a certain degree. You can't really be in a place of abundance in your brain. It has to be like a mind-body experience, so to speak. At least that's my perspective.
Well, I think it's a valid perspective. And I'd also be very curious because obviously breathwork, there's more than one modality that does exist. And in your case, you've went ahead and you've created your own modality. And I'd be curious to know what actually suggested to you that we needed to create this modality, and what is it that you're able to do in your modality that everybody should be aware of and try to experience?
So the original modality that I learned with was holotropic breathwork, and I saw these amazing experiences that people had. But the issue is that it has to be done in person, first of all, and a group holotropic breathwork experience is about 12 hours. So you have to have this like giant space. Everybody's out on mats, and there's 2 breathing sessions. You have to do a 3-hour breathing session. And so there's a very limited number of people in the population that can actually, you have to take a day out of your life. You have to fly somewhere. You have to fly back if it's not in your town. So it's expensive to put on. So you can't do it for, a small amount of money. You have to charge people a decent amount of money just so you can cover your costs. And after I saw the power of the breath, I said, okay, this is something that can really change world consciousness, because people really do start to feel more connected to themselves, to other people, to the planet. And that's what, it's so needed in the world right now in terms of, if you feel like you're connected to all living things, to other people, how can you go to war? How can you kill people? It's this disconnection that's causing so many of the problems right now. And people disconnect just because they feel safe that way. When they feel more disconnected, that's part of the kind of disease, so to speak, in the world right now. And breath work can really allow them to get down to this place where they see the commonality of all the people, and where as I said before, where they feel that there's more that connects us than separates us. And I saw how healing that was, and how people's life shifted. And when you shift, the people around you shift too. So it's not just one person that radiates out to their friends and to their friends and to their friends. But I wanted to be able to impact enough people to really make a difference in the world. And I saw that the only way to do that was to do it online. And so I had to start from scratch and pull the stuff that I learned from holotropic and recreate it so it could be done effectively to get similar experiences in an online structure. And also, when I experimented for 8 months with hundreds of people, I saw that you could have these experiences with shorter breathwork sessions. And I ultimately landed that 1 hour was the enough time to really dive in and come back out, and not so much time that people could kind of come do an online session with me, which with everything, the intro talk, the breathing, and the share group afterwards, was still only a couple of hours. So people could just take a couple hours out of their day, have this amazing experience, and then go back into their lives. So that's what I wanted to accomplish. And so I've been doing this for about 7-8 years now, and worked with over 100,000 people. So it does work. And people do get, many of this very same or very similar experiences to when they do it in person in groups. And many people prefer it because they can do it from their bed. They don't have to drive home afterwards. And, they feel really comfortable in their own space. But even in their own space, when you're not hearing anybody, people still feel the connection of the group. It's amazing. It really works. And, we normally have people of 50 to 250 people from at least 10 different countries. And it really does work that people feel more connected and see, yes, even though we live in different countries, different races, different sexes, different cultures, at the core, we're all the same. We all want the same things.
Well, I'm very excited with the fact that we're going to be getting a little taster of a breathwork session right here as everybody's dedicating days participating in this Mastering Abundance Summit. But before we get to the taster, I'd be curious to have a few stories from you. I mean, you've worked with so many people that have went through these experiences. What are some of the results that people get after they go through this, and how does that directly translate to bringing more abundance in their life?
Yeah. So the results that people get, like the primary one is really looking at like being more aware of their unconscious thinking patterns. It's very powerful, but they release things that are stuck into their bodies, and ultimately they get results in many different things. And we actually, as again, I'm like science geek a bit. So I don't just take like anecdotal evidence. I do surveys with hundreds of people and breathers and just ask them, what results are you getting in your life from this? And over 80% feel less anxious. Over 80% feel like they're in a more embodied state. I think 75% feel like they're more connected to their inner guidance and feel more self-empowered in their life. More than half of the people feel that they have better connection to their intuition, to their creativity. They're more present in life. They have more trust in themselves. They feel more connected to themselves and to others. And they just are more grateful for this amazing journey that we're going through. And, when you're in a state of gratitude, you cannot be in gratitude and not feel abundant. It's not possible. In the same way, you can't be angry and grateful at the same time. So the more you really get a sense of what an amazing gift that you've already been given, the easier it is to feel in a space of abundance, no matter what's happening in your outside world. So it really is like this amazing inner job of shifting your identity to a certain degree, who you are, that can really powerfully bring you into a state of abundance. And if it's okay, I'll just share like someone, I can talk about this, but someone sharing in their own words.
Please do.
All right. So this is a person who is in his late 70s and just started doing breath work when he was like 76 or something like that.
I like being almost a kid again. That feeling of looking at the world through a child's eye. And I think that's a lot of what breathwork has done. It's brought that back for me. My name is Ruddy Havel, and I am 79 years old. I've been doing breathwork for about a year now, and it's changed my life in so many different ways. I didn't expect much because I hadn't gotten much in the past. So I was just really shocked at how I changed drastically in the first 6 months. And I'm still changing. I appreciate everything that I have much more than I used to. I took things for granted before. I don't take anything for granted now. I look in the mirror and say, who is that guy? He didn't smile this much before. He didn't laugh this much before. He isn't having fun. I'm a lot softer and gentler. I laugh more. I don't worry about 90% of things I used to. It's a gift to be alive. It's a gift. That's the biggest thing. Before I say, oh, you mean I have to spend another 20 years on this planet? What am I going to do? Now I can't wait to get up and do it. Life is too precious to waste. Life is too valuable to squander, too valuable to worry about. You just get out there and do it. And I had no idea what I was stepping into when I started breathwork. I would recommend breathwork to everybody. It doesn't matter what age you are. I started when I was 78, and now I'm 58.
Wow, that's amazing to hear because I think, yeah, if we're going through life and not having that kind of joy, bliss, how can you bring abundance? And I love how it brought a completely different definition of abundance, as we talked about earlier, which is not just about the financial success, which is nice, but it's that sense of fulfillment and everything that comes from doing this kind of work. And so that's very exciting to see.
And the interesting part is that if you come from a space of abundance, you will attract more abundance. In all these other things, it's like that, but it's not like you can start with that. You have to kind of fix your inner world first before you start manifesting and bringing in abundance in your outside world. So again, as I say, like abundance is a it's inner work, basically. That really is where it starts from, where the core is. So you can start to, then the other stuff will start being attracted to you. And when I first started, like I was working for a big company. I got moved to the East Coast. I got moved to Europe, and from the outside, everything looked awesome, but I wasn't happy. It's like I wasn't really feeling like I could make my own decisions and really access what I wanted to, which was my ability to be creative, to start something new. I was working in someone else's space. But for a long time, I was too afraid because I was in a space of scarcity. Oh, how can I start a business? All this stuff is already out there. How do I know if it's going to be successful? What if I quit and I fail, and I'm homeless? All this stuff was going through my head. And then ultimately, once when I got to this place of abundance, I was totally in a different space. I'm going, there's so much opportunity out there. It's like, look at all these new companies that are starting every year. Look at all this new technology. There's so much opportunity. This is what I want to do. I had to follow my passion. And so I quit my job that I was making like a ton of money at, that I had security for the next, 20 years and would have been in a great retirement, because I wanted to be in a place of creativity, even if there was risk. That was where I found my passion. So, and ultimately I started 3 or 4 businesses to now. I've sold them. I've made a lot of money. I don't have to worry about money anymore, but it all came from my willingness to take risk, step out from my comfort zone, because I got out of my place of scarcity and got into this feeling of abundance. Basically, that's what really drove me to make those decisions.
So, Michael, if I recap this right now, the biggest things I'm thinking about is we have to get out of our comfort zone. That's the number one thing if we're looking to make a change in our life and bring more abundance. There's definitely some changes that will come, but this is all positive because we're obviously here trying to make a change in our life, and having breath work as a tool that is acceptable to us. We're even going to get a taster right after this, is one of the greatest things we can do to get us unstuck, to get us to make a shift, make a change. And we can't control it. We can't predict it. And it's kind of going to steer us to wherever it needs to go. And there was a lot of conversation around getting back into our body and out of our head, which, is one of the questions I love asking on the summit here, is that if I only had 30 days left and I wanted to create a breakthrough in abundance in my life, do you have something you would recommend people to stop doing immediately and start doing today?
Yes. Be more focused on the present moment. And, we're trained not to be in the present moment. We're trained to live in the future and the past. And that's really existing, not living. Life only happens in the present moment. So when you notice, you get into your thoughts, bring it back into your body. Bring it back into your body. And if you're too crazy in your thoughts, just take a moment, close your eyes, and just take a minute and take some full deep breaths. Slow, deep breathing. It doesn't take long, 5, 10 breaths. You open your eyes, you're much more present, you're much more in an embodied state. The breath work that I do, the regular sessions are 1 hour. They're designed for a deep dive where you can get into your unconscious mind, you can get all these releases. But you can do very simple breath practices at home too. And again, it doesn't take long. When I get up in the morning, first thing I do, because my mind's already going crazy when I get up. Oh, I need to do this. I need to do that. But the first thing I do is I just sit in my bed, close my eyes, and just take a few slow, deep breaths, like just for a minute or two. Like 4 or 5 counts in, 4 or 5 counts out. And when I open my eyes, I'm in a totally different space. My mind has stopped racing. I'm in my body. When I walk, I feel my feet on the floor. And if you do that on a regular basis during the day, it will totally shift your life. then you're really experiencing what life has to offer, being in the present moment. And in the same way, even if you're looking at something, like let's say you're looking at a beautiful sunset, people are generally still in their heads about it and they're comparing it. Oh, last night was better, or that the one I saw a year ago was better, like they're not being there. And, if they can just close their eyes, take a few deep breaths, and just for a minute, and then look at it, they'll really feel the awe of this beautiful natural phenomena that they're watching. So that would be the one thing that I would, and I mean, not just in the last 30 days, I recommend that every day for people, every 30 days of their life. That has made all the difference to me in terms of my appreciation of this amazing journey and all the beauty we have. And, when you look out into the world, you can see beauty or you can see chaos, but you always have a choice if you can consciously make that choice. If you stay in your unconscious mind, it'll be chaos, because that's what you see in the TV. That's what you see, that's what's kind of being pushed in your face. So it does take some structure to really stay in the place of how beautiful this amazing experience is.
Michael, I want to say a big thank you for coming on our summit. I think that for everybody tuning in, we've discovered not only a great tool that we'll even get a taster of right after this, but we also have a set of ways of looking at the world and looking at abundance in a different way, ways of looking at the world every single day in a different way to bring more abundance and to have more joy, better relationships, better success. It all ties together when you start having this lens for abundance and tools like breathwork to be able to support you into bringing more abundance, mastering it, and having a successful life in the process. But Michael, we're so blessed. You're going to be sharing with us a taster. And so I'd love for you to walk us through what is this taster all about and what are our next steps to go and experience the power of your breathwork.
Oh, sure. Awesome. And yeah, this will be really fun. So obviously we're not in a space where I want people to dive into these crazy experiences where they need someone to support them and stuff like that. So we're just going to be doing a short taster. As I said, the sessions are usually an hour. We're going to be doing 8 minutes. And we're going to be doing a little bit of a different breath technique than I usually use. Usually what we do is faster, deeper breathing. So full deep breaths, faster in and out through the mouth. And that really supports doing these deep dives. But today, the goal was just kind of more of a reset breath work, just to see what just breathing for a few minutes, how it can make you feel different in your body, that type of thing. And you may have a deep experience. If your psyche is ready to go, it could be deeper. But the basic structure will be gentle music, more gentle breathing, and 8 minutes. And your job is just to surrender to the experience, let whatever wants to happen, happen, and just be. Just focus on the breath and let whatever wants to happen, happen. Your body may want to move a little bit. Your sounds may want to come out in the out breath. Sometimes in the out breath, it goes, ah, or something like that. It's all good. And it's an eyes closed experience. So you're going to want to close your eyes or even go get an eye mask and put it on. Make sure you won't be disturbed. And in the breathing technique for this, what we're going to do is you want to take full deep breaths, but just at normal pace or even slower than normal is totally fine too. And as the music progresses, if your breath wants to change to something different, that's totally fine too. If it wants to slow down a bit or be a little bit less deep, it's totally fine. Just listen to your body. We're going to start with mouth breathing, just because it's easier to move the air. It's more comfortable than when you kind of pull it through the nose. So just, normal pace or even a little bit slower, eyes closed, focusing on the breath and just allowing whatever wants to happen to happen. And you can sit in a chair or lay down. You just want to be comfortable. It's all good. And then remember, it's just about surrender and trust. And so I'm going to start with just doing get you going with the breath. And then after that, I'm just going to say in a moment, the music will start, and just have a nice experience. And then we'll be playing 8 minutes of music. And at the end of the music, I'm just going to take a minute to keep your eyes closed and just do a little minute of just regrounding you, and then we'll be complete. So let's get started here. So if everyone can close their eyes. And just taking a moment now to do a short body scan and releasing any tension that you have in your body, or as much as you can in this moment. starting with the feet, just visualizing any tension release into the universe, maybe wiggling your toes. And remember, you have your eyes closed at this point. Then going up through the calves, upper torso, releasing any tension there. Letting your belly be open, loose, relaxed. Releasing any tension in your jaw, your forehead muscles. Giving your shoulders a little stretch, releasing any tension there. And releasing tension in your upper arms, lower arms, and hands. Maybe wiggling your fingers around a little bit or shaking your hands out if that feels right. And now just doing a full body scan, and just as much as possible, just visualizing any residual tension releasing into the universe. And now bringing your attention to the breath and deepening the breath. Starting to take full deep breaths in and out of the mouth, but just at normal pace or even slower than normal. It's totally fine. It should be enjoyable. It shouldn't be stressful. Full and deep, but enjoyable, just really enjoying the breath of life. Breathing fully and deeply, deeply and fully, fully and deeply. And now breathing in a way where there are no gaps. We are always breathing in or breathing out, just creating a wonderful circle of breath. So on the in-breath, your belly expands a bit. On the out-breath, it goes back to normal. But again, an enjoyable breath, no stress. Breathing fully and deeply, deeply and fully, fully and deeply. And now just allowing whatever wants to happen. If your body wants to move a little bit during the session, just allow it to be. Or if sounds want to come out, even a little sigh in the out-breath, just allow that to. Or if nothing wants to happen, just stay focused on the breath and just be. Just relax into your breath. Breathing fully and deeply, deeply and fully. And in a moment, the music will begin, and I will see you on the other side. now, if you haven't done so already, just bringing the breath back to normal depth, just the way you would normally breathe in your everyday life. Just being very gentle with yourself for a moment. Staying in your body, staying in the moment, staying in the now. Being with yourself in a very gentle way. And just noticing, do you feel any different than you did 8 minutes ago? Is your body a little more relaxed? Or even if it's just didn't change, that's okay too. Just whatever happened was perfect and exactly what you needed in this moment. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and just in a very gentle space though. Just a very gentle, soft space, and bring this kind of softness into your day. Thank you.
Michael, once again, I want to say a big thank you for the session today and for the experience taster that you've gotten a chance to share with everyone on the summit. We are on a journey towards mastering abundance, and you've given us again the tools, the mindset, and shared your story on how people can experience transformation in their life, experience change, and move towards more success, abundance, not just in a financial way,
Right.
but in their relationships, in their health, and their longevity. As we realize that at any point that we get started with a practice such as this, we get to bring back youth and we get to bring back more joy in our lives. And it's been a pleasure to share with you and to be able to share with everyone else tuning in. Thank you so much.
And I got one last word to put in. And that is, from my perspective, every person has his or her own unique gift to bring to the universe based on the struggles we've been through, what we've learned, who we are in the moment today. And there's only one job that exists in this universe for each person. Every other job is taken, and that's being you. And the more you connect to yourself, to your own inner being, to your own purpose, the more you can support others in expanding and growing and also being in an abundant space also. So I really encourage you, whether you use breathwork, some people will resonate with breathwork, other people, maybe it's meditation or something else. Choose what works for you. Get into your own inner world, get into an abundant space, and then bring your gift to the world. Let your light shine on it in the universe.
That's a perfect way to close our session for today. Once again, Michael, thank you for your time, your energy, and your message. And we wish you all the best as we continue on our journey towards discovering how to master abundance in our lives.
And thank you so much for having me on. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed us bringing this embodied practice as the way of starting the summit. And Michael Stone, you'll be able to discover more about him and his work if you go and check out, I'm going to make sure to bring you to the right screen. Here we go. Breathworkonline.com. This is where you can learn more about how you can participate in Michael's breathwork sessions, how to become a practitioner yourself, and so much more. And of course, we're going to be sending out the links to all of the extra bonuses and resources from all the speakers that are coming on and sharing on this summit so far. And starting with breathwork, I think, is one of the most powerful ways to start a summit, getting us energized, present, and ready for more amazing speakers sharing incredible insights. I do want to address one thing, which I remember one of you put a comment about receiving your resources from yesterday, and know that we're going to be sending a giant email at the end of today. The team was quite exhausted towards the end. It was, I believe, 11 at night for them at the end of the summit. It was 6 in the morning for me. And so pardon their tardiness. They're going to put everything together into an email that you'll be receiving later today. Well, Guys, I want to bring up some of your comments. First off, sharing some thanks to Michael. So Umi, good to see you there. We have Anne-Marie Noel joining us. Thank you so much. Good to see you as well. Tiny Zoo, welcome back. I remember you from yesterday as well. Let everything that hath breath praise the Lord. I'm glad this was a powerful session for you as well. And you get a free session when you go to the site too. Take advantage of it. Lori Dove, making sure people are taking action as we bring up these amazing speakers, amazing tools. And guys, for all these speakers who come to the summit, you get to go and explore more, dive deeper. There's an abundance of content that you get to pick and choose which are the authors you want to go deeper with. And this is going to be a big theme for today. As I'm bringing you some modalities and people with exploring some different skills, you'll be able to see, well, which direction do I want to go in if I'm going on this journey of abundance? So please be curious, be open, and explore what everybody has to share. I've got a nice comment here from Rudy saying, that was beautiful. At the beginning, I didn't resonate with the music, but at the end, I was on top of the Alps, sunshines, happiness, and other than many, many happy faces. Rudy, I'm glad that you decided to trust and surrender. I know that was the biggest thing for me doing my first breathwork sessions. So I'm glad we had everybody be able to get a chance to discover it in the comfort of your own homes. The story I shared to Michael was in the middle of a retreat for the entire team, and I was so needing to release stuff. I had never done such a powerful session before, and I think when you bring these kinds of practices in your life, God, magic sits on the other side. Okay, everybody tuning in, are you ready for our second speaker? We have one of the sessions that was made available for those of you who registered in advance. You might have already had a glimpse of this next speaker. I have her book right after doing the session with her. I immediately ordered her book called Your Home is a Vision Board. I'm not done. I'm going through it, but there's a lot of powerful exercises that you have to do. And me and my fiance are taking the time to optimize our home. And one of the interesting things that happened on the summit, you'll realize when I record this session, my background is very different than what you have now. And that is all the next speaker's fault, because when I finished my session with her, she wanted to be very honest with me. And she said, Jason, your current setup, the energy is completely off. We need to switch things around. Can you all guess who this next speaker is? It is none other than Marie Diamond, an incredible teacher who's going to be sharing us more about the power of Feng Shui, how to align yourself with the energies of mastering abundance, and why your environment plays a critical role in making sure that you are in the right energy to attract abundance by your side. Her new book, Your Home is a Vision Board, a powerful piece that allows you to really systemize and change areas in your home. And by the end of the talk, we're going to share a way that you can get access to a free app from Marie Diamond that allows you to have a compass to align your entire home. If you don't already have this app, don't worry, we'll be talking about it when we come back. And with that, are you ready for our next session with Marie Diamond, speaker number 2 on day 2 of our Mastering Abundance Summit? Let's get it started.
For the Mastering Abundance Summit, I'm so excited to be bringing a dear friend and a master when it comes to the space of abundance, bringing in Feng Shui, law of attraction, and it is none other than Marie Diamond. If you're not familiar with Marie Diamond, she is a globally renowned transformational leader, best-selling author, and expert in law of attraction and Feng Shui. You will have seen her on shows such as The Secret. She was a featured member on that show, has been a voice when it comes to the law of attraction, really letting us identify one of the missing pieces in bringing abundance into our lives. We're going to talk a lot about this and so much more on this conversation. And if you haven't already picked up her latest book, Feng Shui, Your Life, is going to be a blueprint to help you bring so much more abundance to realizing that your environment plays a critical role. We're going to unpack that and so much more in the session today. Mary, good to see you again and welcome.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, Jason, to talk to you, to meet you. We're already on a long journey since we met in Mind Valley.
This is true. And so the abundance continues. And honestly, I've been looking at your journey. You're doing so many more incredible things. Quite honestly, you always come front of mind. Every time I make a move, every time I shift things in the house, Feng Shui plays a big part. And that's because you've taught me everything around that. But before we get to this, I want to hear a bit more about your story, which is, what is your story and how did abundance play a big role in your journey?
Well, from a financial abundance, I come from a very, um, you know, uh, lower class family. So there was not a lot of abundance there financially. But I think what was definitely there from an abundance perspective was experiences. So my father had lived in Canada. So every summer, a lot of Canadians would come over to visit Europe, and they would always stop by at our home. And so the whole summer, it was like an abundance of people, Americans, Canadians. And of course, at an early age, because of that, I learned to speak Quebecois because a lot of Quebecois people from Quebec came over, spoke English very early on. So from that perspective, there was a lot of abundance, like abundance of connecting with people outside the country. What was at that time, for people that lived in a small country like Belgium, I mean, that was very unheard of that as a child you would connect with people outside your own city, even, right? So, from that, I always felt was an abundance experience for me every summer. I was always looking forward to that, to be honest, to talk to all these people, to hear about their world and traveling, even if my parents never traveled, right? So they were very much, they didn't have the money for it. Yeah. So the world came to us. So I always felt that was an abundance experience. I think the second abundance experience for me was, after I had a near-death experience at 15, and I became aware of my mission, of my vision that I need to bring forward about really making a difference in the world. I think the abundance from that moment was about being of service. Yeah. To make sure that every day I made somebody smile or I did something good for them. It was in my school or in my community or in the youth movement or in the church, I would always try to create a feeling of like, at the end of the day, I have given something more. For me, abundance has been very connected with people for me and not so much about finances. Like doing some difference for somebody was for me a feeling of abundance. So I would say abundance and love is very connected with me. And when even in my business, right, I'm always thinking, first of all, from a perspective of love. And first of all, do I love it? Do I love doing this work? And then I hope that these people really got a loving experience with what I teach them. And knowing that if that would bring love, that would bring abundance to them. Because I really, I remember the first time I researched the word abundance. And, I'm a Latin school, so I did 7 years of Latin. And I remember I saw that word abundance, and it comes from abundare. And abundare means overflowing. Yeah. And I always loved that. It's like, don't do one thing, but let it overflow. Like it's that fountain, that source that it's not just a drop of water. It's like an ongoing flow of water, of an overflowing, loving energy. It's like, it's not calculated. It is not conditional, right? It's like you keep giving, you keep sharing, you keep connecting, you keep deepening the relationship. It's like, it's not transactional abundance. Yeah, it is an ongoing, onflowing vibration. And for me, that is like how I live my life, to be honest. It's just like, I'm always thinking, how can I do more? How can I love more? How can I contribute more? It's always about the more, right? So for me, abundance is not, like I said, that one thing. It's like, how can I do more? And that can also mean business-wise sometimes, or relationship-wise, is thinking, okay, I have this class, I can give it to one person, or how can I bring it to millions of people at the same time, right? That's the abundance effect, right? So that's kind of how I look at abundance, to be honest.
I like this perspective where you speak about abundance when it comes to relationships and giving being kind of the primary focuses on abundance. And it seems like it brought so many results in your life. I mean, you're very successful in your practice. You're connected with some of the most incredible people in the world. you get to travel a lot. But I've also noticed that most people who might not feel abundant start with going into finance, like, I need to go make money, I need to go take money. And I'd be curious to see, why do we find ourselves like going towards the metric of abundance that when I speak to the people that are abundant, they never mention it, but all of us that go and try to get more abundance focus, it seems like, on the wrong thing. Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, but I think there are in what we would call a survival aspect still, right? And when you're in abundance mindset, you don't think in scarcity, you don't think in survival. You're like, you're knowing that there will be always enough. There's always no possibilities and new opportunities, like things where I would have abundance from when I was an international lawyer was different than what I'm now as a transformational speaker, right? But I really never thought about, like, I need to make that money. I need to go and make money, right? I was always thinking about, how can I make a difference? How can I create impact? How can I contribute more? And I always felt that the more I was doing that, the more there was abundance coming to me, right? So I kind of got that quite early on in my life. And that doesn't mean there was always abundance, but even if there was not financial abundance, there was always abundance of joy, or abundance of relationships, or abundance of other things, experiences. I mean, people see it too much. The focus of abundance has to do with money. I do believe abundance has to do with life. Yeah. It's an abundance of life, an abundance of vitality, an abundance of life force, abundance of experiences, right? And so you see a lot of people that focusing on, I need to get this one thing, I need to get this thing done. They are not opening themselves up to the possibilities that are there in their field, like, because they're directing themselves just in one line, like, this is the way I have to do it. Well, abundance is saying there is no way how to do it. It's literally like an overflowing fountain that is like, it can go from there, it can go from there. You don't know where it's coming from, but be open to all areas, be open to all directions, be open to all possibilities. Like literally, I'm teaching feng shui for 30 years now, and like, recently, because I do so well on Instagram, I'm asked to be speaking on social media, and I'm doing really well with AI, and people ask me on an AI summit, and I'm like, oh, that is amazing, right? So it's just like, right, there's an abundance there that I didn't even thought about would come to me, right? So it's just being very open, I think, for all the opportunities. And I think that's the only way I have to get that money. I have to get that experience.
You spoke about how the fact that you didn't have that kind of survivor mentality, and we speak a lot about this neediness sometimes cannibalizes the the results you're looking for to have abundance. I'm wondering if you have any suggestions, tips, or tools for people that might find themselves in that kind of survivor instinct right now,
Yeah.
and are trying to make the switch.
Yeah. As I shared with you, I had a near-death experience. So I think when I come back from the other side, I had such a thirst for love and life, right? I was like, my God, I got a second chance. I'm going to live this life fully, right? And I became so grateful for every moment. I was like, I was absorbing every moment. Like, oh my God, I talked to this person. I was not just talking to that person. I was absorbing that moment. I was speaking to that person. I was so grateful for that moment. Yeah. Because, hey, I almost didn't have that moment. Yeah. So I think the switch is really being very present in the experience that you have, right? You are sitting together with your partner, absorb that moment. Like, oh my God, how amazing is that? I can sit with that person, have a wonderful meal. Express that gratitude. Express the gratitude to yourself. Express the gratitude to that person. Express the gratitude to whatever you believe in, God, the universe, right? So I always feel these were like the two key factors, and I still have that. I still I live life so fully. Yeah, it's like even talking to you, I'm like so focused. I'm so present here with you, thinking, what can I do? And then we had this conversation before, and I'm thinking, oh, I could do this for Jason, and this is something I can connect with, and like it's that being present, but also being really grateful. And I would say the third aspect is when you're in that field is like start being generous. Yeah. Start being generous with yourself, start being generous with others. And sometimes I think, I don't have the money, no, but you have time. Yeah. You have time, you have possibilities, you have talents that perhaps you can help that person with. You have connections, right? I don't know always how I can help, but I'm listening and I'm like, oh, and I listen not just what another person says, but I listen to like what my intuition says. And like, oh, I need to connect that person with them. And like, oh, I should do that. And like being present and listening and be grateful and be generous then with the other person. I think if you do that, you switch very easily.
Well, I do appreciate how you very much live what you preach as well, because you've been extremely generous with me, and you're so generous with your time and with everybody coming to share on the summit as well. Now, I wanted to know if you've noticed over the time that you've been teaching Feng Shui, and I know you teach it also being very close to the law of attraction, if you feel that there's a big lie out there or a misconception that most people have that could be sabotaging their path towards abundance?
Yeah, I would say since the last 40, 50 years, a lot of misconception is around abundance that people think it has to be a mindset. Yeah. You have to change your mindset about it. And then some people are like, but it's so hard to have the discipline to have positive thoughts about money when you don't have any, right? To have positive thoughts about your business if your business is failing. I mean, and a lot of people feel, almost like they're beating themselves even harder and judging themselves hard because they can't get that positive mindset. Yeah. And they're seeing then other people thrive and they think, oh my God, they have this positive mindset to get things done. Or the other part is that a lot of people are thinking, oh, I can't get to that abundance because I don't take enough action. I don't have enough the right people around me. And then again, they're going into that vicious circle of like, oh, I don't have enough people, so I won't make money. And they're going downward, spiraling. And I'm like, these are two misconceptions that people have. And there's a third way, right? So of course, it's important to have your mindset as positive as possible. We just talked about it, being present, being generous, being grateful. If there's a negative thought, just don't linger in that negative thought. Immediately reprogram it. So things like this. I mean, there's many special people out there that can support and help you with that. The same with taking action. Massive action is not always the right way. Sometimes you need to be strategic, right? And like, what are the best things? And we have now AI that can support us a lot with finding the best strategies and so on. But there is another missing link that I've found that has been around for thousands of years, and that's called the energy system of Feng Shui, where we actually understand that your space around you, where you live, where you sleep, where you work, is actually also affecting your mindset. And if you know that if there's disharmony around you, then and the wrong images are around you, that actually can affect your subconscious mind. And actually, you're not even aware of it, but there's a new book that just came out, Your Home is a Vision Board, with Hay House. Yes. And so I talked there about how your home is a vision board, not just what you write down as goals, but that your goals are reflected into your home. And so, because a lot of people want to change their mindset, but they have the wrong colors, the wrong images around, and that influences them constantly. And so, by knowing that there is a missing link there, and that's what I've been talking about with the law of attraction and manifestation, that, it's possible your mindset is not you that creates it, but perhaps your home is creating that mindset. And because of the clutter everywhere, right? Because of, the wrong images, perhaps you are sitting the wrong position and your brainwave goes into more beta instead of into alpha. Because if your brainwave is off, you literally have a harder time to be optimistic and solution driven. You'll be more fear based and more living in the past. And so that's the whole change that people can make. And there are very practical steps that people can do.
Well, that brings us right to the core, which is this whole aspect of feng shui, the missing link when it comes to attracting abundance. And I'd love to hear about how, I mean, you were a corporate lawyer, an international lawyer, and then you found yourself in the last 30 years talking about feng shui. And I'd be curious to know, how did you discover it? And what were some of the first things that happened in your life that attracted abundance when you started paying attention to this aspect?
Yeah. Well, I was 15 when I had this accident, and I asked a few months later to a spiritual mentor, like, what did I do wrong? Was there something I could improve? Because I had like 3 accidents in a row, and the last one was almost killed me. And he said, you have bad feng shui. And I had no idea what that meant. I'm Catholic from background, living in Belgium. There were no books on feng shui on that topic. And so, interesting enough, I really understood that I was sleeping on the north side of the house. And he said, this is an area where you get quickly depressed because you have no sunlight. So he asked me to move to the west side of the house, and that was the room of my brothers. They already were outside of the house. And the first thing I needed was abundance of sunlight. Yeah. And we know now how important that is, sunlight, right? At that time, they had no idea about vitamin D, like how it really affects your mood, right? That was like not part of the scientific world at that time. So I needed to go from darkness into light. Yeah, abundance of light. And so then when I looked at what was in that room that I lived in, was actually the room of my sister that I'd taken over. Was like they were all images of single women. Yeah. And so there was not an abundance of love or relationships. So I started designing posters that I kind of created myself. I'm not a special artist or something. I just was like trying to draw some things about romance, about friends. And because the images you see around you will also create a different image in your inner self. I attracted love. I attracted my first boyfriend. I attracted relationships with friends. And it was so interesting. It was like, that was abundance for me, right? Again, abundance was people, right? And so that is where it shifted for me. So I just knew some basic principles till I was like in my early 30s when I connected in with studying feng shui first in London, then in Malaysia. I was accepted by a grandmaster, and I studied the classical trained feng shui. So I'm a classically trained feng shui master. That means I did not just do an American system. I just went very deep into the Chinese knowledge, and I just loved it. For me, it was like so easy. So I understood it. I was like, I always say I had many lifetimes in China, probably. I'm a guest in their culture in this lifetime, but I'm sure I was not a guest in that culture in past lifetimes. So it was just so easy for me and to understand the deep, deep knowledge. And I already had a consulting company. I was already teaching meditation, doing coaching with clients, and I started bringing feng shui into it. Before I knew it, I was like more focusing on feng shui than other aspects. And then I became accepted as a feng shui master. And then I started teaching, and now I have more than 2 million online students on feng shui. So, yeah.
That's incredible. And so I love how you've seen a lot. And this is one thing I notice is that you see abundance in anything that, like, from the big and the small. You seem to take time to recognize abundance wherever it is. And I'd be curious to know, like, how much do you find paying attention to moments of abundance plays a role in feeling more abundant?
I think it's so crucial. Some people think about abundance, when they got the house, when they got the car, when they got a raise or a bonus or a big check is coming in. They think that is abundance. And I would say, yeah, of course, that's part of it. That's financial abundance. But, like last night, I had been gone for a couple of days to Mexico and for a conference. And I came back and was like snuggling with my daughter, who's 21. And she was talking about her last week, and I was talking about my last week over a cup of tea. I mean, my God, that is a hot moment of abundance for me, right? It's just like, just that moment, just live it, right? And I do believe, because if you see these small moments of abundance, you set like everything in your life, you create that frequency, because abundance is a frequency, right? It's not just a mindset, it's an energy field. And because you do that, it's like, and you have that and you feel it in so many things. And it could be like having breakfast this morning with my husband, like, hey, connecting with that beautiful moment with my husband. That's a moment of abundance. And then because you're staying all the time in this frequency of abundance, then all these things come to you, and you're like, oh, somebody comes and said, oh, I would love to be mentored by you, and I love to do this. And I'm like, oh, and this opportunity opens up. I mean, to be honest, I've never really searched for things to come to me. They all come so naturally because I'm staying on that frequency of abundance in the small things of life.
And that, I think, is one of the powerful takeaways from this here, is just having that as part of a routine, a practice. And then with that, I mean, people here, we're discovering abundance, but we're mastering abundance as well. And so I want to dig into some of the feng shui practices that we can give people listening in that can bring at least shifts of the energy field when it comes to the environment, because it plays such a crucial role. And so if there was a simple habit, a practice, an activity that people could do that doesn't necessarily take too long to bring results, what are some of the first things you tell people to pay attention to for the environment and feng shui?
Well, the first thing is I would let them understand that everything is energy, right? Also, your environment is. And so when you don't organize your environment and you create clutter and you create chaos around you, you are bringing the vibration down. And so you have to see your home as a sacred space. It's a sacred space where you create abundance. So if you don't honor it, with creating clutter all around you, then, you are not grateful for the house that you have, right? For the abundance that created that house, like to pay for the rent or pay for the mortgage or whatever it is. You're like actually saying like, I'm not honoring it. I'm not respecting it. So that's the first thing. That's an ongoing practice. Keep decluttering, keep organizing your space. Let it look beautiful. Whatever is broken, let it go. The second thing is, I always say the mouth of abundance, as we call that, is your entrance. Yeah. So always use your front door to come in as much as you can. Sometimes that's not always possible. You take in the garage to come in with your groceries, but leave then the front door. Don't use your back door. You don't use your garage to go out. And you say, well, I need to get my car out and then use the front door. Yeah, that's what you do. Because the front door is the mouth of abundance. So it also means like, what is on your front door? Is there a fresh carpet? Is there fresh flowers? Or is there a picture of your family? Is it something nice? Or there like shoes on the ground, coats hanging, the Amazon boxes are there for the last week. You open them up and you leave them there. Create that order and that beauty at your entrance, right? So each time I come in, I'm like, I'm home. I'm happy to be home. Then another step I would definitely suggest is, based on your birthday, you actually can download my free app. So you can go to the app stores and you download Mary Diamond app. I know you used that for many years, Jason, right? And so based on your birthday and your birth gender, you are actually going to find out your best directions, right? So you will have a compass and it will indicate your success direction. Yeah. So you hold that compass in the center of a space like your living room, your bedroom, your office, and see what is in your success direction. If there's clutter there, your abundance will stop. If there's anything broken there, like I'll say like a clock that is not longer ticking, you're saying symbolically the abundance is not flowing. So always place there things to do with abundance, right? It could be awards, certifications, books on abundance, on whatever, experiences you want, awards that you have, symbols that show abundance. Like, I'll give you an example. It's really a funny one, right? So last year, I found this this is like a golden crown, right? So it's like I can kind of put it on me, right? It's like kind of a fun feeling, right? And I just put it there because I thought it was like a cool object to show abundance, right? And interesting enough, since I put it there, several people started calling me the queen of feng shui. So I thought it was funny. Perfect. So I did not have that on purpose, right? But I was just like, oh, that's a nice symbol of abundance. So I don't know what that meaning of abundance is for you, but think about it, what it would be, right? So that is one thing that you can do. Another thing is always sit in a position that you see the door. Yeah. So where you're sitting right now, you see the door, right? And so what that means, you see the flow of abundance coming to you. So if you're sitting with your back to the door and you're hitting a wall, like you're looking with your desk against the wall, your abundance will close off. Yeah, because there's no one that can sit on the other side. You can't see the people coming in because abundance comes with people. And so even if they're physically never there, I mean, we're online, you're online, Jason, but there's a chair on the other side of my desk and you're sitting there symbolically, Jason, right? And so, and I see you coming in energetically. So these are some simple techniques. And of course, in the book, Your Home is a Vision Board, and my other book, Feng Shui Your Life, you actually are brought with the app through the whole aspect that you can activate more abundance.
Well, I definitely am going to be buying Your Home is a Vision Board right after this call and make sure that that is part of my home. I've always enjoyed every time we have a conversation. It always is a reminder of all these things that you've shared that every time I do them makes changes in my life that are very significant. And I think this is one of the beauties I love the most about Feng Shui is that every time you put energy towards caring about the environment, you're also reminded and put back into this kind of abundant state. And I feel like state management is a big part of abundance. And I wanted you to maybe expand on state management and how Feng Shui plays such a big part.
Yeah, it's just like you want to stay in that state, in that frequency, right, of abundance. And so sometimes we can't do it with our mindset, or we're too busy to feel it, or we're too busy to even take an action. But your environment is then holding the space for you, right? It holds the space for that frequency. So even if you are not focused on it, your environment is focused on it. So even if I forget about my awards are still there. Even if I have my relationship direction, I have the globe there, right? I know you have a globe in your relationship direction too, right? So it's like we're connecting with the world, right? When we do our interviews. And so it's like by putting the symbolic experiences, and this is like, Feng Shui is like acupuncture for the home, we're putting acupuncture activations out. So even if I don't think about it, my home still thinks about it. And I've seen this so many times that I forget sometimes the things I've placed there. Yeah. And then I'm thinking, oh my God, I put that there, right? I had no idea. I forgot about it, right? So it's very interesting. I remember like 2 years ago, I thought like, oh, I would love to work more with sports people. And I put the word NFL on my success, in my success direction. I don't know how the NFL is and the football league in America, how that works. I never went to a game or something, but I thought, like, oh, that could be a cool idea. And then, hold behold, I get one of the top players to work with me, and he's doing amazing, right? And then I was like, after I was talking to him, I was like, 6 months later, I'm like, oh my God, I put that there. I forgot about it, right? But I forgot about, but my home didn't. Yeah.
This is what I love, because I've heard so many amazing stories of things when it comes to working with award-winning directors, working with, publishing companies, and that you've always had something that happened in an environment where you activated that energy and then it started happening in your life. And I think this is something that for everybody listening, the steps you've already shared allows us to start activating this at various levels. We've already talked about some of the activities we could do in a very short amount of time, but if somebody was on a journey, say for 30 days, and they were trying to create as much breakthroughs in abundance in their life, and they're applying some of these principles, are there some other key things that they could be paying attention to that could help them on that journey?
Yeah, I would say I really want them to become aware of their home and walk to their home as I would say God or the universe is looking through your eyes. What is God seeing, right? So what is the feeling, right? It's not only seeing, what's the feeling of your space, right? It's like, the universe, God wants to bring you all the abundance that you have asked for because we always ask for it and we want to receive it. But is that space ready to receive that? I always say, like, just imagine you've been going to Amazon, you put in, your Amazon, I don't know, something you want to buy, and they want to deliver it at your home. But there's just no space in your home to deliver it, right? Right? It's just like, they don't even find where you are because you never put the number very clearly, and they're like, oh, where is that home, right? So think about it, and then, once you receive it, do you have space for it to place it there, right? So I just want you to think about, right, is there in your life space for abundance? Now, it's possible that you're just not ready yet to receive it, yeah? Because you're holding on to some grudges, some judgments, some pain from the past, yeah? And so that's why also in the book, Your Home is a Vision Board, I talk a lot about also forgiveness and letting go, because if you want abundance, but you're holding on to your old pain and sadness and anger for the times that there was no abundance, right? Then abundance cannot come in. So if in these 30 days you can do some physical clearing, let rid of things, do some emotional forgiveness, create some mental clear goals of what you want, yeah? And then start implementing some of the basic principles I've just been teaching to you today, you will see really a big shift within 30 days.
This is incredible. And Mary, thank you so much for coming here. You've shared so many action things that people can take. We've seen that we have to go beyond the mindset. We have an entire new dimension, a set of tools with the environment that we can use to attract more abundance that most people have never even considered as a critical part to make a shift in their lives. We're talking about moving away from scarcity, going into more abundance. We're talking about having a giving mindset and all of these activities that people can use. And I want to encourage all listeners, grab the app on the App Store with Marie Diamond. I have so much fun with this app, being able to optimize my room, make some changes, even work with my partner and see how we want to arrange things together. So we highly encourage you to get that, start taking some of the action steps we've said today already. And Mary, one of the things we ask all of the guests, and we want to bring kind of a global abundance shift at the same time. And I'd be curious to know, in your case, if you had the magic wand and you can instantly make an abundance related shift to the world, what would be the shift that you would make and why?
Well, I think we just talked in the beginning when we were talking more privately, is that we feel sometimes there's not enough heart and empathy in people's life. And I would say if I could create with my abundance magical wand some more heart and empathy for other people, I think that's what I would ask for.
We have abundance, we have feng shui, we have love, and honestly, all the ingredients for people to make a radical shift in their lives. Mary, thank you for everything you do on so many different platforms. We're going to make sure that you continue your conversation with Mary. We're going to have some links for you to follow her, to connect with her, grab a copy of her book. I definitely am going to be grabbing one myself. Your Life is a Vision Board, and also Feng Shui Your Life. Mary, it's been an awesome conversation, a lot of action items, and you've been such a key piece of this Abundance Summit to be able to get people to learn about the missing link in the law of attraction and to be able to bring feng shui in their life to attract so much more beyond the financial, quality relationships, quality health, and quality life overall. Thank you so much for being on the platform and for sharing with everyone.
Oh, thank you.
And there you have it. Marie Diamond coming here to the stage. I would love to do a call out here. Who are people hearing from Marie Diamond for the first time? How many of you have been familiar with her work, maybe working alongside her? Maybe you already have the app. Maybe you already read her book. I saw in the comments earlier that some of you already have the book. I did mention twice in this interview that I was going to pick up a copy of her book. And if I'm going to say something, I like to honor my words with action. And so I did go on Amazon. I went to buy the book. I'm going to go through it. I keep my passport with it so that, I know I won't lose the book. I won't lose the passport. And when you travel, having a great book is always a good thing. And so a lot of practical stuff comes from the book. If you go to Amazon, grab a copy, go through it, do the exercises. This is a bit of a little date idea that we have. Me and my fiance go through the entire book. There's a lot of practical stuff. And if you don't have the app yet, do have it open here. There's this compass, which tells you which direction is success, relationship, wisdom, and health. And this is kind of the little shift that happened for me. And if you want to know where my camera is aimed, you guys are right in because it's opposite, right? So you're right in my relationship, success, wisdom cluster. So if see if I can bring this up here. So when I reposition my desk, Marie said, like, Jason, before I was completely the other way. My back wasn't to the door, but I was not pointing in any of my directions. It made no sense. And this was she was one of the first interviews that I did. And so I shifted my desk. And then every interview that I had, people were referring me to other contacts. People were reaching out back to me, wanting to do work with me. And I was like, wow, okay, something's going on there. So coming into the comments here, I'm seeing Elliot. We got Elliot here saying, hey, thank you, Marie. We have someone here, it's Smiley, saying, love her work. She is a favorite. We have Misty here talking about love Marie. And hey, some of you have already taken the action. Susan, I already have the app and I've been decluttering my home. Some very powerful stuff. As a Christmas gift, I think that's a great Christmas gift. Ocean bought it, started reading it 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's a really cool book and it's very prescriptive, right? So I wanted to kind of speed through it. I went through her stories at the beginning. Then it was like, okay, you need to do an audit of the house and all that good stuff. So exciting second speaker. I told you it was going to be very practical. The first talk, we really had it so that it allowed you to experience breathwork, get present. And here, I'd love to get everybody making a commitment. Like, what could be one thing you take away from the session you just had with Marie Diamond, knowing at your environment? Like, have a look around. Is there things we need to clean up? Are there things we need to declutter? Is the action to get the app and maybe just reorganize things according to the directions? Or maybe it's getting a copy of the book and committing to actually reading it. And maybe in your case, you just want to make sure that you're doing a bit of a shift in the house. If abundance isn't flowing, we might want to look at the environment and see what are some little things I can do so I can show that I care. And I think that's a big part of what comes through in the Feng Shui world. And it keeps being something you can work on, go deeper with. And if going deep into that, definitely go and check out more of Marie Diamond's work. I'm going to bring to the stage just a little bit more about I'm always having some transition issues here. Let's bring it here. MarieDiamond.com. That's a great website you can go to get more from Marie. She certifies people in Feng Shui. She has a ton of tools. Some are free, some are paid, great products. All of the things she creates, she puts a lot of love into it. So definitely want to be in touch with someone like Marie Diamond. And with that, I think we're ready for our third speaker. Now, this next session is a little interesting. So there's an individual in this field of personal growth who's going through a major transformation this year. They're going to be retiring. They're a legend in the field. There's somebody who has truly brought personal growth, self-help, success principles to the desks of people around the world, to their homes, to the way that they look into stories for growth. And honestly, it's been such an honor that I got a chance to connect with this person, work with this person, and they're going to be going towards their well-deserved retirement. And so when we reached out to get them to be a part of the summit, they were actually not doing any guest appearances anymore. But I wanted to bring this person forward to teach you some abundance principles, success principles in a powerful way. And what happened is just before this summit, I've actually had a chance to interview this individual on my own platform, the Selling with Love podcast. And what we've done is we've taken the core concepts that speak about success principles and we've put them together so that you can learn them on your journey towards abundance. Since today is a day that is more towards the practical, this was a topic that was actually supposed to be around one of the key skills that allows you to bring abundance, because you get to communicate with others, connect with others. And to me, that is a skill of sales. So if you hear any talks or references to sales, know that that is because the conversation was initially designed around that. But it was such a powerful conversation, one of my best talks that I've done, that it is with my great pleasure and honor that I get to bring the next speaker on, which is none other than Jack Canfield. JackCanfield.com, the man behind Chicken Soup for the Soul, the success principle, how to get where you are to where you want to be. I believe we cover 9 success principles in this entire conversation. So you are in for a treat. He is an incredible man, great products, great message, and a great speaker. And he's going to be our next speaker for this summit. So let's give a big round of applause. Let's get excited. And I just want to compliment Elliot making a shift already, moving his desk from, here we go. I want to pull this up so that it is facing the door. My door is right beyond the camera. And so, yes, it's a very powerful thing. Carol, I see that you're downloading the app and ready for spring cleaning. You know, at the end of the day, plans are going to be up. And I need to clean up books that I've been collecting over the years. Chief, I'm very, very excited for you. Okay, enough rambling. Third speaker for our Mastering Abundance Summit, Mr. Jack Canfield, please take it away. To have a legend in the field joining me today, a man who needs little introduction.
Well,
I am so excited to have a legend in the field joining me today, a man who needs little introduction for all of you who are involved in the field of personal growth, because, matter of fact, he has been a pioneer in that industry. The man behind the billion-dollar Chicken Soup for the Soul publishing empire, has been a multiple New York Times best-selling author, and has founded the high-prestige Transformational Leadership Council, where they are really having conversations between everyone in this industry to elevate consciousness around the planet and truly being a unit to bring impact and change for positivity. It's such a pleasure to have you, Mr. Jack Canfield. Welcome.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me, Jason.
One of the questions I'm wondering when it comes to marketing and sales and making transformation is, it seems like a lot of people choose to use fear as a way of getting people to move, take action. And the question's almost like, well, where's the love in success? Like, are we having to compete on these lower vibration like fear or greed and appeal to people's lowest needs to get them to take any action? And is there still room for love and positivity to make a change happen right now?
Yeah, I think that, certainly that stuff works to a point, but I made a commitment many, many years ago not to do anything that induces fear or, try to accelerate people's experience of their own pain and so forth. So I don't think it's necessarily. I think, there's a guy named Moshe Feldenkrais who did body work. He was a judo guy in Israel, and he got injured and he started looking at how to fix his body. And what he discovered in his work is, if you work on one half of the body, like your right side, then the left side goes, wait a second, that feels better over there. I want this on this side of my body. So if you expose people to something that's loving, fun, uplifting, safe, encouraging, etc., people want that. They're attracted to it. And so basically with our selling, if you want to call it that, a friend of mine coined a term called heart sale. Instead of hard sale, you don't hard sell people, you heart sell them, and you appeal to their higher self, to inspiration, to their vision of what they aspire to. And the idea we can teach people from the place of love and not fear, and cultivate that piece that something is possible for them. And we all want more. We want more love, more joy, more happiness, more impact in the world, more full expression of our essence, of our gifts, etc. And when you help people realize that that's possible, then people are attracted to that. So I don't think you have to do the classic, what are the pain points, and drill that home and then find that you're the solution to all that pain. I think you can be the solution to all that passion and all that desire to express and be more of who you really are.
I love hearing that. I'm glad that an agent such as yourself is promoting that, because I think we need a whole lot more of it. There's something you mentioned in what you just said, which is the whole concept of hard sale. And I have to share one of my pet peeves I hear a lot, which I know you're no stranger to sales neither. And I was talking to a team who are looking to put together a retreat, and they're saying, oh yeah, we're going to have some people take on sales calls at the end, but we're not going to use salespeople because we don't want any of that hard sell. And
Right.
it breaks my heart, because as someone who advocates for people to embrace sales as a beautiful craft that really empowers you, the fact that people associate that selling equals hard sell and that's what a salesperson does breaks my heart, because I know there's so many more beautiful ways and effective ways of selling, and hard sell isn't even effective. And I'd be curious
Right.
to know from your side, what has been your experience in the type of sales that have been most effective when you've used it in your industry to build the empire that you've built today?
Well, I think the very basis of it, I would call it sharing more than selling. In other words, if I discover a cure to cancer, I want to share that with you. You know, if I have a map that leads you to a gold mine and there's a lot of gold, enough for everybody, I want to share that with you so you can go get the gold, get the cure for cancer, whatever it might be. So for me, I've always had this image of my work as being climbing to the top of a mountain where there's a big ball of light, gathering as much light as I can hold, going back down the mountain and handing out snowballs of light to everybody. So that's kind of what I'm about, and believing that there are solutions to all problems that people can have that give them the experiences they want, experiences of love, being better parents, making a difference, being happier, etc. I will share a model I learned. It is a way, in a sense, to let people about their pain, but without rubbing their nose in it and without basically saying, you've got this and you need to handle it. So there's a friend of mine named Joel Roberts. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's a trainer for many years of people about how to be on a talk show. And he was the #1 talk show host in LA on KABC, I think it was called, that was the highest rated show during drive time in the evening going home. And he noticed once that he was interviewing John Gray, who wrote Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. And he said, there was something about that was the best interview I ever had. And so I went back and I listened to it again. And then I began to notice other interviews I had that were really successful. And I noticed a pattern. And the pattern was, it goes like this. He calls it the dip. You're going along in life, and all of a sudden there's something called a crisis. You have an automobile accident. You get your foot injured like you recently did. You go bankrupt. Your wife leaves you. You get diagnosed with leukemia. You go bankrupt. Some new technology comes along and basically puts your technology out of business. Amazon comes along and all of a sudden your local retail store isn't working as well. Whatever it might be, that's this crisis. And that crisis sends you down into the valley. And what you want to do is describe the valley as if you've had it. You tell your own story. So in John's situation, he said, I was not happy in relationships. I was going along having these serial monogamy relationships that never lasted that long. And I just was sick of it. And he said, so here I am in this crisis. And he said, then describe when you're in that place, what he calls the valley, describe your own experience. So I was lonely. I was frustrated. I thought maybe I'll never have a relationship. In my own life, for me, I was going along and all of a sudden I didn't have any money. I went to graduate school, got a job as a teacher, was making very little money a year. I was living in a $79 a month apartment, if you can imagine such a thing. And it had a Murphy bed that came out of the wall. Behind that was the closet. I had a little refrigerator. It was the size of the kind of mini bar you get in a hotel. I had a 2-burner stove. Literally, I could take 3 steps and hit the wall on either side of my apartment. And I was living, $120 a week was my pay. So the first 2 weeks, subtract 79 from 120, I had very little money to live on. I was eating what I called my 21-cent dinners, which was tomato paste with garlic salt, salt and pepper, water, and noodles. Today it'd be the ramen noodles that the kids eat in school. And I could go into, having to go to work on a bus and all these different things I couldn't do, couldn't take people out on dates. So I describe that in great detail. And then you say, and then I discovered something. So in my case, I discovered the success principles. I discovered a man named W. Clement Stone, who was a friend and a colleague of Napoleon Hill, who wrote Think and Grow Rich. And together they wrote a book on success as well. And I discovered those. I started applying them in my life, and my life took off. So you're down in the valley, describe it in detail. Now people can go, oh, he wasn't born with a silver spoon. He's not some rich guy that started out. He actually was poor like I am now, or not as well as he wanted to be. And then he discovered something. And what I discovered was W. Clement Stone. I discovered the success principles. John Gray discovered that men were different than women. He was treating women like men. And, doing the things that you do when you're a man, like, solving, woman tells you a problem, you interject, here's the solution. Women don't want that. They want to talk about the problem and then they land on their own solution, So he was doing everything wrong. And then he discovered, well, let me treat women differently. And he discovered what they really wanted. Now he gets married. He's happy. He's way up here, way up above where he started. I discovered an alkaline diet. That's how I got rid of my cancer. I discovered keto. I discovered meditation. I discovered the power of affirmations, plant medicine, The Secret, whatever it was. And then you give the audience a little bit of what you learned. So I could talk about the importance of goal setting, affirmations, visualization, acting as if, having support groups. I don't give them everything in my book or my program because then there'd be no reason for them to get it. But now I've whetted their appetite. I've given them some value. So now they've kind of test-driven Jack Canfield and go, wow, he says good things. Now they want to be with me. And so I think if you come from that kind of a way, you're still kind of introducing the fact that, I've been there where life wasn't perfect. And you're speaking to where they are, where the listeners are that are driving home from work or listening to your podcast or whatever, without rubbing their nose in it and then saying, hard sell, hard sell, hard sell. You want to make them want it as opposed to that they need it, is my opinion.
Jack, honestly, this is the healthy way of selling. And I know there's a lot of people that are in the field that say it's not selling, it's sharing. And one of the things I'm trying to give back to the word sell is the selling is selling, and it's a beautiful thing and it's healthy. And so I love that we have to go and build these bridges because there's so much damage that has been done in the sales, call it brand. The sales brand's been really dragged through the mud by a lot of these bad players. And one of the missions I'm on is to be able to teach great people about how, if you use sales and you use it effectively, bad players will not have a space to exist in the marketplace. Like, that's really what I'm all about. And so I'd be curious to know, even knowing these principles, you're not short of success, Jack. Like, you've done so many amazing things and you stay with this high level of consciousness and integrity. So I'm curious why people are still tempted to use these other means that just, are not elevating the soul, but they seem like they're chipping away at the soul when it comes to following and trying to have success.
I think that people that are conscious, that are awake, that are loving, that are committed to making a difference, contribution, coming from a more perhaps spiritual perspective, if you want to call it that, one of the, I should say generosity, then you are not in a place of greed. You're not in a place of trying to manipulate people. I often refer to people that you meet, either they're like a dog that wants to hump your leg, or they're a dog that just comes up and you want to reach down and pet. And, we have this term like, oh, he was like a used car salesman, which is like, the humping dog. You know that they want something from you and they're going to do whatever they can, use whatever techniques they can, not really noticing if it's what you need, not noticing if it's the best thing for you. I mean, I sometimes talk people out of taking my trainings because I don't think they need it. They've already got what I maybe could teach them. I don't think they can afford it. And I don't want to take their money if it's going to be a difficult situation for them. So I think you want to be for somebody. You're there to serve them. If you come from service, then whatever you do is going to be perceived that way. And then if they need what you have or want what you have, they're going to want to play. And then it's a matter of you just making sure that they understand clearly what you have. I remember when I used to work for a company many, many years ago, and I was in my late 20s and 30s. It was a training company. People would say, they talk about the price. Oh my God, it's like $395 for the weekend. And I said, well, let me ask you a question. If I had a new Mercedes-Benz outside and it was for sale for $395. Would you buy it? And they all go, yeah, of course. Why? Well, it's worth like $50,000 and today maybe $70,000. Well, then one of two things is true. You don't need what I'm selling, or I've not convinced you about how good it is. So let's talk about what questions you have, what your concerns are, what your worries are, whatever. And normally they had some question, and if I answered it honestly and clearly, then their objections would be handled. But it wasn't a manipulative kind of script you get for people doing telesales, where you say this, they say that, they're reading from a script because it has nothing to do with where you really are. And so if you really honestly have a true conversation with people about their fears, their resistances, and I find that most objections that people raise are things like, number one, I can't afford it. One of two things is true. They can, but they'd rather spend it on a new Gucci belt, which they think is more valuable for them than the training. So I like to think that maybe the training is more valuable. Maybe it's not. They often have tried things before, like I took the S training and it didn't work, or I took that training to become a coach and I never did it. So now they don't trust themselves to use what they got. They've got a spouse at home who they're afraid if they do it, or they decide without the spouse's approval, they're going to get in trouble. So they need to go have that conversation. So that's okay. And things like that you can address so that people aren't letting their fears and their past failures stop them from getting the value that's available now. But it needs to come from an honest conversation, not just a memorized script that you have.
Yeah. As much as I see some of the memorized script is great for training and awareness, it's almost like you're training wheels, but you actually hold yourself back from the magic that happens when you're actually balancing on two wheels on a bike. That's a magical thing. But when you have the training wheels, the magic is gone. In the same way that if you're trying to sell to somebody and you're using a script, you can't really connect to them. And I love that emphasis on connection actually makes a huge difference in every sale. So, oftentimes when I speak of my principle around selling with love, I substitute the word love with caring. And it seems like we're in an age where a lot of people feel so exhausted that they are like, oh, you know what? Sometimes I just don't have any care left in me to give to others. And I've heard two theories. I've heard some that it's like you only have limited amount of care to give in the world, and you have to be selective on who you give to. And I've also heard of a mindset where no, care is an unlimited resource that replenishes itself the more you give it. I'd be curious to know on which side of the camp do you land and why?
Yeah, I land on the side that the sun doesn't decide it's tired and stop radiating light. It just does what the sun does. So if you are someone that's living your life from a place of love and caring, there is such a thing. We see the research something called compassion fatigue. And, they actually have research that shows if you're going for, when you want to get out of jail, what do they call that? You go parole. So you want to get paroled, right? So you go to the parole board. If you go to the parole board in the afternoon, your chances of getting paroled are much less than if you appear before the parole board in the morning, because by the afternoon, the parole boards, their compassion level's gone down. And so there is a certain level of, can you be giving all the time? I do think, though, if you're really tapped into the essence of who you are, if you've removed, the fears, the blocks, the damage that's been done to you as a child, the limiting beliefs, the trauma, etc., the more you process that out and have more of your essence available, then I don't think you get tired of being caring and loving. It's your essence. You could get tired of working a 16-hour day in the sales force, but I think the reality is when you're there, I never run out of care. I mean, sometimes I'm tired, but it's not like I'm still caring. I just need a rest,
Yeah. It's amazing when you are finding that type of alignment. I think we've all had a glimpse in the workplace where it's like the day flies by when you're doing something that's truly in alignment. And
Right.
I think these are previews of what's possible if we really tap into that. You spoke about some of the blocks that could exist, or things that could get in the way for you tapping into that kind of source. And obviously, when you speak about success principles, a big part of that is to remove negative self-belief and these limiting factors in the mind. And I'd be curious to know, when it comes to sales or success, according to this, do you see some of the most prevalent blocks exist? And is this something we can self-identify?
Sure. I think, and I work a lot with training trainers. It's up to 4,500 certified trainers now in 117 countries. And one of the biggest challenges many of them have is being able to enroll people to attend their seminars, to hire them to be a coach, whatever. And basically, there's some limiting beliefs about asking, about their worthiness, about, rejection, feeling incompetent, not wanting to be misunderstood, all that kind of stuff that comes up. So I think one of the things that I love the most about my work is being able to do belief change work with everyone. I did twice a year, I do a free online 2-hour seminar to help people release limiting beliefs that they have. And usually get about 2,000 to 4,000 people sign up from all over the world. And I take them through about a 40-minute process, closed eye process, to look at where do you feel stuck? What do you feel like it's difficult for you to do? And sales enrollment is a big thing for a lot of people. And invariably it goes back to worthiness, to not being lovable, to not being taken seriously, to parents who didn't listen to them, and go on and on. And we'll take them back to that key moment in their childhood, usually between 3 to 8 years old, where they made a decision. It's not okay to ask for what I want. It's not okay to ask for money. If you're really caring, you do everything for free. It's not spiritual. It's not Christian. It's amazing what comes up. And then they can notice that they decided that in the culture of their family or school or playground or whatever, but now they can redecide it and they can have a new belief. And literally at the end, I take them forward to when they're 85 years old. And what would their 85-year-old self, who's now beyond that problem, who's been successful, who's spiritually evolved, what would they tell you? And the advice they get is amazing. And it's like, the fun part is it's inside them already, but they've never known how to access it. So it's phenomenal. And unfortunately, most people don't know how to do that. They've never been exposed to that kind of deep work. And when they do it, all of those things that felt difficult just disappear. They dissolve. And then we can be freely, fully who we are in a moment. And who we freely, fully are naturally is a more loving, caring, joyful, playful person.
Well, again, I'm going to nudge people to grab a copy of the Success Principles. I swear all of the concepts you've heard in personal growth that help you be the best version of yourself are included in that piece of literature. And you get a chance to actually be exposed to some of the time-tested principles that really make you more successful, where you can take ownership, take responsibility, and really see that if you're having any struggles when it comes to having more sales and more success in your life, there's something you can do about it, and it usually starts with you. Jack, it's been so fun going through that book, and there's one of the things as a principle that I see you hamper on, and I've noticed the pattern in the book. This one keeps being a recurring theme, and I've already mentioned it: responsibility. Taking a lot of responsibility for everything that is happening around you. And it seems like there's a lot of actors to blame for some of the limiting conditions we have in our life today, whether that's technology's moving too fast, the economy's not going the right way, there's some turmoil around the world. There seems to be a lot of external factors out of our control that are easy to blame for the lack of success in our own lives. Yet you kept stressing how there's still massive responsibility that we should be taking on, and it will be a direct correlation to a lot of the success we have. I'd be curious to see, are we still as bullish on that principle, even in these times of change?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You've mentioned all these changes that have happened: internet, computers, laptops, cell phones, social media, YouTube, Amazon, Etsy, Zoom, AI, Aura Rings, Apple Watches, Uber, Lyft, you can go on. And all those things definitely have an impact in the culture. But here's the deal. I teach a formula called E plus R equals O. There's events. These are all events we're talking about. Then there's your response to the event, and that produces an outcome. So what happens is, right now, AI is in the world. That's an event that is impacting everybody. But why are some people successful using it and some people not and afraid of it? That's an individual response to that. So what happens is things are going on in the world, politics, economics, people, wars, etc., that are interacting with you, or you're seeing them on television or whatever. And it's how we respond to that. We have a choice about our response, the thoughts we think, the images we bring up in our head, and the behaviors we do or don't do. Those are our three things we can control. And so what happens is some people learn responses of successful people. They think certain kind of thoughts, they visualize success, they take actions. If it doesn't work, they try another action. They don't beat themselves up. They have positive self-talk. They learn more and more about how to do this stuff, like watching podcasts like these. But they're engaged in learning better responses, if you will. And I think, when I wrote the book, The Success Principles, I really wanted to write a book that would basically, if you never read another book about success, and there's a ton of them out there and they all have valuable information in them, but if you never read another book, that book alone could help you get from where you are to where you want to be. And I wrote it thinking, I'm done with success. I'm going to move on to just teach spiritual things. I didn't realize that once you write a book about something, that's all they want you to talk about for the next 10 years, because that's what they know you for. So it's okay. But what happens is that these events occur, you then respond to them, you have outcomes. So I interviewed 75 of the most successful people in the United States and some around the world in business, sales, sports, entertainment, the military, government, etc. And I noticed that there were similar principles that everybody lived by. And one of them was 100% responsibility. And notice it doesn't say 99% responsibility. I always tell people, how would you like to be married to someone who's 99% committed to monogamy? You'd always be wondering, is today the day they're going to cheat on me? So you want to be 100% responsible. Your outside world that you're looking at is kind of like the computer screen. So we're talking to each other through a computer. So what I'm seeing on that screen is what's in the hard drive being projected out into the world so I can see it. Everything around you, the circumstances, your house, the money you have, the people you're responding to, how your business is doing, etc., is all the external projection of what's going on in your internal hard drive. So if I want something to be different, I'm going to have to think different thoughts, visualize different outcomes, and engage in different behaviors, which is what you're teaching people to do, how to be more loving and effective in sales and inducing fear and scarcity and all that kind of stuff. So basically, if you take 100% responsibility, that means giving up blaming, giving up complaining, and I call it dropping out of the Ain't It Awful Club, because local bars tend to be where everyone goes to bitch and moan about their job, the economy, their boss, the government, whatever's going on. And now you're getting all this reinforcement that other people are controlling the quality of my life. And as long as you believe that, you're going to be a victim of this external reality. And the truth is, we can create anything with our mind. As Bob Proctor used to say, everything is created twice. First in your mind and then in your hand, then you can hold it. But first you visualize the car, you think about the car, you think about how to make money to get the car, you visualize having the car, you believe you deserve the car, and then eventually you have the car. And so whatever you've got around you, ask yourself, what thoughts am I thinking? What behaviors am I engaging in that's producing this reality? Maybe I'm controlling everybody. I'm too bitchy all the time. I'm thinking negative thoughts. I'm judging everybody, whatever it might be. What would change that? And that's why when you interview people and people go on other podcasts and they read their books and listen to their audio programs, they're listening to other people who figured out some of the things that you want to do and how you want to think that's going to get you what you want. So we need to be studying that, becoming aware of that, and then intentionally changing ourselves through practice, through meditation, through discipline, through affirmations, visualization, etc., so that we can create more of what we want.
I love this principle so much. And there's a moment that I applied this principle quite strongly is I had a leisure activity that I very much enjoyed, which is the shisha or the hookah, which is this Arabian pipe. There you put some charcoal, some flavored tobacco, and then as a social activity or actually a productive activity, I'd love to go to the cafe, have the shisha pipe, get some work, write some copy, do some advertising, and then I could be able to smoke this tobacco. And I loved it. It was very addictive. Surprise, surprise. There's nicotine. And so And I would always justify it. It'd be very easy, and I'd be like, "Yeah, I won't smoke too much," and then I'd be like, always tempted to go back, and then I went, I might have went 3 times this week. That's a bit more than what I said. I said I'll go about 1 time a week, and this was an expression to me of what it looks like to be fractionally committed to taking responsibility and wanting to make a change. It's so hard, and I was always being pulled back into the habit. And at one point, I took a time to actually set goals for myself and choose the identity. And with the identity that I chose for myself is I am an elite athlete that does running and competes in obstacle course racing. And then I started looking at the habits in my life, and I'm like, how does this align to the identity that I have? And I was like, wow, I cannot be smoking. I need high lung capacity for cardio. And so the decision was made. This was, over 2 years now that I've made the decision where I was like, well, it's very simple. Nothing will ever be inhaled. I will never smoke a cigarette from this day forward, hookah, vapes. Because what happened is I had stopped cigarettes and I was like, well, I'll just do the vape. Then I was like, I won't do the vape, I'll do the hookah. And I kept pushing the goalpost to allow myself to continue to have that. And to use some of the quotes you have, I was 99% committed here and 99% taking responsibility. And it was a bitch. But the moment I went to the 100%, it was a breeze. Would you share more about that difference in commitment and responsibility and how it makes life so much easier when people assume it makes it harder?
Well, why it's easier is you don't have an ongoing conversation with yourself every day. It's like if you make a commitment that you're going to get out of bed in the morning and then you're going to go, in your case, run perhaps, or go to the gym, or lift weights, or do yoga, or meditate, or read for an hour, whatever it is. If you make a commitment to do that, it's 100% commitment no matter what. Then what happens when you wake up, you don't sit there and go, oh, it's raining today. I don't know if I want to do it. It's snowing out. My ankle hurts a little bit. You have to have that conversation every morning. And that's the bitch part, right? If you decide, I don't care what's going on, and obviously if you break your leg is another story, but if I don't care what's going on, I'm going to do this. Then there's no conversation anymore. There's no argument anymore. It's just called, I'm going to do it. Like I brush my teeth every night before I go to bed. There's no argument about it. It's just something I do. And you want to get the habits that are going to support you, the disciplines that are going to get you where you want to go, to that same level. I just do it. I'm the person who gets up and does it. I run, I do yoga, I meditate, I write for an hour a day, whatever it is. And then it's just called, this is it. And you're not having that conversation. And it's a bitch because it's easy to talk yourself out of stuff. So easy. So you just eliminate that possibility.
Whenever I hear somebody say, oh, I'm not that good at selling, I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're good at selling yourself when you want to hit that snooze button.
Right.
No. So
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about another thing that I see in this field of personal growth. This is really related to our field where we speak about the good habits. We speak about, the healthy things that we can do on a regular basis. And you've shared some of the things that you do, like, okay, well, brushing our teeth, that's maybe the one that we can all agree is a good thing. And then in the morning, you can hear a lot of people practicing our morning routines. And I also appreciate some morning routines like, okay, get up, is it make your bed, read a bit, have a meditative hour. There's a lot of different habits that we can inject that I would say the majority of them have massive positive benefits, if not all of them. But I've seen almost the other side of personal growth as well, where it's like you become obsessed with only good habit routines. And I've seen, some TikToks or Instagram reels. I'm a little older, so I'm still an Instagram reel guy. So the younger generation on this show will judge me for using that. But nonetheless, I'll see people say, okay, if you want to have success, you have to wake up at 3 a.m. That's because you get ahead of everybody else. And then you got to meditate for an hour. And then you have to visualize for an hour, take a nice plunge. Then you got to journal for 3 hours. And then you have to read a book for another 2. And it's like, and I'm obviously being a little tongue in cheek here, but it's like you have to go through a checklist of personal growth habits that'll take you about 5 hours, and then you work. And it's almost become too much, too ridiculous. And I don't know if in your students and in your ecosystem you've witnessed that as well. What do you say when people become almost too obsessed with personal growth that it becomes almost a limiting crutch to their success?
I actually used to read a letter that one of my staff wrote. It wasn't true, but he wrote it, and then I started using it. And he says, Dear Jack, I'm not having the success I want. I'm doing everything you told me to do. I'm getting up at 5 o'clock. I'm lifting weights for half an hour. I'm running for an hour. I'm writing in my journal for half an hour. Then I do my affirmations, my visualization. Then I go and I have a high protein drink breakfast. And then I go, and he went on and on and on and on. He says, and then around 5 o'clock, I go, wow, where did they go? Why am I not successful? You know, it's like, because that's what we do. We think we have to do everything. I think if you're doing, you know, some things you can do 3 days a week. You know, you don't have to do, like, we know if you go to the gym 3 or 4 days a week, it's as good as going to be as, like, you know, every day. And you have to pick and choose. Are you going to do some work on your mindset? You're going to work with your body. You're going to work with your attitude, let's say, your emotions, your consciousness, etc. But you can't do everything. And I think, you know, for me, I teach what I call the hour of power, which is 20 minutes of meditation, gratitude exercise, affirmations, visualization, those things, 20 minutes of aerobic or, you know, high intensity interval training, something like that. And then 20 minutes of reading or listening to something uplifting, and then get on with your day, you know. And some people do more than that. Maybe you could do 2 hours, but if you're doing all day long, I've seen people use it as a way of avoiding doing the work that's needed to get to where they want to go. It's like you're just working on yourself because you're afraid to go do the work, like in the world where you might get rejected, you might fail, you think like you don't have the resources you need. And so it's a way of avoidance. And, you know, so I agree with you.
Nice. Yeah. And that's one that I call out a lot in my field, because oftentimes, especially early in the business, your main role is to make the transactions happen. If you don't have any revenue coming in, business isn't really existing. And I see people, if it's not a question of doing the personal growth with, at least if it's a distraction, it's still a pretty healthy distraction. But I've seen even in the business sense, it'll be like, oh, I'm going to go post on social media, or I'm going to go do these activities, which would be considered low return activities to distract yourself, keep yourself busy. But some of the high impact things that need to be done get avoided, which goes back to what you were saying earlier, is you need to kind of do the digging of the blocks and the things that have been holding you back to be able to operate from that place of joy, effectiveness, and success in the process.
Well, one of the things I say is like, you always want to be in forward motion until you get stuck. And then when you're not doing the things you know you need to do, then you want to like explore, okay, what's going on in my belief system? What fears are coming up? Is there something I need to know that I don't know? Are there resources I need to access or study to build up a skill or some knowledge level or whatever? And I think in sales and enrollment, you know, there's basically making offers, making requests, and then making promises. That's really what it's all about. And if you're not on the phone or in person, whether you're speaking to a large group or you're speaking one-on-one to people, whatever it might be. And I'll tell you, I see a lot of people that originally come out of our work. I never really decided I wanted to train people about how to fill workshops. I've had to learn how to do that because otherwise my students wouldn't have any work. I just wanted to train people how to do it so they could be good at it. Most people today I see that are not being successful in this world are putting all their energy on social media, their website, writing copy, but they're not interacting with people. They're not closing the sale. You know, they're hoping that their online course will get 1,000 clicks. And the reality is you need to interact with people, whether it's in a group setting, you're on doing a Facebook Live thing, you're talking to people, you're one-on-one with people. That's scarier, I think, for some people. And so they go over here where it's not so scary, where there's not a real interaction, and they get distracted by that, spend a lot of money, and don't really get the results.
And is there ever a increasing amount of those distractions that you can do? And I think if you go and browse on the internet, everybody's like, stop, go and do this. You shouldn't talk to a single prospect until you have your whole brand kit and your website and your social medias. You need to have these followers. I'm like, these followers aren't paying me right now. That makes it really difficult. How do I translate that?
Right.
Jack, one of the things I find most fascinating from your perspective is that you've had the luxury of seeing the world go through some digital transformation, and you've been in this industry for decades, and you've seen changes in the way that we interact with information in a massive way, and you've continued to stay relevant. You've continued to share principles that have been timeless. And I'd be curious to know, in the decades of you doing this, if there's been any concept that you've taught or that you've lived by that you've seen yourself either evolve, transmute, or completely change your opinion on that you think is very relevant for today's time.
Well, when you ask that question, what comes up in my mind first, I used to fill seminars by doing what we call guest events. So we were doing like a week-long seminar or whatever. And then throughout weeknights, we would do these guest events to be like from 7 till 9, where people would come and we would have them do some exercises, maybe guided visualization and meditation, some partnership things, etc. So they were test driving, they were experiencing it. And the idea was to have them have a really good experience. So they go, I want more. And that was really the enrollment process for years in the work we did. With the internet, you can do a lot of that online now. And so I'm doing most of my trainings during the COVID were all virtual because we couldn't gather in conference rooms and hotels and so forth. And the value of that was that we realized we could do a lot virtually. Not everything the same. We can't hug each other. I can't have you milling around asking for things and getting rejected on purpose. So you get over your fear of rejection the same way that I can in a live room. But I'd say 85% of what we do, we started doing online and getting more people attending because they could attend from India and Saudi Arabia without taking a plane. They could do it without leaving home, no hotel bills, no airline bills, no restaurant bills. So we've diverted a lot of our training to that area. Now we still do live things. We do some hybrid, but where we would do maybe 300 people live in a training, we could have 1,000 people online in a training. And so our revenue actually increased. Our costs went down because we didn't have all those things to pay for, and we're impacting more people. And so we had to learn, how do you put people in breakout groups? How do you tell stories that are engaging? How do you get them to move so that they get up and move like we would do in a training? How do you use music so they can actually hear? Well, there's some technology to learn and some ways to make it more engaging, period. But the reality is we learned to do that. And when the pandemic occurred, I had a job to go to the Bahamas to work for Bacardi, which is the company that makes Bacardi rum, and train 400 of their top managers from around the world. And it was canceled because they were not allowing people in and out of the country. And I thought, oh, there goes a $30,000 consulting job. And what happened was they said, look, we had a conversation. I said, well, why don't we just broadcast this out to everyone that works for Bacardi? And it's anyone. So we ended up doing a seminar for 3 hours for 4,000 people, the entire company. And they were doing it at home. Their families could watch. So it was reinforcing the principles. And I still got my full fee. And I said, oh, that was cool. Didn't have to travel, got my fee, reached more people. They were happy. I was happy. So a lot of things like that are emerging. And certainly we've learned how to do online marketing better and social media stuff, and all of that was required too. I think it's a piece of it. I don't think it's all of it, like a lot of people wish it was, but we've gotten good at that. So there are, and then with AI has come along and opened up a lot of stuff. I mean, I saw a guy the other day, we were at a conference that I put on for the Transformational Leadership Council, which you mentioned, and he did a presentation on AI. And he got up there and he said, okay, someone raise your hand who wants to play. Someone raised their hand, said, what are you working on now? I'm working on this. I'd like to have a marketing plan for my new book and for at least 6 weeks using AI, using TikTok and Facebook and blah, 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 and podcasts. And within 5 minutes, what came back was a total marketing plan for 6 weeks with copy for every one of those, media. And it was brilliant. And so that's really changed things a lot as well. So, and it's amazing what's possible. You have to learn it. Or hire someone who knows. You now have like we used to have chief executive officers, chief financial officers. Now we have chief AI officers, in companies. but it's where it is. You got to adapt.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is fascinating. And of course, I've also been someone who's dabbled with it. And I remember it was a year and a half ago. I believe it was a year and a half ago or a year ago. I was using some of the tools that were available at that time. I was able to take a picture of myself and then upload my voice and then give them a piece of, I was looking, we had a social experiment that we did as a team. We said, what if we tried to create an entire course that wouldn't require me to be there? And so we actually used AI that created the entire curriculum, the script for an entire program on how to close deals. And then they used my voice by able to pull from my podcast, the voice that you hear now. And just with a picture, was able to create an animated video of me speaking in my voice, reading a script, which was around selling. And when that happened, I was blown away by what's going on in technology. And that was the worst that it will ever be. And so I started wondering, okay, this is definitely the direction that needs to go. I need to keep a pulse on it. It will evolve. How do I make myself that I am ready, I am prepared, and I'm excited, not fearful about what's coming up? And I guess that comes back from this principle that I see in you, which is whatever's change that's coming or innovation that's coming out, even if it's competitors that are coming, you always have this abundant mindset. You're not looking at anything from a scarce resource. You used the example earlier that the sun shines bright for everyone and it isn't holding back. And I see that in the way that you behave, even in the way that you've created Transformational Leadership Council. You're elevating your competitors. In the process, somebody could look at it that way, but instead you're leveling up the field. And I'd be curious to know, how do we inspire ourselves to be operating from that space? Because I think the more people understand the fact that you can be abundant, you can operate from that way, it brings more success to you, a positive ripple to the world, and you get to serve in a beautiful way that makes you happy. But people seem to have lost that grasp. What's the secret here?
Yeah.
What do you know?
Well, I think for me, it's been an evolution over time. I mean, I learned to meditate when I was in my 20s, and you begin to realize that the world is always working for you, not against you, that things are happening for you, not to you, that there's always a gift in every obstacle. I love, there's a book called What's in the Way is the Way. And so I just love that's how I operate in life. I also believe that there's an unlimited amount of resources in the universe. Now, you can go to the ocean. I love this metaphor. You go to the ocean, and many people go there with a tablespoon. Some people go there with a glass. Some people go there with a bucket. Some people go there with a tank car. Some people just put a pipeline in and keep sucking water out, And so there's an endless amount of supply there. And it's true, there's an endless supply of money. Money, we think there's only so much money. It's not the money. It's the transactions that occur with money. It's the flow of money that's really important. I used to do an exercise in my trainings to demonstrate this, where I'd have 10 people come up to the stage, and I'd give to the first person, I'd say, I'll give you $1 for a hug. And they'd give me a hug, and I'd give them $1. And they'd turn to the next person, and they'd say, I'll give you $1 for a hug. So that would go all the way down to the bottom of the line. And I realized, I got them to see that $1 is still only $1. There's only, this dollar bill is still only the only dollar in this universe of this game. But look what it did when it flowed, when it was shared, when it was interacting with the world. So there's no limit to how much abundance there is. Now, obviously, we're polluting the earth. There may be a limit to how much fresh water there might be if we're polluting all the lakes, et cetera. But we can fix that. So there is not a limit there if we decide to do the right thing. So for me, I think over time, I realized there was always enough. And a lot of us have a belief there's not enough. I heard Bill Clinton once, there was a conference that he was being interviewed. And they asked him, what's the difference between you and George Bush? And he said, George Bush believes there's only so many resources in the world, and it's his job to get as many of those resources for the United States as possible. My belief is there's unlimited resources, and my job is to make sure they get distributed as far and wide as possible. Now, that gives you two different political positions, and one is control and the other is abundant. And so when you come from that abundant state, what I find is more abundance comes to you. Michael Beckwith, who's in the movie The Secret, and a wonderful guy, recently I saw a video of him, and it was called The Importance of the Law of Resonance. And he said, when you are radiating, there was a law of radiance. He said, when you're radiating, you don't effort to radiate, like the sun. We'll go back to the sun. The sun just radiates. If I say, I'm going to share something with you, I now have to have an intentional act to share something with you. If I'm radiating love, abundance, joy, whatever, there's no effort. There's no intentional choice. It's just me being me. And when I'm being me fully, everything comes to me that I'm meant to have. In other words, I'm not meant to teach everyone on the planet. Tony Robbins gets his share, I get my share, you get your share, Lisa Nichols gets her share, whatever. And people are attracted to that beingness that is the next step that they need to integrate into their life. So if they need to be more powerful, maybe they go to Tony. If they need to be more loving, maybe they come to me. But I come from the position that I'm never not going to have people that are attracted to what I have to offer, because the world's lined up that we all have a gift. And if we all share our gift, then everything will get met. Bakers will bake, chefs will cook, technicians will fix things, inventors will invent things. The airplanes won't fly out of the sky because people love to fix things, whatever. Music will be made, movies will be made. And if we just follow that, then we follow our bliss, we follow our joy. It gets really easy. And you start to realize there's enough of everything.
Jack, it's such a blessing to have an opportunity to speak with you and to hear about these principles to bring more success, more awareness, and raise consciousness in the process. I love that you're an embodiment of somebody who follows these principles, and you've attracted, I know now personally, a wonderful team that surrounds you. You have wonderful students that have had some massive transformations. You have a group of trainers that are replicating this message and the ripple around the world to really bring more success, abundance to the world around. So thank you for your mission. Thank you for your impact, and thank you for your time today sharing with me.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to share. That's what we're about.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Jack Canfield coming to the Mastering Abundance Summit. It was such a good conversation, and I'd be curious to know your thoughts. We were able to pick up some of those principles, some of the key takeaways, and we did go a little deeper when it came to the sales, the marketing, more towards the beginning. And for anybody who's going out there seeking abundance, creating, you're going to more than likely have to sell in the process. So I hope that your mind was open to accepting these lessons, because I know that they're some of the most important lessons for you if you're going out there chasing an incredible career, building an incredible enterprise, and forming some partnerships in the process. So any takeaways, any key ideas, be sure to share the love in the chat. And hey, our number of attendees have been growing. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are 3 talks into our day 2 of the Mastering Abundance Summit. And quite frankly, today has been a very application-based day. Like yesterday, we rewrote the rules and really got us an idea of what does abundance look like. Is it within us? Absolutely. Do we need to see it out there? No, it's already a state of mind, a decision we get to make. And we talked a lot about committing. And so now that we're all here on day 2, I know that it's a group of people that are committed to bringing abundance in all areas of life. We had a powerful breathwork session at the beginning. We've also had a way to look at our environment with Marie Diamond. And now we had some success principles and some ways of looking into sales, marketing, putting our message out there, creating a movement with the one and only Jack Canfield. And we're just getting started. We're going to have so much more to cover. And so next up, we are going to have a talk that's going to speak in one of the dimensions of abundance that we want to bring so much awareness, because if we do not have health, it's very hard to think about abundance in any area of life. Health is the first wealth. And what we want to do is bring someone on who's going to be able to share with everyone here ways that you can increase your awareness on what is healthy. And it's going to time for a lot of you is maybe going to be late brunch or maybe late lunch based on the time zone. Those of you who are in North America, I believe the Europeans are also going to be coming across dinner time. So I think it's going to be a powerful time to bring a session with a very amazing guest. But first, let's give some love where love is deserved. We're going to bring in Smiley here. He's talking about Jack Canfield, one of the most loved teacher. Thank you for bringing it on. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that session. We got Elliot here saying, thank you, Jack. And a lot of you sharing your thank yous and more. Here we're going to talk about Ariana talking, Jack made me realize how much my concept and perception of making money and wealth has been poisoned by disempowering messages received in childhood. Selling with love and purpose is the way. Absolutely. And so very glad we were able to bring this up for everyone here. What I'm going to do is just bring up here a little slide. If you go to jackcanfield.com, he has amazing programs that let you reset your beliefs, bring success principles, tons of coaching programs as well. If you don't already have the success principles as a book, I currently have it as an audiobook. And I do a lot of running, and this is what I listen to when I'm running, because it's all these amazing insights of what are the ways to bring more success your way through relationships, through mindset, through activities, through habits. All of it are powerful principles. And if you want to keep going down the Jack Canfield rabbit hole, I think that's one of the most powerful ways to do it. So definitely check that out. And next up, we have an incredible speaker who, again, is going to look at abundance from the health side. Ocean Robbins is going to be joining us next. He's the author of the 31-Day Food Revolution, has an amazing story of abundance. And if any of you have ever tasted Baskin Robbins, you might notice that his last name is also Robbins, and it is not related to the Tony, but rather the ice cream empire. Now, does the ice cream empire have something to tell you about nutrition and food? Ocean Robbins' story is so fascinating, how they've taken a different path than what the family business was all about. And you're not going to want to miss on some of these principles of mastering abundance in our category of health. Let's get started bringing Mr. Ocean Robbins as our next speaker for the summit. Here we go. To another incredible session for our Mastering Abundance Summit. We're going to go dive deep into one of the areas of abundance that is so important. While most people go out and look at financial success as the indicator for abundance, if we don't have our health, well, we don't have much to be able to enjoy any other type of abundance. And that's why this is going to be one of the critical sessions we want to make sure to cover today. I have with me Ocean Robbins, who is a speaker and author, a food revolutionary, and the CEO, co-founder of the Food Revolution Network. You might be familiar with him with books that he has produced, the 31-Day Food Revolution, Real Superfoods, Powered by Plants, and so much more. The man has spoken on stages around the world, including TEDx, Eating Your Way to Happiness is his biggest talk that has reached millions of people in the process. Again, with the Food Revolution Network, he's really looking to educate, empower individuals so they make better food decisions. And as such, we're going to talk about how this food, this medicine, plays an important part for us on a journey towards mastering abundance. And I'm so excited to have Ocean with me today. Ocean, welcome.
Thank you so much, Jason. It is great to be here.
Well, we're talking about abundance. We're talking about mastering abundance. And this seems to be one of the key pillars. Now, you had a unique story upbringing. Most people might have assumed that you might have made some bad health choices based on your heritage, but instead you've had a very interesting journey, and abundance played a really big part in that. So I'd love for you to open with sharing a bit about that story for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, my grandpa, Irvin Robbins, founded a little ice cream company with his brother-in-law, Burton Baskin. It's called Baskin Robbins, 31 flavors, and it became the world's largest ice cream brand. And my dad, John Robbins, grew up with an ice cream cone-shaped swimming pool in the backyard and 31 flavors of ice cream in the freezer. But, you know, he was groomed to one day join in running the business. But when he was in his early 20s, he was offered that chance, and he said no. And he walked away from a path that was practically paved with gold and ice cream to, as we jokingly say it in our family, follow his own rocky road. And he ended up moving with my mom to a little island off the coast of Canada. They built they grew most of their own food. They built a one-room log cabin, and they named their kid Ocean. And they almost named me Kale. This is way before kale was cool. But we did eat a lot of kale and cabbage and other veggies from the garden. And as I got a little older, we moved to California, and my dad researched the food industry in which he'd grown up and wound up coming out with the best-selling book in 1987 called Diet for New America, which became a runaway bestseller. The media called him the rebel without a cone and the prophet of nonprofit, among other things. And his book inspired millions of people to look at food as a chance to make a difference for their health and for their world. And one of his readers ended up being my grandpa Irv, who was practically on death's door. Now, my grandpa had lost his brother-in-law, Bert Baskin, to heart disease when my dad's uncle was 54. He was one of the most successful entrepreneurs in American history. He had a family he loved, but he didn't have his health, and he left his wife a widow and his kids fatherless. So my dad had seen that. My grandpa had seen that. And now at 69, my grandpa was facing serious diabetes, heart issues, and weight issues. And his doctors told him, Mr. Robbins, you're a very sick man, and if you don't make some big changes, you're not going to be around much longer. But if you do want to get better, there is a book you should read. And they give him a copy of the book Diet for New America, written by his renegade son. So now my grandpa, amazingly enough, read the book. Not the copy my dad had sent him that was signed when the book came out, but the copy the doctor gave him in the doctor's office. Read it and followed its advice. And he wound up giving up sugar. He started eating way less meat and dairy. He started eating a lot more fruits and vegetables and whole plant foods. He gave up ice cream, and he got incredible results. He reversed his diabetes, reversed his cardiovascular disease, lost a bunch of weight. His favorite part was that his golf game improved 7 strokes. My favorite part was that he lived 19 more healthy years. So we've really seen in our family how powerful food can be to harm us, as happened to my dad's uncle, who I never even knew, and my grandpa, and to heal us, because my grandpa got a second chance and he took it. So in my life, I've seen this personally up front. I've also seen all the people inspired by my dad's work, and that's what led me in 2012 to join with my dad directly in launching Food Revolution Network to see if we couldn't spread this message as widely as possible. And so we've grown to over 1 million members, and our mission is healthy, ethical, sustainable food for all. And, we really kind of want to change the way the world eats. And so for me, abundance, tying it into the theme here, my grandpa made an abundance of money selling an abundance of ice cream, but he did not have an abundance of health. My dad chose a path with an abundance of integrity and abundance of healthy choices, and I grew up imbued in that, but not a lot of money, right? Then here's the interesting part. My dad actually was fairly successful with his books and speaking tours. And so as I was a teenager, my family was coming into more financial resources. Then in 2008, my family's life savings was stolen in the Madoff scandal. And suddenly we had a lot of concern. I had special needs twins. We didn't know how we were going to make it. And out of that, I was compelled to leave a nonprofit I've been directing for 20 years and launch Food Revolution Network as a way to see if I couldn't make a living doing something good and scaling positive impact in the world. And so now we have an abundance of impact and sufficiency of financial resources in our family. And I'm so grateful for that. But I'm grateful for my grandpa's legacy, both of thinking big. I mean, he was a big man who had a big impact, right? But also his willingness to have the courage to make a change, to change his diet. I mean, if anyone had an investment in eating a certain way, it was him, right? But he made those big changes and gave up ice cream. And if he could do it, despite how stubborn he was, and I'm telling you, he was stubborn, maybe there's hope for the rest of us too, that we can make some changes and get better.
Ocean, that's a wonderful way to kick this off. And one of the things that seems to have emerged from you being, you could say, like the third generation of having nuggets of entrepreneurship imbued into you. And it seems like, your grandfather went for financial abundance, but had to compromise health. Your dad wanted to go into health, maybe it seemed like he had to make some sacrifices into other areas, but it seems like what you've done is put all these seeds together and realize that you can have abundance in a lot of different areas. And I'm wondering, what are the different ways of thinking that allowed you to have that mindset as opposed to having to compromise an area and have success in another?
It's a really good point, because I would say that in some ways, my dad had the luxury, you could say, because he grew up with enough materially, to focus on other kinds of abundance. So he focused on integrity and values and health. And I grew up monetarily poor. I mean, my parents were living on about $1,000 a year in the one-room log cabin where I was born in the middle of the woods, growing most of their own food. It was, my dad says that in his childhood, roughing it was when room service was late. But they were really roughing it, when I was growing up. And there were months in the winter when we just lived on, rice and beans pretty much, maybe a bit of kale from the garden if it didn't freeze too hard, And so to then then my dad had some success in the world, and I grew up feeling like some things in life are more important than the almighty dollar. And Thoreau said, I make myself rich by making my wants few. That always inspired me, and I love that ethic, that kind of ethic, that true joy and happiness and fulfillment are not something that can be bought or sold. They come from who we are, how we treat each other, how we live. And there's an old saying that a person with their health has 1,000 dreams, but a person without it's only got one dream. They just want to get it back. And I don't know a billionaire in the world that wouldn't trade all their money to get their health back when they're in agony and pain and have no cure in sight. So I think that at the end of the day, health is our greatest wealth, or our greatest poverty when we don't have it. That said, why not have it all? Why not? And why not have the ability, if we can, to do something good for the world on the biggest scale possible? And I directed a nonprofit for 20 years, as I mentioned earlier, and I got to make a big difference on a small scale. Working with leaders in over 65 countries. But because we were dependent on grants and donations, it was very difficult to scale. Whereas with a business, if you generate more revenue, that means you're reaching more people. And then you can do more good and reach more people, assuming that your product helps people, right? Now, a lot of people are just in business for the sake of making money, and there is no moral compass. And to me, that's kind of tragic. How many people have that sense of meaninglessness to their lives, right? And to their work. So right livelihood and having the opportunity to do something good with your life, I think is beautiful. And my dad used to say when he was writing Diet for New America, he didn't know if it would ever even be published. And he said, my prayer is, may I be compensated commensurate with the quality of the work that I do. And that's always come back to me, like, what would it be like to live in a world where we can be genuinely compensated commensurate with the quality of the work that we do? If you work hard and do a good job, you will be a part of a circle of reciprocity that has you abundantly supported. And, we don't live in a world where that's always true. Life isn't always fair. But I do believe that mindset and a certain amount of faith and providence and alignment with perhaps forces greater than ourselves, ability to read the room, read the culture, read the world, can converge to help us be more likely to have that become a reality for us, And so for me, like, I go back and forth between sufficiency and abundance as my sort of mottos around money, because at a core level, I don't want to have more than is like truly life-giving. And I see people who are so wealthy that they actually become a prisoner of their wealth. And my grandparents were kind of like this when I was a kid. Like, I would visit them and they had gated communities and locked doors and alarm systems. They couldn't open the window at night because the alarm would go off. And like, there was a kind of fear that I felt like a prisoner in the house. I couldn't open a window or open a door without disarming the whole thing, and which I didn't know how to do as a kid. So it was like, we're trapped here, and it's like, I'd rather live in a world that feels a little more fluid and spacious and open than that, where I can interact with people of all different class backgrounds and have them over to my home and not feel like an other, right? At the same time, like, having enough to make conscious choices, to travel, to care for your health, to eat good, healthy food, to employ people with fair wages, to be able to do what you love. Like, to me, that is glorious. And I want that for everybody, honestly. And at Food Revolution Network, we now have, 20 plus staff, and, we're able to compensate them fairly. And I feel so good about that, to be able to give good work to people doing good things. So to me, it's like, I think the story that you have to be poor to be righteous or to have integrity needs to be updated, but doesn't get replaced with like just conspicuous consumption and exploitation and greed and avarice, which don't actually bring joy. I'm interested in what is a relationship to abundance and wealth and life that helps me be maximally happy, fulfilled, satisfied, and able to contribute to the well-being of others.
Ocean, preach. This is really the holy grail, is having a lot of the abundance tied towards this impactful work. And this is really what I see in you. And that's very inspiring for everybody listening, is that you get to be doing the abundance of impact with the work that you do, which takes care of the financial pillar. And then the work itself is actually very closely related to health, obviously. And so I'd be curious to know from your side, for anybody who's on this journey to master abundance for themselves. And I'd want to probably zero in here on the health vertical. Is there a key thing that you would wish the world would understand about food that would allow them to have a lot healthier lives, that really could shift the way that they look at their relationship with food, as they want to be able to be healthy, happy, and even have more abundance in every other area. But the food one and the health one seems to be the primary place.
Every bite you take is shaping your destiny. And, food really is the foundation of health or disease. And in the modern world, all too often, we are digging our graves with our knives and forks. And the data on this is overwhelming. I mean, in the US, we spent $4.5 trillion a year on healthcare. But really, it's disease symptom management, if we're being honest about it. Most of that is on treating the symptoms of chronic diseases that we'll never recover from. The source of those chronic diseases, in most cases, is diet and lifestyle. We could prevent or reverse, 90% of heart disease with diet and lifestyle, 90% of type 2 diabetes, 50% of cancer or more. Most of the biggest killers of our times, we can do something about. And, so many of us are living with chronic brain fog, with malaise, with pain that just doesn't go away, with lack of energy. We're struggling with poor sleep, with unsatisfying sex lives, with pain and suffering in so many forms. And all too often, it comes back to what we eat. And I think food has become, to many of us, entertainment instead of nourishment. So we look to it almost for a kind of escape from our pain and suffering. But like any bad drug, it actually long-term makes the problem worse. So when you drown away your sorrow and pain with so-called comfort foods that actually make you sick, then you're going to have more pain and sorrow, right? It's sort of a recipe for that. So short-term, you may feel better, but not unlike, somebody taking heroin, they're going to feel better. But what's on the other side of that? What's the feedback loop? And I'm not saying that, having a potato chip or an ice cream cone is like heroin, but long term, it probably does a lot more damage to a lot more people than heroin does. Because reality is, junk food is normalized, it's advertised, it's mainstreamized, and it's subsidized, courtesy of the taxpayer, by the way. So, Twinkies has 14 subsidized ingredients. Broccoli has got 0, right? So we've got a marketplace distortion where high fructose corn syrup, factory farmed meat, and white bread are all subsidized by taxpayers with billions of dollars, whereas vegetables, fruits, nuts, and seeds, the foods we should be eating more of, are not. So it's like you're being fined for wearing your seatbelt. If you want to do the healthy thing, you've got to pay more. But long term, it's still worth it. And you'll still save money, because last time I checked, getting cancer was pretty expensive. So it was feeling like crap all day long. So if you really want to be in positive feedback loops, make healthy food choices, have more energy, feel better about yourself and your life, and that'll inspire you to, guess what? Make better food choices. It creates this positive feedback loop. If your house is on fire, you usually don't save water for a fire, right? And the same is true with food. If you're feeling terrible, you will tend to not eat the healthy foods that make you feel better, because you want to get that instant relief. But long term, there's more pleasure, there's more joy, there's more satisfaction in eating foods that actually make you feel good in your body and good about yourself and good about your life. So, my passion is helping more people to have that pleasure and that joy that comes from making healthy food choices that help us to thrive and be more fully alive. And, in a toxic food culture, that can be tricky. Because it's not what's normal around us. And the average American thinks their diet is a B-, but the average American's diet is a C-. So, in other words, most of us have a bit of bias to think we're doing better than most people. And we might be. But in a toxic food culture, you can do a lot better than the mainstream and still have a long way to go from what's optimal. And the truth is, there was a major study published a couple of years ago in PLOS Medicine. Researchers concluded that moving from a typical diet to an optimal diet as late as the age of 60 could add 8 more healthy years of life. If you started at 80, you could add 3 more healthy years of life. If you started earlier in life, you could add 11 healthy years to your life. So, what's it worth? I'm not just talking about years, but healthy years, right? What's that worth to us? And, there's so much research on this. I mean, just people who eat more vegetables add 11 more years of healthy brain function. 11 years, right? People who eat blueberries regularly add 2 years of healthy brain function. Well, what happens if you eat vegetables and blueberries? What happens if you combine that with exercising regularly? And if you combine that with having strong social relationships and good sleep habits and meditation, you put all this together, and we have not even scratched the surface of what is possible for human well-being.
That should be enough of a wake-up call to realize that all of the abundance and health is within arm's reach. And particularly with the food, I'd be curious to know from you, Ocean, do you find that the biggest difficulty is to stop the negative food choices, or is it to start the positive food choices?
Well, the beauty is that they go together. You kind of get a twofer. When you replace a bad thing with a good thing, you get double the leverage, right? And it's some of both, but honestly, the hardest part is stopping the bad stuff, because what I find is that when people crowd out the bad with the good, when they fill their stomach with healthy food, they're a lot less likely to want to binge on unhealthy food. So, one of the key things is to make sure you've got plenty of healthy food in your home, and ideally not have the unhealthy food. The best way to not wind up finding yourself on the wrong end of an empty bag of cookies at 1 o'clock in the morning is to not bring those cookies into the house in the first place. You just empty your cupboards and get rid of all the unhealthy stuff you shouldn't be eating, and you won't be tempted nearly as much. And then you make friends with recipes you love that are good for you, and make them regularly, and it gets easier and easier, and you learn how to finesse it. You learn how you like your oatmeal, or how you like your veggies, or how you like your salads, and you make them better and better, and more delicious. And then over time, it gets easier and easier. If you find that you're prey to late night binges, then make sure you've got some vegetables, some celery sticks, some broccoli sticks, some kale chips, maybe some things you could snack on late at night if you have that urge coming. I don't know anybody who's like, oh my God, I can't believe I binged on 3 pounds of kale last night. Like it just doesn't happen for 2 reasons. One is like your body gets full faster when it's eating real food. You have satiety hormones kick in. And 2 is, if you did by some chance binge on 3 pounds of kale, good for you. Like it's not going to show up in your waistline. It's going to give you more energy and vitality, and better eliminations too, by the way, with all that fiber. So, getting yourself into healthy grooves is critical, and you can, depending on your weight loss situation, you could snack on slices of apple with peanut butter. You could snack on some nuts. Like you don't have to just focus on the vegetables, but bringing in healthy, wholesome snacks that are real food. This is the key thing. If it's real food and you have to chew it, that's awesome. And I would particularly focus on real plant foods. And the reason is that we all need more fiber. And especially if you're worried about satiety and metabolism, like you need to give your stomach that sense that it's full when it's full. And when you don't get fiber, then your stomach can keep wanting more food and not really realize that it's full. So fiber is critical for that. It's critical for nourishing your microbiome, because all those critters in there need fiber to eat. That's what they're fueled by. So we all need more fiber. It also keeps you regular, which is important too. And less than 4% of Americans get the recommended amount of fiber, and that recommendation is probably too low. So we pretty much all need more fiber. And here's the thing, there's no fiber in any animal products or in bottled oils or in added sugars. There's very little in white flour. Where fiber is found is in all whole plant foods. That's it. And so you want to eat more whole plant foods, you get more fiber. You're also going to get more of all the other micronutrients you need, the antioxidants you need that help fight cancer, that help give you more energy. It works together. And the thing about whole foods is that they're kind of like a symphony. You need all those parts. And when we isolate foods out and just take little pieces and extractions, as is done in ultra processing, we lose a lot of that wholeness, and our body is then eating food-like products. And what we're learning time and time again is that the more you eat food-like products, the more likely you are to overeat, the more likely you are to wind up overweight, the more likely you are to suffer from chronic diseases of all shapes and kinds. And so, eating real food instead of processed junk, eating more plant foods instead of animal products, eating less sugar, these are all critical steps.
Ocean, I feel like there's been, well, first off, what you're sharing, I'm like nodding my head and I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like nothing here is something that most of us have never heard before. It's like, hey, this seems like common sense. Like we should be doing that. You're in this industry a lot, and I'd be very curious because it feels like there's been an information attack to overwhelm everyone around what choices to make around food, which almost
Hmm.
makes you give up on the whole food and go back to the bad habits. And I'll give you an
Yeah.
example. It's like, okay, I want to take myself healthier, so I'm going to eat a lot more legumes and plants. And then they're like, well, whoa, 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 you got to be careful. You know, there's lectins and this is really bad. And then
Hmm.
someone else will say like, no, 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 you should be on a carnivore diet, and no, 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 you should be
Yeah.
vegan, no, 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 you should be gluten free. And it's like there's so many of these informations that are seeming contradictory that at the end of the day you'll be like, well, you know what, I'll just drink water because everything else seems to be toxic. No, wait, toxic water is also a thing. So I just the air, nope, the air is polluted too. So it's almost like you
Yeah.
give up on the whole thing,
And
and
you go get
now
a Big
you're
Mac. Yeah.
and I actually I feel like this is almost the goal. Like it almost seems like there's if we just overwhelm them with contradictory information, you'll just go back to the Big Mac. Sorry to take a stab on McDonald's, but hey, it is what it is. It's
Yeah,
an
I
easy
mean, in
target.
effect, that's what happens, right? They say a man with one watch knows what time it is, but a man with two watches is never quite sure. Um, and we're in a sea of inundated with a sea of information and misinformation and disinformation, and unfortunately, AI is just accelerating that because now anybody with a laptop can create videos and content and courses and sell it and have marketing materials, and they might not be any good, but they sound convincing and they make the world really crowded and really noisy. And so, in that context, having people you can trust that are credible and thoughtful becomes more important than ever. And, what I will say though is that serious scientists are not actually all that confused about the human body or about what we need for fuel. Like, there's pretty much no credible serious scientist out there that will say we shouldn't be eating more fruits, vegetables, nuts and seeds, honestly, whole grains and legumes. When you actually look at the research, now I know that the Dr. Gundry's doing the whole thing about the plant paradox, and we're hearing about lectins, and we're hearing about killer tomatoes, and we're hearing about all these plants that produce these toxins to protect themselves from being eaten, and when we eat them, they inflame us, and so this is what's driving our crisis. But I challenge anybody to find a study showing people eating more vegetables and not being healthier. It does not exist. Like, any study out there where people are consuming more vegetables, they're going to be healthier. Like, period. Now, you can overdo anything. There was one woman who ate a case of bok choy a day and she had some problems. Yes, that's really happened. Don't eat a case of raw bok choy per day, people. Like, diversity is important, right? It's not all one thing. You can overdo anything, but lots and lots of vegetables is a good thing. Fruit too. So researchers say, we'd save about 6 million lives a year if people just ate more fruit. About 10 million lives a year if they ate more grains and legumes. Like, this is real stuff. In the blue zones, the places in the world where people live the longest and healthiest lives, they eat legumes in all of them. They eat a predominantly plant-based diet in all of them. They're not all vegans. Some are. Like in the Loma Linda community of the Seventh-day Adventists, the healthiest people there are generally vegan. But in other blue zones, they eat some animal products, maybe some fish, maybe some chicken, but not a lot. It's a tiny bit. Most of their calories are coming from whole plant foods, and they're all eating a predominantly natural diet. They're all getting a lot of exercise. They're all having strong social ties, and they all have some sense of stress reduction or faith in their lives. So lifestyle medicine is a whole package. But food is the cornerstone. I mean, Dr. Dean Ornish has shown us in studies that you can actually reverse mild cognitive decline, prostate cancer, and heart disease predictably and consistently with healthier diet and lifestyle. This is true. And, you know, uh, whole grains are consistently linked to better life expectancy in like thousands and thousands of studies. Now gluten, yes, some people are allergic to gluten. Some people don't do well with gluten. Some people have celiac disease. If you're allergic to gluten, don't eat it. But about a third of our population thinks they shouldn't eat gluten or is trying not to eat gluten. And probably 2% of us have celiac disease. And some small percentage, maybe 5%-ish, are gluten intolerant. But research has shown that when people who thought they were gluten intolerant were given a study, were put in a study where they were fed gluten or fed a placebo, and they didn't know which was which, they had equal results. In other words, gluten intolerance was probably more in their minds than anything else. Now, placebo is powerful. Let me be really clear about that. When you believe something is bad for you, you will often experience it that way. And I think we can harness that, by the way, which is why prayer and meditation are so powerful. We do want to value placebo. Just use it for the right thing. Don't use it to expunge from your diet a perfectly healthy food. Use it to expunge, negative patterns, beliefs that aren't serving you, right? Like stories that are robbing you of your happiness and your vitality and your joy, or your addiction to unhealthy foods. Don't use it to take away things that are good for you. And a lot of people are giving up their tomatoes and their, eggplants and their nightshades, thinking that, oh my gosh, and then they feel better. Well, almost everybody feels better when they go on a new diet. Again, it's because of the placebo effect. But if you actually look at long-term results, including keto, by the way, like people get off sugar and processed junk, and that's great. So they feel better on keto. They lose a bunch of weight. They're in ketosis. But over time, they're typically eating a lot of meat and dairy and high amounts of saturated fat. And over time, they're likely to wind up with increased risk of cardiovascular disease and a host of other health problems. So long term, you want to be able to consume carbohydrates effectively. The key thing, though, is getting your body in a good metabolic state. And I think microbiome is key, which means fiber.
Ocean, this is the kind of prescription that most people are looking for in this sea of information, is going back to the basics of what actually works. And that's kind of where I would want to bring this conversation, which is, I'm listening to this. We spent about half an hour talking about the food choices we need to make to live longer, not just in a deterred state, but healthy years of life. This is the number one abundant thing that we can be adding to our lives by making these changes. And, if somebody was wanting to do some change in the next 30 days, and out of all this information, they're trying to make the most effective changes in their life, are there some key things that somebody could do that maybe takes just 5 minutes a day? Maybe it's just a simple choice that they can bring into their life that gets them more into making those positive changes in the way that they use this food as medicine.
I mean, a big thing, you can start wherever you are, and you can always take steps in a positive direction. So depending on where you are and where you want to get to, the prescription is going to be kind of different for each person. But generally, I say, think about where you are and where you want to be, and then, commit to small habit change on a regular basis. Make friends with recipes that you love. Clear your cupboards out of the bad stuff. Find ways to bring more vegetables and whole fruits into your diet. Get rid of the sugar and the processed junk. That's some of the lowest hanging fruit, moving away from animal products, especially from factory farms, and towards more whole plant foods. These are all powerful steps you can take that will have you losing weight and having more energy and feeling better very consistently. A lot of people go vegan and they start loading up on the processed carbs and the junk foods, and that's no recipe for health. They may or may not reverse some conditions, but they'll probably create new ones. You want to really base your diet around wholesome, healthy, natural foods. And, I wrote a book, 31 Day Food Revolution, Heal Your Body, Feel Great, and Transform Our World, which really focuses on laying out the step-by-step action steps you can take. And we focus on first, getting rid of the bad stuff. Second, saying yes to the good stuff. Third, building a strong social relationship around healthy food. You need to have peers and support and community and culture to back you up so that you don't have to do it all by yourself in a toxic food culture. And number 4 is being a change agent, identifying as a food revolutionary, how you can be a part of change in the world. Because ultimately, I think, they say the 2 most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you discover why you were born. And from my perspective, food is an opportunity to identify with something bigger than yourself and to feel like you're part of something that matters in this crazy world of ours. And to me, that's a sacred and beautiful opportunity. Every time you choose healthy food, you aren't just doing it for you, you're helping build a healthy food economy. You're helping create an economy based on life and vitality and wholeness and goodness and respect for the earth, respect for animals, respect for farmers and farm workers, and respect for the whole planet. And to me, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing to be a part of. And so personally, I want to help do that. I want my food dollars to contribute to a healthier world.
Ocean, I'm so glad you came here and shared for everybody that can make a change, we actually are all voting with our dollars, as you say. And so every healthy choice we make brings the whole industry to shift towards offering more healthy options. And I'm so grateful for the pioneers who have went forward and started actually making the decisions that might have been more expensive at the time, but has driven the cost down for everyone else to make the healthier choices, because now demand is there, the market adjusts, all that good stuff. And I want to encourage everyone here. I mean, a pillar of health is the critical pillar when you want to master abundance. And the 31-Day Food Revolution is a book that will give you the daily activities that you can do to make a change in that pillar. If you are seeing yourself that this is not the strongest, this is definitely the most powerful action you could take right now, is not just buying this book, but actually following the steps in it. And you would owe it to yourself by taking 31 days to give yourself years more of time. Healthy years would be the best investment you could ever make to bring more abundance in this critical pillar. Ocean, thank you so much for giving us some clear actions that we can take when it comes to having more abundance in the way that we are healthy, by using our relationship with food, looking at our environments and our culture, realizing that we can be the change maker, and that these changes are actually significant. Like, the change we make now has a massive ripple effect. And one of the key things people can take away from this conversation, if you want to do one quick action, is getting rid of the junk in the house can already be a substantial barrier towards the bad choices that we might be making, and then replacing that with some healthier options out there. Ocean, would there be anything you'd like to share with our audience here? They're all on a path towards mastering abundance. We've talked a lot about the health. We talked about the impact that you can make and the non-compromise around health, impact, and financial. But we'd love to give you the space to some closing words for everyone on this journey to mastering abundance.
And when you give your body the right fuel, you are actually saying to your body, I love you, I care about you, and I'm going to make choices that honor you. And that is a beautiful message to send to yourselves, and you deserve it. Don't treat your body like a garbage dump, by giving it junk. Treat your body like a temple that you reverently adore and love, and it will thank you for the rest of your life.
Ocean, thank you so much.
Thank you.
On the pillar of health, being a little more conscious, caring a lot more about all the choices we make, about the things we put into our body, makes a huge difference. As I've mentioned and what you've heard Ocean share, it's the most important wealth, the most important abundance if you're going to be on this journey to live long and healthy years to your life. What I'm hoping this conversation has done for you is get you curious. And prescriptions vary because we're all different in our preferences and where we currently are in this journey. But there were some very easy things that I think are massive takeaways from here. Cleaning out the cupboards if there are some stuff there that is just not on the health spectrum. Perhaps it's better use donated outside of your home. If you're able to make choices that make you shop more in the produce aisles that get things that are more fresh, I think those are all some very powerful activities. I'd be curious to hear from you. I see some of you already have some ideas around what are the preferred diets. And truly, I think the key message that I get from Ocean here is just like, you are this incredible being that gets to self-heal, that gets to critically think, that gets to come and enjoy a summit on mastering abundance. You're the most sophisticated piece of machinery, this human being on this planet. What are the necessary ingredients you would put in this incredible being? Just like maybe some of you are car fanatics, and if you'd have the most amazing car, would you be adding some of that premium fuel into it? Very likely you would. And so treating ourselves into deserving the best, caring about what we put in our body, seeing that maybe we need to set more time to take care of this important pillar is what I hope many of you have taken from the session here. That being said, 31-Day Food Revolution, Ocean Robbins' book, definitely a great prescription for those of you who want to go on this journey, do a full cleanse, really evaluate your choices. And I think this is a very powerful pillar of abundance. And I'm glad we have some people here that are looking into how this affected them. Evelyn, thank you for the presentation so I can have an idea of choice of food. Absolutely. Some of you, have you discovered Ocean for the first time? In this summit, this was my first introduction to Ocean, and I loved his speak. I love his thoughts. I love the story. The fact that they've gone out and kind of rebelled against the ice cream makes it a very interesting story as well. Smiley here, thank you for the introduction. Check out his book. Great that you were introduced to this. I think that's awesome. Evelyn here sharing a bit more. I think when it comes to eating, just be moderate with everything we eat, not one side, nothing, a balance, keeping the joy within. This is health. Exactly. My biggest idea when it comes to presenting an idea like Ocean's ideas is that, hey, when you just decide to turn up the notch of caring when it comes to our food choices, it goes a long way into changing how much energy we have and how we get to fuel ourselves in the proper way. We are four speakers in, and we have one more speaker before we take a short break. How's everybody's energy doing? How are we feeling? This next speaker is actually a very fascinating conversation that I had with Florencia Andres. And if you aren't familiar with her, she's an amazing speaker that's really sharing for people how to build courses and digital businesses. It's a 30-minute conversation, and I want to be very clear on the conversation we're going to have because it will be extremely, maybe the most important conversation for some of you and maybe not relevant for others. And the reason is that for those of you who would love to understand the world where what message and knowledge you have can be turned into a business, can be turned into a way of making money online with courses. If this is an area of business that you've been curious about, you've wanted to look further into, you've been wanting to take everything from your life experiences and translate that in a way of helping others. If you're inspired with the speakers we've had on the summit into how they operate their business, and you would love to go down that path as well, as we had David Bayer come in yesterday talking about being a reluctant personal growth teacher, maybe you're on your journey about sharing your story, sharing your message, your insights, and would love to generate extra income by doing this online, by building your own course. This is going to be the bulk of the conversation that we're going to be having with Flores. Now, again, 30-minute conversation, amazing insights when it comes to you who are looking to build your presence online and be able to make money doing so. And I'm so excited for those of you who are thinking of going down this path. This is the most incredible conversation that you can witness when it's going to teach you some of the basics and the insights. If your path to mastering abundance looks in a way that you are sharing your knowledge, this is a conversation you do not want to miss. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Flores, our next speaker, to the stage. Welcome back to our Mastering Abundance Summit. I'm very, very excited about the conversation we're going to have right now. Because if any of you have been drawn towards a path of creation, maybe entrepreneurship, maybe launching a digital business, maybe you want to share your message and make an impact, very similar to a lot of the speakers you've even seen on the stages for this summit. Well, I have an incredible guest here who has been working with individuals around the world to do just that. He's going to share some of the keys to abundance when it comes to going into business, particularly this kind of business. If you want to have more success, have less stress, and to do it with ease and, of course, with abundance on your side, Florencia Andres is joining me now. And if you're not familiar with her, in her 4 books, she has had a chance to have it published in multiple languages, sold more than 500,000 copies. She was a busy speaker at Mind Valley events, voted best female speakers at some of their events. She has worked with celebrities. She has worked with business owners. She has worked with sports champions. And here she's going to be working with each and every one of you to teach you more from her business, such as how to Easy Launch Academy, flagship product. We'll talk more about that. And she's here with us, Flores or Florencia. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Jason. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
You've been really supporting a lot of people in building their legacy, building their impact and their journey. And what I love to start this conversation, which is something we've done a lot in this summit, is that in the seeds of everyone's story are clues that brought you to the abundant life you have now. And we'd love to have a chance to give you, to share some of that story with us so we can see what is the path you've walked to bring you to the place you are now. And what role did abundance play in bringing you there?
Oh, a huge role. It was a huge role. And when I think of manifesting abundance, I think it's because sometimes people hear that and they go, half the people will say, yeah, universe, bring it on, I'm ready. And then half of the people will go, okay, here we go again, listening to someone telling me to visualize myself into becoming a multimillionaire. And so what I truly believe abundance is and how it has played a role in my life and in my business is truly the perfect combination between mindset and action, and between raising your standard in what you can achieve. So deciding the big, bold goal, and then believing that you can do it. Sometimes I always tell my students, it doesn't take you long to build a successful business. It takes you long to believe that you can do it, to become the person who believes they can do it. And so work on that belief, and then you take action. You see, a lot of people just spend too much time visualizing and doing vision boards, and they're fantastic, but then you got to take action. And so raise the standards, take massive action, believe that you can do it, and then you become truly unstoppable, even if everyone around you tells you you're not going to make it, because that's the story I heard my entire life as an entrepreneur. You're not going to make it.
Why do you think that is, that even if you're deciding to make a difference, you want to choose abundance, that your surrounding doesn't seem to be cheerleaders for you, but rather things that are holding you back and dragging you down? Is that a very common thing?
It is a common thing. And I think that when we look at very successful people and we think, do they have it easier? Like, did it just happen for them? And no, many times they had to do some difficult decisions, like changing their environment, changing the people they hang out with, changing the kind of podcasts or books that they're reading. Really do change that, because those are the things that shape your identity. And your identity drives behavior. And so if you, let's say you're a one-on-one coach and you're exhausted from all your one-on-one coaching, and all you do is hang around one-on-one coaches who are exhausted from their work too. Guess what's going to happen to your identity? It's going to stay there. But if you do an identity shift, if you start thinking, okay, I want to build a successful business. I want to, drive revenue easily every month. What do I need to do to make that shift? Start hanging out with people who have already done it. Start listening to podcasts where people share their stories of how they did it. Focus on shifting your identity and not so much on obsessing around the result. I want to make more money. I want to make more money. Okay, what kind of person do you have to turn into so that you are capable of driving those results? What kind of person? What do you do in the morning? What kind of books do you read? What kind of action do you take? What kind of habits do you need to adopt? And so instead of obsessing on the result, you really start obsessing on, how do I transform myself so that my identity truly is aligned with the goal that I have? I think that's the main thing, the identity shift.
That's very interesting, because oftentimes when you're going into this business pursuit, you're like, oh, but I need to know the next tactic, and I need to know what's the next things I should do. But what you're saying is the fact that when you've chosen an identity, you start actually troubleshooting and finding those answers, as opposed to wait for people to give you those answers. And this is something I've struggled with, because I always feel like sometimes I want to give more tools, but this identity and this mindset becomes so critical. And I'd be curious to know, what are some of the first, I don't know, should we be looking at a self-assessment as to how we currently behave to start making this shift if we're not seeing the success right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I love the idea of doing a self-audit of your thoughts, of your actions, and on how you're spending your time. I think that when we step into the entrepreneurial world and we want to drive success, many times we have a limiting belief that is, I need to work more to earn more. And so we do more, and we keep ourselves busy, and we do a lot of things. But if we truly do a self-audit of our time, and this is something I invite everyone to do, and you truly look at your schedule for one entire week, and then by Friday you ask yourself, am I really taking action that is moving the ball forward, or am I just keeping myself busy? Because many times that's what happens. We keep ourselves busy doing a lot of things that deep down we know are not really creating the change that we want to create. And so I'm all in for action, but what kind of action, right? What kind of things do you have to do? And so decide what you want, and then take a good, honest, brutally honest self-audit of your time. Ask yourself, am I just productively procrastinating on doing the things that I don't want to do? Because they feel, sleazy, and I don't want to. I don't want to talk about sales. I don't want to talk about numbers because, I'm all about helping people transform their lives. But then when I go to bed, I feel like crap because, I'm working myself to exhaustion. I'm not making enough money. Well, you need to really self-assess yourself, your thoughts, your actions, and your time, and how you're using your time.
All right, Flores, you said one of the things that I personally get very excited about, and you talked about things like sales activities. And I'd be curious to hear your perspective as to what energy does sales bring to any person's success trajectory or abundance path? How should we be viewing that part in a way to really support you in wanting to bring more into your life?
Well, I think that the energy we have around money dictates the relationship we'll have with it. Just think of money as a person. Are you welcoming to that person? Are you saying, hey, I'm so glad to see you. I'm so glad to have you. I'm never going to feel anxious or tense around you. Well, then that's fantastic. But most of the times, especially for aspiring entrepreneurs or just starting off, especially people who have not made sales yet, it feels like this daunting, scary thing simply because we have not made it. I usually tell my students it's a lot harder to make your first 10K online than make your first million. I can guarantee you that. Ask anyone who's ever done it. Because you see, we have this fear towards money simply because we're not used to making sales or we have not made enough of them. And so we fear them as anything that's new. And so we have, and we start thinking like, I'm an imposter. I've never made a sale. Who do I want to fool? And I'm like, you're not an imposter. You have never done this before. Give yourself time to learn. Give yourself time to shift your energy around it. Again, shift the company you keep. If all of your friends are broke and you want to step out of that zone, I'm not saying ditch your friends. I'm just saying intentionally start spending more time with people who have a good relationship with money, who enjoy money, who create money for the good. You see, money is just, it will augment anything that is inside you. And so I know you're a true expert in this. I don't know if you agree with how shifting your energy around it makes all the difference. And then the action, as always, go and do your first sale. And then all your crap inside your head telling you, this is not for you. Who do you think you are? You're not meant to make money. Oh, I made my first sale. Oh, suddenly I can do it. And then I make my first 5K and my first 10K. And now it's a lot easier. It really does get easier.
And I think that's a grace that people don't give themselves, the patience that is required when you're on this path of building the business and having to do these first transactions. And to me, it's like if you're going to be on a path of abundance, particularly thinking about financial abundance like this, you'll need to transact. So I'm glad that you address it in a beautiful way and help people kind of unlock those blocks that does come with it. You speak a lot about the surroundings and the people you have around you being a very critical part in bringing you on this path of success. And I'd be curious for someone who might be thinking, I don't even know where to start. Like, where do I start looking for people that may be a step that supports me as opposed to hold me back? Are there some practical things I could start to apply to bring more of the kinds of people I want to see around me to support my success journey?
Yeah, first step, grab your phone and do a brutal detox of everyone you're following that is not aligned with who you want to become. Like, do that right now. Don't spend a single minute, a single energy on following or consuming or listening to people who are not elevating you and building you. We do not even realize. Sometimes we spend a lot more time online than with real people. And so, first step, detox those kind of relationships. They are occupying space, and sometimes it's the front row of your mind. So remove them from there. Sit them in the back, And then for real life relationships, it might hurt. But for a while, you might need to also detox those, especially at the beginning, especially when your mindset is fragile and when you share your dream with someone or your goal and they go, oh, yeah, right. Nah, I don't think that's going to happen. And then intentionally start surrounding yourself means go to free Facebook groups. Hang out with the people who are already doing what you want to do. Find your community. And above all, the thing that has truly changed my life is finding good mentors. At every single stage of my path, you know what I would do, Jason? I would save up everything I made and invest in one mentor and then another one. And I got, I got better and better and better mentors. But at the beginning, you can get free mentoring online today just by following the right people. So start there.
Again, it's almost like what you talked about at the beginning, which was if you have the identity of someone that's on that path, you start wanting and looking for these opportunities to get the free mentoring, to follow the right people. And so when you're dealing with students that are doing this path, they're wanting to bring more abundance. Aside from the money block, and now that we have, we're trying to find some people that are better in our surroundings. Are there other clear things we should be looking at? Maybe they're yellow flags or red flags of things we might need to change or habits we need to improve so that we increase our chances of success.
Yeah. So very, very down to basics. Make sure you structure your day in a way that reflects your goals. Make sure you tackle those things that you don't want to tackle first thing in the morning, because that's when you have most of your energy and your brain power. Make sure that when you're going to share something, some goals, just to keep you accountable or because you want to share, because you feel like talking about something, you have this bright idea, make sure you choose the right person to share that thing with. And then about the visualization, because it's not that I'm against it. I love it. I use it. Spend some time visualizing. Spend some time looking and creating your vision boards. And then immediately after that, ask yourself, what action can I take today that takes me closer to that goal? And so you really start structuring and engineering your day around your biggest goals. And my suggestion is try not to go for 50 goals a year. Go for 3. Choose your 3. And then ask yourself, am I making or do I need to make big decisions to achieve these goals? In fact, everyone listening, how many big decisions have you made in the last 3 or 6 months? If the answer is none, well, it's time to make one for sure. Unless you tell me I'm exactly where I want to be, like life is perfect for me right now. Maybe there's one decision there waiting for you. And oftentimes it's because we sit there and overthink things. I think that's the biggest barrier and problem that we have today. We overthink things to the point we're like, okay, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I've spent all my energy and all my time overthinking it. All of the successful people that we admire, all of us here today listening to this, we have people we admire. All of them took action in spite of feeling an imposter, in spite of feeling I'm not ready for this. And so if you really stop battling the anxiety and the nervousness around starting something, which will always be there, always. And even when you've made it and you go for a new goal, the imposter syndrome comes back and the anxiety and the nervousness. So don't try to eliminate those. That's another thing from a productive perspective. Just go with the flow, go with them, and ultimately say, you know what the heck, I'm going to do it anyway. But just make sure your day reflects that in the tiny things from the moment you wake up till the moment you go to bed.
I love how you encourage us to make some big decisions to make big changes in our life. And I find that if you're not too sure where to start, powerful questions can help guide you to look in areas that you might not want to look at necessarily. Maybe you've been avoiding certain areas in your life. And I'd be curious if you encourage people with certain questions to ask to help them do a bit more discovery as to what big decisions they need to make. So do we have to, what would be a couple of questions we could use to get us started on making those decisions?
Well, the first one is, what's your biggest frustration right now? What's the thing that annoys you, that you wake up in the morning and say, yikes, I wish I could lose this extra 10 pounds. I wish I could really have a nice relationship with someone. I wish I could have more money in the bank. The thing that frustrates you the most is usually where your inner self is telling you, hey, pay attention, and hey, make a decision. You either sit there and complain about it day in and day out and nothing's going to change. Absolutely nothing. I mean, you'll get used to the frustration, but that's really bad news. Or you sit there, you look at the thing that is frustrating you the most, and you say, okay, what one step can I take towards the direction of finding a solution? Because there has to be a solution to this. What's the one thing that I can do today? So instead of running away from frustrations, instead of thinking, oh no, I need to be positive, I need to, clear this out. Yes to clearing your energy. Yes to thinking abundantly. And also yes to looking at the things that frustrate you as indicators of where your big breakthrough could come from. That's how I built my new business. Well, relatively new, 3 years, because I was so frustrated from working all the time, nonstop. I was doing it all, Jason, doing it all. The one-on-one coaching, the small groups coaching, the events as a speaker. I had written 4 best-selling books, and still, when I looked at my bank account, I was like, why am I not where I want to be? Why am I still hustling so hard? And it was just a frustration. And then one day I was like, okay, maybe this frustration is telling me that I need to work in a different way. And that's where my entire mindset shifted and then my actions shifted. But it was because I took the time to look at this frustration as a sign of this is what needs your attention right now.
I love that we're not negating the frustrations in our life. And quite frankly, if we're joining on a summit of mastering abundance, more than likely we're looking at areas of our life that has frustration. So for everybody who's on the call, I definitely appreciate, what Flores is calling us out on, to look into that as a source of information and not a place that we're supposed to banish and remove from ourselves by wishing it away. In there lies a powerful clue. And if I can think of my own moments of transformation or leaps that I've done, have always usually come from a moment where I said enough is enough and I've committed to the change. And so I can see that as being one of the most powerful questions to ask. I wanted to get into the kind of landscape of what's happening in the online business world. So you're obviously sharing with a lot of people how to get started, how to build their business, how to build a following and audience. And for anybody who's on this path, I wanted to ask if there's some very interesting trends or technologies that we should be paying attention with so that it actually allows us to have more ease and grace in how we get started, especially if you're not too familiar with how this world works.
So yeah, I love the question because sometimes we think that online business is this thing that is meant for tech gurus, and experts in online business, and it's not the case at all. Especially the educational business, it's growing like wildfire. We're going on over 300 billion next year or so. And I think the greatest thing that people listening to this need to understand is that anyone, in fact, everyone listening to this right now is right now sitting on an online course that could be very easily making them 10K per month. And it does not require you to be a guru, this best-selling author who has been everywhere. No, today, very normal people who are not influencers, and who are not gurus are making this business a reality by packaging what they know into a single online course and launching it. Of course, there's a lot of technology that is helping. AI is helping a ton, and all the platforms that are making it super easy, easier than ever before. I do say that today, running an online business is easier than ever before. I've been doing it for 20 years, and I know right now it is so easy that it pains me to see how many people are afraid of it, thinking I need to be a guru, I need to be an influencer, I need to have a massive following, or I need to be a tech genius. No, no, and no.
What about the role of AI in how it's disrupting a space in most industries? And I'd be curious to know, do you see it as something that's enabling more people or something we should be careful about?
Both. I think that you have to be careful if you think that AI is here to replace you, because people, especially in the online course business, I teach my students how to build their online course, and I tell them, please beware. Do not use AI as your replacement. People do not want to buy that kind of stuff that sounds all the same. At the same time, it's like you have just hired a team for free. Now you can have a marketer. Now you can have a copywriter. Now you can have someone who helps you with your landing pages. Now you can have someone who does all the DM messaging for you. So you can now have a team without having to do all the payroll and without the headaches of having a big team. But at the same time, it's not here to replace you. It's here to help you. So use it to help you.
Would you have some of the advice or tips for anybody who's getting started on best cases or ways of using this technology to kind of help you get started? Or are there maybe steps we should be doing before that?
I think the first thing you got to do is to decide what's your value. You see, when we were talking about money previously, and I'm a firm believer that money follows value. And so first decide, what's the one valuable thing that I can create? What's the one valuable thing? And I want to put it online, okay? And then use the tools to make it easier for you, to design it easier, to structure it easier, and then deliver it in a way that also brings value to your customer. So you need to decide what you're going to sell and who your customer is. And I know this sounds like super, super basic, but a lot of people are talking in an abstract sphere and they're talking to everyone. And today people are not buying online courses because they want information. They want transformation. And they're not buying encyclopedias to teach you everything about business. No, they want to go from A to B and they want to go there fast. And so focus on solving a problem for people. Really care about the people you're solving the problem to, and you will become valuable just by doing that.
I love that. It's such a refreshing message because there can be a lot of overwhelming message that's out there. And for anybody who's considering going into this space, this is the practical stuff, the having to be very specific. And there is this fear, and I've obviously in this space as well. So the questions I ask are things that I've encountered as well. But there's often the fear that when you get too specific, you might not find anyone and it's too restrictive. And I'm wondering if that mindset is something we have to overcome.
Oh, yeah. All of my students are like, you're telling me to niche down. Yeah, everyone's saying riches are in the niches, but no, I'm going to lose clients. I'm like, okay, give it a try. Let's see. Let's see. If you say, I'm going to sell a course on nutrition, let's see how it goes. And now let's focus on nutrition for first-time moms in their postpartum phase, and let's see how that goes. All of my students 10x their results when they niche down. All of them, because now you're talking to one specific person and not the entire world. And so I know niching down is super, super scary, but it's also very necessary today. I think Hormozi says something like, if you go broad, you will go broke. And I do believe that is the case. And also, it's so much easier when you niche down and when you're talking to one person, solving one problem with one single solution, you make your life easier. I know that as entrepreneurs, as conscious entrepreneurs, we want to give everything to our people, everything. They don't need everything. They need one solution to one problem. And so don't be scared of niching down. It will blow up your sales for sure. That I can affirm.
You spoke about how when you chose the identity and you want to get into this business, you get to have a structured day that supports you and you become very conscious of how your day unfolds. I'd be very curious to know, what does the day of someone who's been on this path, who's having success in this area, what would a day look like? So for somebody who's sitting and listening to this can decide, oh, that would be the kind of life I would want to design.
Okay, so for me, it's a very particular one. It doesn't have to be for everyone. But I realized I'm a mother of 2 young children. And when I envisioned an online business, I thought, I just hang around my kids and I work while they're playing beside me. Well, it didn't work that way. It didn't work that way. And so I had to figure out a way in which to work when they were sleeping. And so I started working at 5 a.m. I started doing this during the pandemic because I was also homeschooling them and we were all stuck in the same place. And so I was like, okay, I need a quiet time. And I found gold in those 2 hours from 5 to 7. And so I kept that as my routine. Now, what I do in those 2 hours is here is where I push myself to do the things that I'm most, I don't want to work on that right now. I don't want to work on my sales page right now. I'll do those right up in the beginning. Then I'll do the fun stuff. But I do want to take that out, and I do take the trash out. Maybe trash is too big, but I do tackle the difficult things very early in the morning. Then I always go for a walk. The walk is the way where I let my ideas flow. And then I spend a lot of intentional time with my kids. That's also part of the structure of my day. But I do work a lot when they're not here. And I have no distractions rule and policy, which includes my phone. When I work, because I'm so tempted by this, as I think most of us are, I keep it in another room and I reward myself with the phone. And so whenever I'm done with something, I'll go give myself a few minutes of just scrolling or answering messages and stuff. But for the most of the day, it's not sitting right next to me because it will be a massive, massive distraction. And something I like to do at the end of the day, even if it's just 5 minutes of doing it, is I like to review the one thing that I feel proud of from that day. And I especially do this on the crappy days, on the days where I feel everything went wrong and I had a horrible day. if I make the effort, I always find something to feel proud of. And I think that just makes me sleep better. And I always have before I do that, I always have my next day scheduled out. So I'm very routine-based person. I thrive on routine. That's why I say it might not be for everyone, but I do thrive on routine and on maximizing the time that I have so that when I am with my kids, I'm fully present with them.
Florencia, I'm so glad you got us to get a glimpse into what the life of someone who's in this business looks like. You've given us some things to look into and ways to apply the material, getting specific on the niche, understanding that we're going to have to look at who are we surrounding ourselves with? What are the choices we make? What identity we have to choose if we're going into this space? Because then you start making decisions of finding those answers. And I think that's a very, very powerful thing for somebody who's interested in building this kind of program that wants to get in this kind of industry. Is very important for them to be aware of. And so for everyone who's tuning in, this is very powerful things that I want to encourage everyone to go deeper on. If this is an industry you want to get into and you want to discover the first steps, how to have success, floresandres.com. We're going to share all of these resources with you. And we're going to make sure that for someone who's on this path, they get to learn from the best. And I think you're an incredible mentor for people who are on that journey. And as we're bringing the conversation towards a close, everyone here is on a summit learning about mastering abundance. I'd be curious to know what would be some words you'd like to leave everyone with as they're going forward, learning about mindset, learning about entrepreneurship, and so many more aspects to bring abundance in their life.
So first off, if you're listening to thunderstorm, there's a huge thunderstorm happening right now. And as I was listening to the thunder, I thought, becoming the next version of ourselves sometimes involves going through massive storms and going through times where you have no idea what you're doing, where you have no idea where you go. And that is a time when you need to really sit down and, in spite of all the thunderstorm, take some time to decide who you want to be. Take some time to truly embed it and believe it and embody that identity. And then go with a mantra that I love, that I sometimes teach on stage. And the mantra is, you take a few ohms, you go, om, om, oh, what the heck, go for it anyway. That's it. Stop overthinking. What the heck? Go for it anyway. The universe rewards people who take action in spite of feeling insecure. So go for it anyway. And if you're ready to go and take whatever expertise you have and put it into a single online course that you build once and you scale forever, there's a free class. We can leave them the link for that. Free masterclass where I teach you everything you need to know to be able to do that.
Florencia, thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, and your contribution to the summit. I think this is very particular for those who are going on that path. You have the right resources, and thank you so much for sharing everything.
Thank you so much. It's been my pleasure.
And there you have it. A great conversation with Flores. Like, so much fun having a conversation with her. And after this chat that we had, I was like, hey, for some people, this is very specific. Like, if you are somebody who is looking to build an online course, you want to take your expertise and translate that into a source of abundance, a source of monetization. She is an incredible teacher. And what I love the most about her is she deeply, genuinely cares for the people that come into her program and wants to take them to go and have success. So what we're going to be doing, as we're taking a small break, we'll take a 15-minute break here before we get back into the rest of our summit. We're 5 speakers in. I wanted to make sure that, as Flores is actually one of our partners on the event, she's created that registration link that I just put into the chat for those who want to learn more. And I'll even make it easy for those of you who are interested in going down this path to be able to, whoops, let me just make sure I have this set up properly. There we go. I made a nice, cute little bit.ly for those of you who want to take on the workshop. So I asked Flores, I was like, listen, people are going to be going through a 3-day summit, learning about abundance. Only a few of them might be very interested in learning how to make an extra 10K per month with an online course from your current expertise. If this is something you plan to do, this is a class you definitely want to register right now. Take the moment during the break to read more about what it's about, register now. And I said, can you please make sure that classes are accessible for people after the summit, because we want you guys here learning from all these incredible teachers. And if you're going on this path of building an online course, being an online entrepreneur, being a teacher, someone that's sharing their expertise with the world, she is the best. And you want to register to this free class because it will teach you all the things you need to know if this is a path that you're planning to go on. It's completely free. And I wanted to make sure that it was made available for all of you attending. So this is a specific link for specific times for all of you who want to do this right after the summit. And just for a chance to show you a little more about it, let me get a chance to share my screen really quick. Here we go. And I think I can bring it to the stage like this. Having my little technical... There we go. So when you scan that Bitly link, it'll take you right here and you'll see there's some multiple dates. It's going to be in your time zone. All you need to do is put your first name, your email. It'll allow you to register. You get to pick if there is a path for you to teach. You'll learn to pick your topic, find your customers, and make an extra 10K from your course. Take the moment during this 15-minute break to read more if you're looking to have some more answers to your questions. But truly, she set up the unique times for all of you to be able to join, participate, and be able to learn how to make the most out of your knowledge and build an online course in the process. So I will leave this on. We are taking a break for 15 minutes. So we will be back at 25 past the hour, regardless of the time zone that you are in. So 25 past the hour, that would make it for me 1:25 a.m. I'm curious to know what time zone you guys are tuning in, but we've already had 5 incredible speakers. Coming up right after the break is going to be a conversation with none other than Teal Swan. I had a chance to work with Teal for quite a while last year. I was at her home and we got to record something which is a behind the scenes of running a spiritual business. So for those of you who might be light workers, coaches, thinking of building a spiritual business and you want to get some insights on how to choose abundance and how to be on this path that you are guided and building something incredible that moves the world, this is going to be the conversation we are having when we come back from the break. I will see you all in 15 minutes, 25 past the hour. And if you're looking to register for that masterclass, take the time to do it now. And Tiny Zoo, you say I look tired. I'm going to make sure to grab myself a fresh cup of tea to be able to join all of you fresh, revived. This is my second day doing it, so I'm changing my time zone anyways. Guys, thank you all for participating. This is a great summit so far. You guys are contributing, you are chatting, you are keeping this active. That makes it fun for me, and I want to make sure to give you guys the best experience on this summit. So here we go. 14 minutes left. I'll see you all 25 past the hour. Ooh. 1, 2, testing, testing. Seem to have a little camera issue. Can you guys see me, hear me? There we go. Oops. Nope. I think we are back. Let's see here. I know there's so much heated content happening throughout this summit that I believe it overheated my camera. I had to use that joke at some point. Welcome back, everyone. We just had ourselves a quick little break, 5 speakers, and we still have 6 to go for today. Have you guys seen who are our upcoming speakers? Because we got ourselves quite a lovely summit lineup for today. I want to take a moment just before I bring our next speaker on, just to share the screen and make sure that we know who are you all most excited to hear next. So already, let me bring this up so we have a chance to see. Already we had our Breathwork with Michael Stone. We had Marie Diamond on our environment shaping our abundance. Jack Canfield, selling with the soul. Ocean Robbins, food at our medicine. We had Florencia, turning your expertise into abundant income. And now we still have a few more speakers. Teal Swan coming up next. Then we have Dr. Janelle Kim. Oh my God, she is amazing. She's going to be talking about the 3 M's of abundance. It's going to speak around a lot of powerful habits to bring into your life. We have Jeffrey Charno, who's going to talk about the state of being versus doing and that balance we need to achieve. It's going to be a very powerful one. Eric Edmeades, for those of you who might be familiar with his things such as WildFit, although he is not coming here to speak about nutrition, he's rather going to talk about our voice, the stories, and how to use stories to even break free from our limiting beliefs. So that's going to be a powerful thing. We have Dr. Fleet Mall, which, oh my God, if you're not familiar with this individual yet, you are in for a treat. The story and the hardships that he went through to become the man that he is now, and the message that he shares for everyone, absolutely chef's kiss. And then Salim Ismail, which is going to close the day with some exponential thinking, which is really going to let you understand that we are going to go through one of the most exponential times ever, and we're all going to be here for the ride. Are you guys ready to keep going on the Mastering Abundance Summit? We've been streaming for about 4.5 hours, and we're just getting started. So next up, we're going to have the one and only Teal Swan. Has written multiple books, is a legend in the field of personal growth, is a thought leader, and is going to be here not to speak on her usual topics, which usually revolve around trauma, self-love, and truly living beyond your own limits. But we're going to look at the behind the scenes of running such an operation. So this is going to be what happens behind the scenes for someone who is at the helm of a spiritual business, who is influencing millions of people. And so if you are going into this path of becoming a thought leader, if you are looking to master abundance and you want to hear some of the things to expect along the ride and the journey, it's one of the most fascinating conversations. So let's give it up for Teal Swan, our next speaker for the summit.
Any question, we get to it later. And I know there's no preparation I was done, so I kind of want to get the impromptu on the spot with it.
Yeah.
Okay. So when investing or being associated to businesses, how do we know which businesses are really in alignment and work in the betterment of all versus the ones that just claim to be and don't actually do it?
Well, you don't know until, I mean, obviously you can look up somebody's, background. You can do due diligence. You can call people who have worked with them before. I mean, you can get really aggressive, almost like an FBI or a CIA agent checking up on them. But outside of that, really, I mean, you only know by doing business with the person. That's what makes business so difficult, right? So what I would encourage people to do based on mistakes that I've done before is, if you're going to have to take that risk with a company, let's say due diligence did not turn up much of anything, make sure that the risk you're taking with them is not massive. It's like, I'll give you just an example. Like, I was one time hired an event company and I had never worked with them before, and I hired them for 3 events instead of 1 is a good example of what not to do. Okay. Mm-hmm. It went to hell. So it's almost like you have to test them out. How are you going to create a circumstance to test them out that's not going to sink the whole boat, basically, is what I would say.
Yeah, it's actually great advice. And I would want to expand on that, because I feel there's a lot of people that the way that they do business decisions, they say, yeah, I just do it by gut.
I think that's the dumbest. Okay, I'm saying this as a spiritual person. That is the dumbest thing you can do in business. Besides, you'd be surprised how easily you can be deceived.
Yes.
Not only that, so much of what is going into you having a gut feeling is subconscious stuff you're not aware about. Here's an example. Let's say that you grew up with a father who was unpredictable. That's actually familiar. So it's likely that your gut's going to be like, towards it. Even though it's a hell no, because it's an unpredictable individual. So we tend to think that our intuition is sacred and our gut is sacred. And the reality is it either is or it isn't. A lot of those impulses and those feelings that you're getting in your body, they're an amalgamation of a lot of elements. It's not just that your soul is always talking to you. Now, I know that people will relate to this when they think about a friend that they have. Almost everybody in the awakening fields has a friend like this where, we all know that, let's say they have huge intimacy issues, but they'll look at you and be like, I just knew in my soul that it was not right to stay with them. And you're like, here we go again, Well, all right. So I'm wanting people to step even further back into the witness consciousness and the commitment to awakening, so that they can consciously dissect what is going into what they are calling their gut feeling or what they are calling their intuition, right? I can't tell you how much people are off. And that includes the people who I would consider to be the most intuitive, myself included. I was dealt 2 years ago or 3 years ago, one of the most aggressive kicks in the stomach about how off my intuition was. And even I got to see, I'm somebody for whom my level of intuition is so high. People are constantly relying on my intuitive information, right? And yet I encountered an individual who did not catch any of my radars. None. Okay, so that's a sobering experience. That's to say, it's okay to be working with your intuition and to be, if you're in a real trouble spot, rely on whatever your gut feeling is. But in business, we're not often in that position. We're in the position to have to be intuition, the way I feel in my stomach is one piece of information. It's not the whole piece of information. Next piece of information is let's call up people that have worked with them before. Next piece of information, let's go look at your reviews or whatever else it is. It's like I'm wanting people to make decisions based off of as much information as they can possibly bring in. But what I notice is that a lot of people who rely, especially in business decisions, on their gut, they're falling into this, let's call it like a pitfall, because they're so afraid the answer is going to be no. They want something so bad. And it's so important for us, especially if we're in business, it's so important for us to know that when you want something so bad, it is so painful to have to push something away when it seems like it could be good, that oftentimes we ignore all the red flags because we're wanting something so bad. And that's, if I was going to say one of the business mistakes that people make that is the most extreme and that almost everybody does, it's this one. I'm going to make this decision. I am really not going to look at information to contradict it, because it'd be too painful to look at information to contradict it, because right now I've got the fruit right in front of my face. Yeah.
I'm glad that only happens in business.
Yeah, it happens everywhere.
That is brilliant. Thank you. Next question. Actually, I feel like this already has been answered with what you just answered, but it's about, deciding the value of teammates or employees. On one side, they're unlimited value partners, but we can't pay them just anything because the business needs to be profitable as well. Is that something that you would give a perspective on?
There is a lot of questioning around valuing employees, because I've run into a lot of issues like this. I've run into a lot of issues around valuing in employees, a lot of them. Because so many employees that I've had have believed that they deserve more and should be valued more, and I don't agree.
With your permission, I also have a lot of experience with dealing with this, because I've been more in the business field. So to me, the more pragmatic type of things, because I feel like there's maybe a more esoteric answer, but to go pragmatic on me, it's just you have to look at the competitive rates. You have to look at I think the biggest, actually, I think I have a pulse on what this person's maybe dealing with, is that they haven't actually defined what they want the people on their team to do. And if you haven't defined what you want people to do on the team, it's very hard to understand what to price them at. And
okay, so this is a problem that I see in the spiritual field, especially. I mean, I actually think it goes into other fields also, but in the spiritual field, what I've noticed is that it's everybody is wearing so many hats that it's very hard to define, what somebody's job is, what you're saying. It's hard to define what it is that they do, and therefore hard to compare it to like what they could be getting in other jobs, or,
And it's a need for the employees because they want to see their growth. They want to see like and actually we did this exercise when I started working with you guys. We went into building some job descriptions and segmenting out roles and responsibilities. And it's a boring task for most people in the spiritual space. Like it is. It's like,
it's really boring, and it's really tedious, and it's really, really obnoxious.
Especially if you're the entrepreneur, because you're just like, whatever, you just pick up and just figure it out. And you're like, because you're bulldozing forward. And that's where I think management often doesn't get the credit they deserve for doing a lot of these things that actually allow you to answer those questions. Because then guess what? Oh, you're focused on these things. There's a job title for that.
I think I can feel also something that's happening in this question, which is that this it's like people who are, in the field where they're considering things like a person's universal value. They're getting into the playground of business, and that's like a competitive game, and it's a game that has finite numbers. And what I feel like is there's resistance in a lot of people to accept, wait, everybody who is signing up for this is signing up for this game. Otherwise, they can't be in this game. And that's something I feel like some people have I don't have an issue with this, but some people have a real issue with this. Like, as an athlete, this is the way that I have always seen this, because I have run into this issue, right? People are like, no, I have so much value. I have so much value. I'm like, well, maybe, yeah, you have a lot of value as a person, but you have almost no value when it comes to the things I need in my business, right? As an athlete, I don't have a problem with conscious zero-sum games, as long as it's agreed to by both parties. It's like, I'm shaking your hand and we're both saying, let's play a zero-sum game, right? But we can even go like one step below zero-sum games and be like, listen, in this game, you have got to earn your place or else you don't have a place. Do you agree to this? Yes, we agree to this. So there's an element of the game of business that is a little bit cutthroat. I'm okay with signing up for that. I don't feel like we need to obviously you can do a lot of damage to the world itself if you're not keeping business in check. Let's say that's a whole other conversation. But when it comes to, just the game of business, a lot of us, especially those of us who are considering things like this, need to be willing to participate in those rules and those games, unless we plan on completely changing them. But like, be my guest.
That's a business in and itself. And if it's not your business, then don't concern yourself with changing it.
It's just, you can kind of see that, right? Yeah. There's almost like a resistance to being like, in business, I don't care how good of a friend you are. I don't care how much universal value you have. You're going to do your job to the best of your ability. And if you don't, there will be consequences.
And
those of us who are, especially in the spiritual field, are like, no.
Like, we're good. Well, I've seen this in physical. It's like, we're going to do profit share. We're going to all get, like, everybody gets equal share. And like, there's a lot of compensation plans that get designed. But the moment you start doing that, then does your some game still comes up, because then it's like, wait, what was his bonus?
Exactly.
Oh my God. And so you have to acknowledge that. Well, also there's a bit of and I know it's on a tangent, but I find this is very juicy, is that, when we lead with mission, we often recruit the kinds of people that also haven't fully signed on to the zero-sum game of being in a business of pushing that mission. I've seen people come, and I worked at Mind Valley, and, some people are like, oh my God, there's a lot of people that leave Mind Valley. It's like, yeah, because some people come in, they're very mission inspired. They get what they wanted out of it. We get what we wanted out of them. And for some people at some point, it's not in alignment. And if you were someone that's like, well, I wanted this to be not like a business, it's like, that's delusional.
Yeah, it's like it's interesting because it's like there's two different games being played at once.
That's true.
I think a lot of people who feel like what they're doing is mission-based, whether it's like in medical community or whether it's, in the financial category, it's like if you have a mission, sometimes it feels like you're playing these two totally different games. Because what benefits the mission itself sometimes opposes what benefits the business and vice versa. So you got to like really play a conscious tightrope game there.
I always talk about like how the chakra system gets to be represented in business.
Okay.
Because at the top, it's like all the mission, the purpose, and all that kind of like pulls you up like a crown. Like, and those things are, but it's like, yeah, but at the root, you need to make a sale.
Exactly.
Like, you need to have a salesperson, and you need to have a salesperson that actually drives revenue, because if you don't have revenue, that's so nice, that's lip service. You're not doing anything.
And I'm going to say, if you're running a smaller company, everyone has to understand that on the team. Otherwise, you're going to get into conflicts you cannot imagine. No. It's easier, actually, the bigger that you scale, I notice. It's easier to like kind of keep people in a bubble where they are satisfied. Even if it's not like as in reality about some of the bottom lines and other things that other people are. But man, in the beginning, it's like when you've got a small enough team, If you've got one person that's like, no, we don't need to make it a business.
Yeah.
Prepare to be the bad guy every day, with food. So,
Yeah. That's forgotten
Yeah.
and underappreciated. And I've always seen that like top level executive or founder have that sense of loneliness because it's like you have no ideas the pressures that need to be dealt at this level. And so I love that question. Also, I know we are maybe limited on cameras. How are they still rolling? Are we still good?
We're good.
You having fun?
Mhm.
This is fun.
This is a fun little drive where I'm doing more, like you're doing more practical business answers and I'm doing it at the same time. It's like we're coming at an issue from two angles. I kind of like it.
Yes, I like it a lot. All right, we had a question that came in from Robin, and Robin was asking about what are some of the most important qualities of an entrepreneurial leader?
You have to have a risk taker personality. You have to be very responsive while at the same time being able to hold a core. So there's a lot of dichotomies that go along with that, right? Being an entrepreneurial person, especially if you're in the leadership position within that sphere, you have to be able to keep your eye kind of fixated on a North Star. That requires a very strong sense of conviction and core. However, if you go towards that guiding light with no responsiveness to the feedback you're getting back from employees or the feedback you're getting back from the market or whatever else, then it's like the course you may take to get there is gonna kill the business. Maybe kill your life, right? So it's almost like you got to keep that there at the same time, be super highly responsive to whatever it is it's coming in basically to you. That is the one that I find is very difficult for people to master because, a lot of what I watch is that a lot of the people who are on that entrepreneurial spectrum, it's like they're very good at that guiding light thing, but then it's like they just bulldoze everything. And because of it, they tend to ruin all these relationships and it.
Well, you've seen organizations that struggle because they don't, like, for example, listen to customer needs.
Exactly.
And it's like they become completely disconnected with what's happening on the ground from the market, as you said, because of the North Star. But then it can be such a pendulum swing that goes one way or the other.
Yeah, see, that's not good either. Okay, another one that I would say. So let's elaborate on the risk taking. There is no such thing as entrepreneurship without risk taking. It is innately in the decision to do so. Like you have no glass ceiling, which is absolutely wonderful, but you're also walking out on a limb where you don't have that sense of security and support that other people have. And I think it's very easy for people to underestimate how much of a human need that is. You're not going to be okay as an entrepreneur if you don't have a risk taker type of personality. You have to have much more of a stomach for pressure and much more of a stomach for risk than other people. You will be very uncomfortable. So if you want a comfortable life, run in the opposite direction. The next one is you've got to understand what motivates the people around you if you're going to be in a leadership position as an entrepreneur. It has been shocking to me when I'm working with corporations or even in my own business. It's been shocking to me just how drastically different employees are in terms of what motivates them and what causes them to wake up and come to work every day and what they like, even what they like about the business itself. And it's like if you don't put a person in a position where they're getting a lot of the feedback of specifically what they value, then you're in some trouble there. So it almost feels like if you're in a leadership position where you're at all managing people, you really have to have your finger on the pulse of that and keep people going with specifically what works for them. Because if it's too easy to project, like, oh, look, we got so much money last quarter compared to the last. Well, what if you're dealing with an employee who's like, I'm not here for that, right? You got to really work with what people value. What else? God, I feel like I could write a book on this at this point. Other things that are important. You got to be really adaptable, crazy adaptable. And that goes through the duration of the business. And I would even say, like, as an entrepreneurial leader, if you find a formula that works for you, so often people fail in business because they just latch on to that one formula because it worked before. The market flipped. And I would say it's even more important now because I don't know if everybody's noticed, but things are moving so fast and markets are changing so fast that now it's like what worked for you 3 months ago, algorithm changed. It's something completely different. So you got to be on your toes and be super adaptable and be willing to change. And that you have to be even more of a risk taker there, right? When you can hire a manager. Why I'm saying this is that because the lead, I tend to notice that the mentality and the makeup of a visionary and a leader is very different than what it requires to be a good manager, somebody who enjoys working with people one-on-one, keeping their eye on them, having this very dynamic all the time relationship, consistently, checking in, making sure you know about what motivates each person and how to keep each person individually motivated. And it's a different focus than what is it going to take to move forward? What is it going to take to move forward? So another mistake that I notice is that the people who are in charge in that entrepreneurial way don't hire managers fast enough. Your manager is your most important person in your job. In your company, like the manager is the ones that are going to make it either work or break it. So, understanding powerfully what makes a good manager is super, 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 super critical.
As someone who works in management in your company, I would highly agree, but I am biased.
I swear, if I sat here long enough, I could probably write a Bible on this.
Well, you've already shared a lot. I've witnessed and I've resonated with all the ideas between the differences with a leader and a manager. I've seen that in the space. I see what are different needs. And there's also different types of leaders. There's like leaders that'll be externally focused or internally focused. I think you're very externally focused because, and I've seen a lot of people that like, especially that play at your scale that is quite large, is like, it's one thing to be just at the beginning saying like, I'm going to change the world versus someone who's like, oh, I see the island. That's where we're going. And someone's like, yeah, but my stomach hurts. You're like, the island's right there. Like, keep rowing. And then it's like, some people are like, oh my God, but they're mean. But it's like, you don't understand, like, this is where it's at. And a manager could just be like, everybody's rowing as fast as they can. Then the person is like, here's a tablet to take care of your stomach. And you need someone that's kind of like internally focused to make sure everyone's rowing. Yeah. And it's hard to do alone. And I don't see many organizations do it alone. And even if you have someone that's in a position of being like the face and the CEO, they usually have a COO. And their manager is the COO. And then the person that's in the CEO position, which is like you're kind of in that position because you're still the one that drives a lot of our vision, is like, this is where we're going, and like everybody's excited and I'm creating all this content. And then you have the person that has to go, let me translate that. And it's a super important role. So I agree with you very much.
But what about other traits that you need to have if you're an entrepreneurial leader? I think one of the things is another juxtaposition. You ready?
Yep.
You have to care how you're received and perceived by the people who work with you and for you. Obviously, that extends to the customers, that extends to the people you do business with, that extends to the employees, right? Any business partners that you have, there has to be some level of care about their experience with you. That being said, you will fail overnight if you care too much about being liked.
That's one that I've struggled with, where I spend too much time trying to find proven existing models that I can ensure a bit of success, when the path that we all go in needs to have you having the courage saying, I'm going that way because I feel this is the best way based on what I know. And that self-trust, like, yeah, listen to everyone, but sometimes you have to say, I heard you all, but we're still going that way. And that's where I see entrepreneurs being able to have I see you being able to do that because I see how you do your content and the risk you're wanting to take. And you'll have people that go and say, don't do that. Don't do that. You're like, this is too important. I'm doing it anyways. And it ends up being the thing that works.
Yeah, let's hope. Go ahead better. Otherwise, you got to deal with the consequences.
That's my job. It wouldn't be a contribution from my part if I didn't say what is one of the most important values I think somebody needs to hold, which is ability to sell.
Okay.
Salesmanship. I think for anybody.
Do you think everybody in a business has to be able to sell?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I think everybody needs to understand that, well, sales is not just putting on a suit and talking to a customer and saying like, here's a contract. It's how do I speak to people and saying the things that we're going towards is important. The message I'm sharing is important. The people that work for you saying like the work that you do is
How
important.
do you convey value? That's all you're saying. It's important for each person to be able to convey value.
Yeah. To me, like, because the way I label what sales is an energy exchange between conscious beings. And when you know what you offer is so much more than what you ask in return, that's what I call selling with love.
Value.
Yeah. So offering positive net value.
Yeah.
But what gets dangerous is when you see people that know this understanding of transferring of energy, but they don't care about value. You can move a lot of energy, but in a downward spiral that just takes.
Do you have an example of that?
Yeah.
Practically?
Yeah, for sure. Hey, let's build a company with the Wolf of Wall Street. And what we're doing is having an exciting team that's taking a ton of money. We're making calls to people. We're making them make decisions so that they buy these shit stocks that we've promised that were amazing, but the value of it was actually shit. Yeah. It just funneled a bunch of money to a smaller group that got to have a lot of abundance. But what would happen at the same time is, well, people were highly into sexual releases, drug addictions, alcohol, because they don't take the responsibility of the exchange. So there's still a cost, but that's going too much into my thing. So that's my whole concept. Like that's the whole selling with love thing, is when you sell from what I call fear, pride, and paradox. Is you're really, really good at selling, but you're an asshole.
Yep.
And what I'm trying to get people to do is to understand that, hey, when you actually have a net positive value, you can be an inspired, powerful person that sells, and the net positive is greater. And where people get stuck is in between, where they're like, well, I don't want to be like these assholes, so I'm not going to be pushy. I'm not going to be a salesperson. So I'm just going to give the information to the people and let them make the decision, because they don't want to bear the burden of the responsibility that comes from making somebody else make a decision that you feel is in their best interest.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my thesis. You could say you don't need to buy Selling with Love. You got it. That's it. That's it. So one more question.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, this is interesting. I like this question. So first off, I want to call out Jonas, who asked this question, which we're going to spend some time unpacking. We're probably going to rewrite it as well, but you'll see what it's about.
Okay.
What I always wondered, it was with so many things changing in the world right now and a new earth being created, does Teal think there will be emerging markets in the futures? What solutions are needed, especially from her point of view as an extrasensory?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the problem. The Bible with information, Teal. Oh my gosh, yeah. There will
and
be
if you want the answer, the book coming in 2025.
Yeah. There will be so many markets that are emerging as out of control. This world is just changing at a rate where it has never changed this fast before. The amount of information that people have, that the human race has, is like quadrupling. It's just nuts. So yeah, don't exactly. So steer me a little bit towards what you think they're asking, because.
Well, on a very I'm thrown off because they asked from your extrasensory perspective. So it feels like there's maybe an esoteric element to what answer they want. But to me, like my most like boots on the ground kind of like 3D answer is just like, okay, well, there's emerging technology. So are they asking these questions based on like which career field do I want to get into? And if that's the case, then it's like, well, look at, what are the emerging markets? You got like AI, biotech.
Oh, well, for the New Earth, for example, you've got us, people are going to move back towards the concept of community and tribal living. And so that's going to change the way that we live our lives. And so, our whole existence right now is designed around the single family household. When it's no longer about that, even what we do with real estate, the entire real estate is going to change, that whole industry. Their building is going to change because of that, right? Repurposing of buildings that were for large gathering spaces are going to now become living spaces. I would get into, literally me personally, I would get into real estate in an aggressive way, within this picture, where I'd be starting to create a lot of these communal spaces for people to opt into. You've got all kinds of medical innovations. There's going to be so much in terms of the New Earth, because people are going to be approached from a holistic perspective. It's not just going to be looking at the human body as if it's a mechanical object and we're going to adjust it mechanically. It's going to be dealt with on the level of emotions, on the level of mentality, on the level of energy body, on the level of, what things is it coming into contact with. Right now, we're living in a completely toxic environment that's not conducive to human health. All of that has to change, right? So that impacts the way we grow our vegetables, right? And fruits. It impacts how they're shipped, transportation. That impacts what type of technologies we're introducing to the body. Maybe there are brand new technologies that seem, alien to us today that are going to be coming into the market. Light frequency healing is something which is going to be really big in the future. So is, robotics is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm very excited about what's come there, because we are going to get to the point in the future where, we don't do, there's not a thing called surgery. Like, surgery is not a thing anymore in the future. The idea that you used to literally take a knife and cut somebody open to be able to deal with what was going on the inside is like psychotic. So, that's a whole open market. Robotics. I don't have the aptitude, but I would definitely go there. Transportation. Fossil fuels is not a long-term plan. It's not going to happen in the future. Besides, we can't keep playing a zero-sum game. So that opens up the entire transportation industry. How do we get from point A to point B? It's not going to be airplanes in the future. It's not going to be cars. So what does that look like? And are we doing this by air now, or are we going to invent a way to actually transport ourselves from one place to the other without there being any technical travel? I'm hoping for that one, y'all.
In our lifetime, please.
So like the sort of short answer to this is there will not be a single industry that is not impacted and having to change. So whether there are new industries, like let's say the financial market is going to change completely, and that will look like a completely new industry, whether we're looking towards like new industries or whether we're looking towards the ones that currently exist that must evolve, all of it's going to be different. Like the level of innovation going forward is just like the sky is the absolute limit.
And I find it's interesting because we're going to face a point, because right now, I would say from like the early 2000s to like 2020, there was so much things that were coming up that were basically just taking everything that's happening now and having it to be done in a shorter amount of time and faster. So there was just an accelerating of everything that we do. And I find that all the things that are happening from like 2020 onward is things that just change everything you understand about what you're doing.
Exactly. Yep.
And so like, let's take, for example, ChatGPT coming out, I think is the most relevant example. Like people are like, hey, we can have these tools that are like chatbots that have, you can prepare even better. And then they're like, yeah, no, this actually sounds like you're speaking to something and it actually has conversations with you. And you're like, oh, that changes everything.
No.
So yeah, it's hard to even answer that question because you'll see. And I think it's not like you won't see, it's going to be like, yeah, this is out. And then you decide, do I align myself with it?
Well, it requires those of us who are getting into business also to think like Picasso. I mean, the way that it feels to me, at least, when we're going onto a completely revolutionary limb where we're about to change the entire game and the way that it's played, it's like you've got this picture and then it kind of like contorts a little bit. The reason I mention that is because when you're going that far out of a paradigm of what you know, there is an element of discomfort and confusion that happens, even in the very people who are coming up with these things in the first place.
They don't even know what it's going to emerge as.
Sometimes, no. What I've noticed is that the best inventions tend to just sort of happen through you in that way, you know.
I guess if we want to prescribe to somebody who's asked that question a bit about what action should you just take, for me, it's just like pay attention, keep a pulse on. Like I personally keep pulse on some news that are coming up around emerging technologies and stuff. And I attend a lot of events and seminars to just keep myself on a pulse of what these changes are. And what I'm realizing is like within a 6-month time, there's things that come out that didn't exist 6 months ago, and it changes ridiculously fast. But I try to keep up.
And I think in the grand picture of what you should be doing with your life, it shouldn't matter what the emerging industries will be. This is why. It's still business. Is still, what is it that I have to offer people? What problem is it that I want to solve? What's driving me crazy and I have a solution to it? Like that should tell you where you want to be. So I almost like, I'm nervous about when I tell people, oh, these are all these awesome new places. They'll look at them and then go like, oh, I want to get into that one. And I feel like that's very much an out there type of a thing. It's much better to be like, all right, here I am living my life. This is something I've personally had some sort of an issue with. This is an aptitude I personally have. Then it's like based off of that, this is the direction that I'm going to be going, right? Whether it's, into the medical field or whether it's into the spiritual field or whether it's into the financial field or whether it's into the, whatever field.
I mean, how many stories do you hear of the people that like, I'm going to become a lawyer because, well, for one, you watched a show on TV and you thought, oh, wow, being a lawyer is very glamorous. And everybody tells you, yeah, go be a lawyer and make some money. And then I think lawyers happen to be the industry with the highest percentage of people that are depressed and inaligned. And I have like recovering lawyer friends that are like, I've been a lawyer once, like, and then once they find their alignment, then they're like, wow. But then, to give credit where credit is due, I also know lawyers that are like, I'm the best lawyer now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. I think that's it.
Okay.
This was fun.
Mm-hmm.
This was really fun.
Welcome back, everyone, from that quick conversation behind the scenes. I realize for a lot of you, these speakers are the first time you're hearing from these incredible people we've brought onto the stage. For those of you who don't know, Teal is like a modern oracle, very tapped in, making predictions every year. And what I might suggest is to check her out on her YouTube channel. I've put in the link here. I'll bring up to the stage, tealswan.com. She makes an annual prediction every year, which is absolutely fantastic to see what are the major trends that are happening and If you are looking to get into business, what I love is this unfiltered, raw perspective on what are the things you should be looking out for. And even if you are looking into connecting with what are the things you want to solve in the world, that you want to have at least a realistic perspective on some of the things to expect, which is why we wanted to include this conversation into the summit. And with that, doing a pulse checks on my people who are here. Tina, looks like you're already familiar. Loved it. For everybody else, I'd be curious to know what were your biggest takeaways? What are the insights you've pulled from this conversation before we move on to the next one? Next one is going to be one that is going back into thinking in the personal life. So it's going to be one that is definitely not in the business realm like we've covered in the last few conversations. It's going to be one around what are the active things you can do to optimize the 3 M's in your life. What are these 3 M's? Well, you're going to get a chance to discover more with our next speaker, who's going to be taking the stage, Dr. Janelle Kim. Her story is fascinating, where she's taken the heritage of her practice, her art, and has been bringing it to modern audiences. Read the book Myeong-sung. I'll be doing a whole introduction when I play the video. But what I am very, very excited for all of you to absorb from the upcoming conversation are going to be some personal things to apply when it comes to movement, meditation, as well as medicine into your life that can truly help you on the journey of mastering abundance. So with that, let's bring it up for Dr. Janelle Kim, our next speaker for the summit. Let's get it started.
Mastering Abundance session that we have for today is going to be an incredible conversation with a best-selling author and someone who has developed an expertise not only in the field of personal growth, but has built an incredible organization that has been supplying some of the biggest brands in the world with formulations around their products, whether it comes from the world of beauty, of health, and so much more. Dr. Janelle Kim is joining me. She is a 9th-generation herbologist, a practitioner of the martial arts, and a practitioner of the Tao. Her best-selling book, Myeong-sung, which is the Korean art of living meditation. Living meditation. We'll dig more into what that means and how we can apply those concepts to attract more abundance into our lives, combining movement, meditation, as well as medicine. And what role does medicine play in attracting more abundance? It might even be the hidden key that we've been looking at. Now, she has been awarded back in 2023 as one of the Global Women Entrepreneurs of the Year, Kindred Spirit Emergent Voices Award as well, and has been in the space of health and beauty for over 20 years. Again, the brands that she's worked with, such as Ritz-Carlton, Four Seasons, the Mandarin Oriental, all these high-end retailers rave about her formulations, rave about her work, and she's been going out there and helping thousands of people really step into more abundant lives. And you're going to learn from her today as well. Dr. Janelle Kim, welcome to the session. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the beautiful introduction. And you said everything perfectly, the words, all the Korean words. So I'm impressed, Jason.
I do my best. Not our first conversation neither. I mean, we've obviously had a connection before. And what I'd want to do for the benefit beyond the biography here is people are really wanting to understand the story that abundance has played in people's success story. And I'd be curious to start there and see in your own journey, you've built some successful businesses. I've met your partner as well, an incredible partnership in your romantic life. You have the children, all of that. Could you unpack a bit more about your story and what role did abundance play into your life?
Absolutely. What a beautiful question. So where I always like to start, because it grounds me, and I believe all of the abundance that I have in my life on every single possible way you could define abundance, comes from the fact that I am, as you said, 9th generation my lineage. So that means that an abundance of wisdom and knowledge, so let's just start there, has been passed down from generation to generation for centuries and dates back so long ago. And the people in my lineage, the way I love to say it, is including my father, who's no longer with us, who was my greatest teacher. They dedicated their entire lives to understanding the human condition, mind, body, spirit, and teaching and handing down, if you will, practices and what I love to call tools that help us to be balanced, to be centered, to balance with everything that can come our way. And that to me is ultimately, in my personal life and what's been taught to us for so very long, the ancient medicine philosophy, all the 3 M's that we'll talk about, medicine, movement, meditation. That is how truly we can bring abundance into our life. And that's exactly what I've experienced.
I love that you have a strong attachment and a gratitude when it comes to your lineage, your ancestry, and you speak about the gifts that you have received around wisdom. Most people look at the types of things you should be inheriting to be abundant would be a monetary type of inheritance in a family. That's the ultimate advantage. But you speak about wisdom inheritance, and I'd love to kind of have you unpack the difference between receiving a monetary inheritance versus a knowledge inheritance and why one is so much more valuable than the other.
Hmm. Another beautiful question. So, how I'd like to answer this is to begin with actually a very strong principle that I was raised by that is in my book, Living Meditation. And it's a good reminder for all of us, which is we come into this world with no material things, right? With nothing of that matter. We stay here for a time. We wish to gather that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I work hard for many, many reasons, and that's certainly one of them, to be able to provide for my loved ones and in all the ways to the best of my ability. However, we have to remember that one day we leave this earth. And when we leave, we also take no material, monetary things with us. And so that is, I'm very rooted in that. It's a place that I think so many of us, especially those of us who I imagine most everyone who's listening falls in this category, are people who wish to achieve a lot, right? In this lifetime, we're go-getters, oftentimes the type A or whatever, however we define that. And so I think it's really important for us to constantly keep recentering ourselves. As I said, regrounding. There's whatever word resonates, but we should visualize it when it comes, to always root back into what is the most important thing, because that is how we can ultimately balance with whatever comes our way and be able to have the energy, that's the truth, and the clear vision to be able to achieve everything that we wish, and not get caught up in things that in the long run, like I said, one day we leave this earth and we don't have all of those things. So when we leave this earth one day, whatever our beliefs might be, what is it that we left behind? What is my favorite thing lately? Actually, it's the theme of the event that I'm hosting pretty soon is, we have to sit down sometimes and ask ourselves, what is it that I want? What is it that I wish for? Because so often we don't even know. It's amazing to me how often, no matter how smart you are, no matter how sharp, no matter how organized, how successful, oftentimes in the moment, we don't even know what it is that we wish for or want. And in order to bring abundance into our life, we have to know that, right? So
It seems like a simple question, but not one that we assign a lot of time towards. And so I'd be curious to know if there's any practice when it comes to getting clear on what you want as a key for abundance. What are some of the key things that people can be doing to write their own history, regardless of the background that they come from?
well, I will time and time again go back to, as I already mentioned, what I call the 3 M's. Those are the 3 pillars, as I said: medicine, movement, and meditation, which is living meditation. It's the mindset of it all. I'm a huge proponent of meditation, seated, what we think of, moving meditation I teach, but actually that will fall more into the movement pillar, if you will. Why I say that is that in order to achieve all these things, as you said, what practices do I do that in my way of communicating, to expand my mind, to see clearly, to achieve all that I can? It really is in constantly practicing these 3 M's and incorporating them to my life. That means, like a very general breakdown, medicine is the way we eat, how we take care of ourselves, the supplements we take, how we sleep, anything having to do with our mind body. Obviously, that even means, especially coming from me, of course, what kind of even topical products we put on, skincare, are they good for us? So it's really nourishing and rebalancing our body constantly, doing everything we can to keep our best condition. Movement is another super powerful way to be able to achieve all that we wish. And it's such an interesting thing because, particularly in the West, which is where I live, I have found that I have to break almost a stigma or a paradigm when it comes to movement, as far as how deep it can actually go. Our breath work, what I teach is Qigong, which are ways that we can physically and mentally, for that matter, do different techniques that really help to rebalance our bodies so that we can work at our optimum. And so that's where even those practices really help us to achieve all that we wish. And like I said, as simple as breathing properly. I said it quickly, but what I teach is movement is medicine. Just as important as we know certain medicines are important to take for us when something is off, right? When our condition is off, it really can be just as powerful and sometimes more powerful in one given moment to be able to practice certain techniques, including breathing, focusing on our, internal condition, and that really helps us. And then, of course, the mindset part. I call it the 8 keys of living meditation. Of course, I put it in a book. These are the philosophies or the way of life, the Tao, that's been passed down for so many generations as things to constantly keep reminding ourselves. And that's why I call it living meditation. Oftentimes we think of meditation and as I said to you, I'm a proponent of this as well, but it's not just sitting in those however many minutes or hours that we are able to. I don't know who has hours to do that. If you're a working mom, dad, person who has many, many jobs, but that's part of it. But living meditation means we utilize these practices in every moment that comes our way. So in fact, what I call it is the training of the mind. We know that it's important, whether we choose to do it or not, to train our bodies, right? To work out if we want to keep fit and keep healthy. But we forget sometimes how incredibly important it is to train our minds. And that is where we can really start to open up and receive abundance in all of the ways, monetarily, wisdom, knowledge, you name it. So
I love that you're incorporating a really like the 3 major aspects that allows you to take care of yourself and get to a place where you're making those shifts. And I'd want to focus on one that in this summit, I think you're the most uniquely qualified to speak of this, and it's the side of medicine. And one of the things I'd want to ensure is clear if there's any misconceptions, because when I first read medicine, things that came to my mind were things like Tylenol, Western pills, then things as the such. And I'd want to make sure that when you speak about medicine, that we have the right idea of what you're specifically speaking about.
yes. Now, also, let's be clear. It sounds perfect altogether, the medicine, movement, meditation. So how lucky I am that it fits nicely in these 3 M's, these 3 pillars. But you're correct. I get that. And I know that people will go there. And that's part of my wish and my purpose and my duty, as far as I'm concerned, is to open up people's minds exactly as you have just kind of brought up, of what medicine truly is. I studied traditional Oriental medicine. My lineage is Korean, but it's rooted in Chinese medicine, which is one of the oldest forms of medicine, ancient medicine in existence. I mean, we are talking literally thousands upon thousands of years old. The Taoist immortals we don't have to get into that, but they're the ones who practiced many of these same tools, if not the same, because it's all the same principle that's kind of moved through thousands of years, and they were 10,000 years ago. And so what did they teach? They taught exactly this. They taught that actual medicine is medicine, as I will go into that a little bit more in just a second here, movement and mindset. But let's not forget, so I'm going to go backwards now, what I just brought up. That also includes what medicine is. But now going into medicine as far as, Eastern, Western, modern, ancient, the truth is there's a place for all of it. Literally everything I teach is rooted in the Tao or the universe. And that from the Tao or the universe comes yin and yang. And we don't have the time to go over all of this right now, but it's one of the most important things to understand about our human condition and our life is that in this life, everything, why yin and yang, right? What it represents is the dichotomy of life. Things are always changing. We always have to balance. We cannot know happiness unless we know sadness. We do not know success unless we understand failure. There is no such thing as day unless there is night. There's no feminine without masculine. So we understand the point here. And so that's where everything grows from. So the medicine that I speak of, or that I practice, and that includes, kind of further from that, all types of medicine, is that at the end of the day, it's trying to balance our condition, right? And so, yes, modern medicine, medications, as I just said, there's a place for that. But Eastern medicine, the ancient medicines really focus on, so I'm going to go a little further into the kind of our health wellness aspect, because I'm pretty certain that's what you're speaking of. And remember, without us, we can't achieve any of this. Meaning, if we do not have our health, if we do not have our life, ultimately, guess what? You're not even going to exist. And so none of it really even matters. Abundance, mastering, success, literally. We cannot forget this. However, going back to medicine, for example, one of the number one things when it comes to proper wellness and beauty is food is the best medicine, right? So huge. So here I make all the products, all the supplements, all the skincare, hair care, all the beautiful things, which we could certainly discuss that if you wish. But we have to remember, and one of the most important things that I do see we need to learn a bit more, particularly in the West, is that food is the best medicine. And it doesn't always have to be so complex or so complicated. I find that people really overcomplicate things. There's a place for all of the information, but we must not forget that there are certain fundamentals that if we follow this, we will live a much healthier life. That includes, are you ready for this? Especially coming from, a woman doing all my things, always so busy. You have to eat consistently throughout the day. Huge. Anyone who knows me, it does not matter how busy I am. Rarely will you ever find me skipping a meal. It won't happen. Once in a great while. Never make a statement. I'm sure something could come up and that happens. But it's things like this that we have to understand. Jason, you want me to go into the detail a bit like this, right? Is this what we're
I'd
liking?
love that, because one of the things I want to make sure for anybody tuning in is to make sure that they have something they can take away from this conversation. It sounds to me on the food side, on the medicine side, there's a lot of things that might take maybe just 5 minutes a day that we can start prioritizing, thinking about, and already makes us more magnetic to abundance.
Absolutely. Because our health, we're functioning properly. And that's where we tell the universe we can handle this. So that's an important thing I wanted to say that I think of often. So, okay, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to do, is give some takeaways that will seem incredibly simple, but I promise you they will make a big difference. So as I was saying, one of the things is eating consistently, right? That means, personally, this is how I do it. Right now, intermittent fasting and that whole, kind of concept of eating is very popular, if I may say. But that's something that's existed for so very long, and it depends on each person's condition. And so there is a big responsibility in being aware of your own condition, right? And so that is also a fundamental. Check in. The more healthy you are, or the more you're aware of yourself, the more you can tell when something is going off. And then you can catch it before it becomes a thing. So going back to the eating, for my own condition at this point in my life, it feels very good. For me, I eat at around 12:30. You won't see me eating too much later than that. I will feel it in my body, and I will know I have to do this, right? And then I'll eat again at around 6 p.m. Now, everything in balance, right? I truly am all about this. That means that if something occurs and you eat a little earlier, a little later, or guess what? If I wake up and at 9 o'clock I'm hungry, my body is telling me something. And I know that I'm healthy enough, because some people have gone down a road of imbalance where your body's telling you it needs things that's not always accurate, but that can be a later conversation. But here's the thing. If I wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning and I'm starving, guess what? I'm going to eat something because my body's telling me that I'm hungry. Furthermore, if things happen and you can't eat until 7:30, it's going to be okay. Stop making everything so much harder than it needs to be. But that is such an important one that I find so many people do not do. Eating regularly. Okay. So if that means that you're a person, I'm going to add in breakfast for some people. If you're a person who does need to wake up in the morning, totally makes sense to me, and you need to eat something, but is the consistent intervals throughout the day. Such a simple one to do. And it's so important. That is literally a road to health in Eastern medicine and our ancient medicines. So why would we sometimes choose to do the intermittent fasting? I'll go there right now, or whatever. However, there's so many different ways of going about it. For me, I stop eating at around 6:30 p.m. It feels very good for my body. Also, when I eat. It's the Korean in me. It's a known thing. So my meals can be not so small. I'm not going to call them large, but not so small feels accurate to me. That includes probably for my own constitution and condition, because I'm always on the go. It's my body type. I eat more protein than carbs by nature. I do eat meat. For my body, especially being Korean, I'm not joking around. It's like in my genetics, it makes me feel good minimally and in balance. But that is something that I know that I need, right? Of course, our vegetables. So a balanced meal is very important. Okay. But I will not eat from about 6:30, like I said, about 7, all the way until noon. The principle behind that is that you give your body that much time not to be able to purify and reset, right? Because when we have, especially as we're sleeping, so our bodies truly can start to heal themselves when we're sleeping in particular, because everything's calm, right? And so that's the principle behind all of that. Super important. And hopefully I gave a little bit of some understanding of like what types of foods. Now, something I can go into all the details, but like I said, I think people really overcomplicate things. But some of the main things are you don't eat tons of greasy, fatty foods. You don't do that, right? So our fried foods, like tons of the quality of food, huge. When it comes to buying organic things, I recognize too that it's more expensive, but that is something I factor into my life. That is very important because especially in the West, we have to be careful of this. We don't have as many regulations and requirements. Let's not go deep into that in the US, for example, as you would find in Europe, okay, and maybe other countries that can kind of help us balance that. So all these things we have to consider. One other tip that I want to give everyone that not everyone's going to love to hear, but it is something particularly for women because we are yin. Before I said yin and yang, especially when you tend to be a woman or a man for that matter who is a little bit thinner or who, constantly is on the go, really burning up a lot of their energy. It's very important for us to bring warm foods into our diet. This is something I see all the time. For example, I'll give a great one here. Drinking ice water. Listen, everything in balance. If it is 90 degrees outside, or I have a feeling, Jason, where you live, it's a little bit different. You're literally in a warm or sometimes a hot climate. And by nature of seasons, then if you drink ice cold water or something with ice, okay, fine. But for example, in Eastern medicine, it is not good to drink ice water. It is very bad for our digestion. Or eating tons of raw, uncooked foods, eating only salads. This is not healthy for us because the way, long story short, our middle jiao, our digestion, which in Eastern medicine, the stomach and the spleen, the organs are always paired. I'm going a little more in detail than I always do, but I find that people find this very interesting and I want you to see it, right? So they work together. Your spleen in Eastern medicine or your middle, literally it makes qi. It makes our vital energy, right? And so in our bodies, we are also yin and yang. Yin is our blood. It's our body fluids. Literally, we need that to live. Yang is the qi, is our vital energy. And that is so important. Whatever, and again, if this is a very new concept, you can feel it. Just be aware of yourself. But you need all of that together. And so when you're eating warming foods, you're nourishing your body. When you eat constant cold, your spleen doesn't like it. It won't make qi. And so we're just constantly hurting our condition, if that makes sense, right? So let's do the way I love to say it, whether it's the skincare, body care we put onto our body, whether it's the food that we eat in the ways that I'm saying, this is what I like to say. It's very natural, okay? Our bodies go through so much every single moment, even when we're sleeping, from pollution to radiation to viruses and toxins, bacteria, you name it. Our bodies have to go through so much. So why can't we make it a bit easier for our body? And doing all these things does just that, right? So using clean beauty products. Okay, think of it this way. It's always a choice, right? But if you use tons of products or eat food that are filled with chemicals and artificial flavors and have artificial, coloring and scents even that we put onto our body, you're just putting more work on your body. And over time, guess what? That's going to catch up. And so it's little things like this, but the eating warm is huge for particularly the US because people really do not eat balance when it comes to that. And now I'm not afraid to say it. I'm coming out with it lately. But little things like that, and here's the thing. I want to end with this for that particular very important tip is that if you like eating salads, if you like eating, more kind of your raw food diets, then you can balance that by simply, for example, drinking some soup with it. Having a hot tea. Literally, that's how you can balance it. It's adding warmth into your body, and then it can go so much further. But we don't have time for that today. Like certain foods have different properties, so even if you're eating a cold, I'm not going to confuse everyone. The property of that food can be warming, right? Or an easy one. Beets are so good for us. They help increase blood circulation in our body. And so that by nature is very good for us. So those are some helpful tips and takeaways that I hope people can utilize into their life. Very simple, but very important ones. And again, why is this important for abundance? Because when your mind is functioning properly, when your body is functioning properly, and they stay connected, because it is mind and body together, guess what? You can work that much more at your optimum and bring in everything you wish.
I absolutely love this, Dr. Kim. And what I think is great for people to be able to take away is there's already a lot of things to start paying attention to. You mentioned the intermittent fasting, the types of products we can buy, the attitude to have around the products that we do consume. But there's something I wanted to pull a string on that you said early in the conversation, which is you listen to your body and you're at a point where you're very much in tune with what your body needs, and you've created some of the consistency that you spoke about so that if, say, at 9 p.m., a craving for something comes, you listen and you know it's coming from a healthy place. But I know I had times where I wasn't necessarily in the healthiest of habits. Maybe I've had a lot of sugar consumptions in that phase of my life, and my body would always be telling me more. And so I'd be curious to know, do we have a tool to assess when we feel some sort of craving from our body, if it's coming from a place that maybe more from the addiction side, maybe from a negative craving versus, I can trust what my body's signaling me? Because as you mentioned, there's a lot of toxic and not necessarily the healthiest foods that might distort our relationship with our body. I'd want to expand on that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, okay, so where do we begin? Um,
I know it's a big one.
okay. Ask the question one more time, Jason, just the main part of the question, because I want to make sure I know we're
How
limited
do
on.
I know when I listen to my body that it's telling me something that's in my best interest?
Perfect. So, because now I've opened up the Eastern medicine, understanding your body and how it all works, kind of box. I'm trying to keep it very concise here, but I do want to just note, because it's very interesting and not a lot of people know this. Let's go back to our digestion, our middle, our spleen and stomach. The way Eastern medicine looks at things is that actually when we say we're a little bit tired, right? Like naturally, our spleen is going to, and our stomach are going to want to feed it, right? And this is the same as actually in Western when it comes to sugar, for example, right? So we know that when we're feeling low, our blood sugar levels go down. And so it can be a common happening that we look for that to revive ourselves. In Eastern medicine, our digestion, there's flavors that go with every single organ system, kind of pair, if you will. And your middle is sweet. So that's one example, but that's a huge one for a lot of people, right? And so let's go there. It's a good question, and it really does. It's not something that you can just necessarily flip on if you've made a lot of choices that are, as you already acknowledged, that are not so healthy in your life, because your body has to reset. You have to retrain your mind. Remember, that is as much your mind as it can be your body, and that's what we're trying to decipher, right? And so part of, I guess, my answer should be rooted in by taking care of ourselves, as you kind of already mentioned, and doing these things, then we can trust that much more that when something like that occurs, we know where it's coming from, right? But at the end of the day, it's always a choice, okay? And again, if I have a sugar craving, which doesn't happen very often because I have trained my mind not to want that, right? And remember, particularly when it comes to sugar, which is a huge thing for people, or any kind of addiction to things that are not good for us, alcohol, whatever that might be, our mind is so strong that literally chemically we start looking for that because we've trained our mind to think that we need that, right? So at the end of the day, actually how I'd love to answer is that oftentimes when that occurs, or you feel that kind of craving, let's call it, okay, in anything in life, to be honest, it can be very powerful. I don't think people are going to expect me to say this, but to have a pause, right? Like literally take a breath, drink some water. A lot of times people think they're hungry and they're actually very, very thirsty. They're dehydrated. So take a pause, drink some water, give it a couple of minutes, seriously, and sometimes it'll go away. Because your brain just has to reset itself and realize, oh, wait a second, I actually don't want that candy. I don't need that candy, or I don't need those sweets or that cookie before bed. And so it's a retraining of the mind. And what you will find, again, Eastern, Western, they all agree with this, is that once you retrain your brain, you won't keep having those unhealthy habits, right? And if you do have those cravings, you make different choices, or you don't. It always comes down to, you've heard me say this a million times now, because it really always comes down to that. At the end of the day, the ultimate that exists is no matter what in this life, we always have a choice. And the only person who can make that decision is you. So really, you can't blame it on anything else. It's the most empowering, and sometimes it can be the most scary. But there's other things that you can do to find, something that comes to mind. If you have a sweet tooth, instead of reaching for a cookie, or, maybe you could have, it sounds funny, but maybe you could have a yogurt, a healthy yogurt that doesn't contain so much sugar, that kind of, and it's probiotic, all the good things. If you can eat that, there's many different kinds, whether it's, from milk, like dairy yogurt, to to goat milk yogurt. There's so many different, but that's for example. It's an odd example, but that's what comes to mind, because quite frankly, that's what I have done in the past. There's other things that you can give yourself that are much healthier options, but taking a pause, drink some water, and eat something better for yourself.
I love it. Janelle, I was gonna say you've got a unique approach when it comes to attracting abundance, and we've covered a lot of what we can do on the health side. Obviously, we want energy, and we want to be able to nourish ourselves, make sure that our mind and our body is functioning in the best of ways. I was going to ask you if, in your experience and in your journey of abundance, if you've noticed that there are some very widely accepted lies or misconceptions about attracting abundance that you wish you could demystify, or at least point the finger towards, so people can realize, oh, maybe this is one of the parts I've been doing wrong.
Absolutely. The first thing that comes to my mind, certainly something that I think of often, because 20 plus years ago, when I started very young in the beauty industry, wellness industry, contract manufacturing, all the things, and I say it like this because I was young, I am a woman, And, I was in a, high working energy environment very often. And so what comes to mind is that I think that in a lot of things in life, but it's hitting me a lot in this question as well. We think we have to push through things so hard in order to get something to happen, right? It's like constantly on, constantly young. That's that same, like the balance, right? So yin is more soft and more passive, but there's strength in passiveness. That's what I'm about to say. Passive does not mean you just sit back and you don't care and you don't do anything. It means kind of plugging in and letting things kind of flow, right? But I think that's a really important thing that's coming to my mind right now that I wonder if many people speak on. So, for example, in my 20s, because of all the things I just stated, even I, in my own personal experience, found that I thought I had to bulldoze through things a lot. In order to get this, I had nonstop, no one get in my way. And you know what? There's place and time for that. But one of the things that particularly as I grew wiser, I still have much to go, but whether it be in business, and then you start layering all the things. Now you have multiple businesses. Now you're married. Now you have children. You have close friends and family. So we understand what we're saying here. So over time, one of the most important things to realize is that listen, work ethic, no matter what, I tell my little boys all the time, no matter what, you're going to have to work hard, period, end of story. Like if anyone tells you different, don't listen. It's not a thing. Consistent, follow through, work hard constantly. I'm always working hard. However, something that has changed. And when I find that I'm too aggressive in any way, I actually find that is where abundance can dip. We think in the moment it helps a lot, but actually we cannot pay attention to what the universe is bringing our way because we're so on, right? And so that's the balance of it. So I want to communicate this properly. In my book, or just part of living meditation, the 8th key is called Be Like Bamboo. And this is one of the most important kind of visuals I've created in my own personal life and wish to share with anyone it resonates, is that really helps me in life. And what that means is that, I kind of already said it, be rooted, constantly keep grounding ourselves into what is important, what is my wish, what is it that I want in life, but then remember that we have to be flexible. Actually, the greatest strength at this point in my life I have found is actually being able to be flexible because you can handle more. You're not so rigid and uptight. Remember, when we're rigid, we're uptight, whether it be in movement, whether it be in anything in this life, just like a stiff board. This is how I love to have people visualize this. And like the karate chop, how they break the board, that board is hard and it's rigid. And if you got hit by it, it would absolutely hurt. But we forget that if it's hit too many times or if it's hit exactly right, it'll break. Well, we're no different, right? And so in order to bring in more, even that word abundance, like you can even feel it, bringing it into your life, you have to make more space, right? I often will say to myself, to my team, especially in work, to be honest, I'll teach my boys, is that we have to let the universe know that we can handle more, right? And by doing that often, it's actually kind of opening ourselves up more. And so you have to be softer in different things, be able to pivot, be able to be flexible, be like bamboo. So rooted, why I say bamboo different than that stiff board, is that bamboo is known to be very flexible, but so strong. So when the winds of life, our challenges, our stresses come, all of a sudden that bamboo can bend all the way to the ground. And when that storm, those winds pass, it can bounce right back. And that is how we can make more room, more ability to bring abundance into our life on every level.
I'm very glad you brought that up because I think that is definitely one that gets repeated over and over again. And in the success that you've built for yourself, you've been able to put these practices to work and be on an incredible journey. And I think it's going to come as a bit of a wake up for people listening in, saying that maybe I've been going really young energy in the wrong direction, and the yin allows you to make that kind of adjustment. I wonder if there's one of the things in your other pillars, whether that's through movement or meditation, if I find myself maybe constantly in that yang energy, like I'm chasing, I'm wanting, I'm hustling, but maybe I'm struggling and I feel like I'm blocked. Are there some practices or things that I could include into my life right now that could allow me to be more like bamboo?
Absolutely. So the medicine aspect we kind of touched on, so I'm not going to repeat for the sake of time, but all the things, eating right, the things we put into our body, okay, we're clear on that. Movement is so powerful. I've said this a million times, is the best medicine, but also it is something I incorporate constantly into my life. Whether I am tired, whether I feel like my yang is, maybe I'm too strong, or I do all the things, right? If there's any kind of imbalance, or just you want to have a moment to reset and, rebalance and increase your chi and all of the wonderful things. And so one of the ways, and this is what I teach, right? So Qigong. Qigong, a lot of people don't know what Qigong is, which really takes me by surprise, but they know what Tai Chi is. Okay, well, Tai Chi came from Qigong. Qigong, I love to explain, is literally the first form of breath work, the first form of any kind of workout. Again, those Taoist immortals, the original practitioners, doctors from 10,000 years ago, these are the things that they practice. And it has so much to do with breath. Right now, we look around and breath work is huge everywhere. Everybody knows about it now. Let me tell you, 20 years ago, everyone thought I was such a weirdo for talking about these things. And now look, right? Let's just say it. But why? Right? I always love to, why is it so popular right now? Furthermore, why has it existed for 10,000 years? It's because it works. And again, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Now, I teach Myeongsang moving meditation. These are tools and practices, techniques that come from my lineage. They are normally in standing position, right? So there's more movement that can come into different forms, but literally you can do it sitting in your chair. And this is what I'm saying. So I will teach you all something so important that you can do it anytime, like I just said, whether you're tired, if you feel anxious, if you feel panicky, if you feel like your mind is kind of foggy, if you feel angry, I mean, anything. Or I do it right before a meeting if I'm going to stand in front of thousands of people to speak. And so one of the ways that we can do this is that actually one of my favorite ways, and also it's one of my favorite ways of meditating, is sitting in a chair, just like we are right now. So our feet into the ground. You can be wearing shoes. This is energy. So I'll do it in my high heels. But the point is you ground your feet so you feel centered and rooted, right? And, you want to be relaxed. Again, there's so many rules. And as you go, if you become a certain level of being a meditator or meditation, you can incorporate a lot of those more, requirements or rules of how to sit, what hand positions. But at the end of the day, people have to remember it's natural. So we make things so complicated. Make sure that your back is straight. You don't have to be tight. You don't want anything to hurt. But that understanding is that the breath can come up and down your body properly. So just think of it that way, right? And so we sit like this. We relax our body, because when our body is relaxed and soft, that is where qi and circulation can flow properly. The way that I love to teach the breath work in general is you breathe in through your nose and you breathe into your abdomen first and then into your lungs. So many people do not breathe properly. And when you exhale through your mouth. You can even make that noise. I don't know if you can hear me, but that calms your nervous system. It regulates your qi. That alone, literally that one breath, can make a difference. And if you're all doing it right now, you'll feel it. Your whole nervous system, your body will settle. It'll ground, it will calm. Okay? So you breathe in through your nose, into your abdomen. You exhale out your mouth, contracting your stomach, your abdomen, so your belly button to your spine. And you get into that rhythm. Your hands can be just relaxed on your lap. You can close your eyes, picturing your feet rooted into the ground, into the earth. A lot of times people can focus in on their, what they call the third eye. That's also a very important acupressure point. It's a nice way to just kind of focus your mind, right? And by the way, people always say to me, it's so hard to meditate, Dr. Kim, or even those who do. It's because our minds keep racing. We're thinking of all the things. Well, guess what? It's okay. You are human. That is normal. If you could balance that right away, you wouldn't even have to meditate, probably. But, that's the whole point. So even that, and so I'll take it one step further. I call it the 5-5-5 breath. So the Myeongsang, which means, meditation, moving meditation, 5-5-5 breath. That means you breathe in through your nose for 5 counts. You hold it. So hold all the air in for 5 counts. You exhale for 5. And then after you exhale for 5 seconds, you hold with no breath for 5 seconds. And you can do that 5 times. Okay, so 5 inhale, hold 5, exhale for 5 counts, hold with no air in your lungs, in your body for 5, with a breath. Obviously you have air in your body, oxygen in your body. And then you do that about 5 times. You can also increase that time a little bit, decrease it if you need to, if it's too much. But you will find that everything will reset, and like I said, Qigong, there's different techniques that we can certainly go into. I will be having more courses at some point in my website. I have a couple right now, but really the core of it all is that breathing, so hopefully that helps a lot. And that is a way you will find immediately that you will feel more grounded, you will feel more calm, you will feel more connected. And that is how you can move forward in anything that you do so much more powerfully and effective.
Dr. Janelle Kim, you've given us a lot that we can actually practice, implement, and integrate into our lives right now as we're going out to master abundance. And we're talking about how our mind, our body, all of that can find itself to have the energy required to shift the mindset as well in a powerful way. So even mastering the mind, which I know is everything that you speak about, because even if we have a moment of wanting abundance, if we haven't mastered the mind, we can fall off the wagon. And I think the tools that you've shared, which is just a taste and a sliver of everything that you teach, both in your book and in your practices, I think is going to be something that gives something people can walk away with. And those who are curious to go dig deeper, we're going to put a link and share with you the copy of the book that you can grab for yourself, which is Myeong-sung, The Korean Art of Living Meditation. You're going to be able to go to the website and discover a lot more from Dr. Janelle Kim. And I know this is the start of you getting into the personal growth field. You work with larger organizations and you've impacted lives. And I know that this is something you're going to be doing a lot more in the coming years. And we're so grateful that you were able to come onto the summit. I'll ask you one question before I let you go, which can be some of your parting words. And I'll prompt it with this. If you could wave that magic wand and instantly make one abundance related shift in the world, what would it be and why?
Okay, the first thing that comes to mind is, it's been on my mind a lot lately, but life is short. And I don't think that's what everyone would expect me to say, but when you think of it that way, life is short. So the decisions you make, the priorities you have, you must remember that, because it will reprioritize things when you realize that, we have time to do so many beautiful things and have so many memories. But at the end of the day, you must think of it that way. If I were not here tomorrow, what does this mean to me? How am I going to respond to this given situation? How am I going to respond to this person? Am I going to let this stressor take away from me? And by doing this, it goes back into that kind of plugging in and connecting to universe in our life, and then abundance can flow in because you're prioritizing, you're putting your mind, your attention on what you should be. So that's how I'd like to answer that.
Dr. Janelle Key, a pillar, something that we can really work on as we're on this journey. And it's been a critical part to include your session into this. So thank you again for all your time, your energy, and all the best.
Very grateful. Thank you, Jason.
There you have it. An amazing session with Dr. Janelle Kim. What I like the most about the session with her is she gives you so many different tools, so many different options for you to apply. But I also would say it went a little fast. And what I thought we could do, since we do have 5 minutes before I bring in the next speaker, I think we should do a 5-5-5 meditation together while we're here. And that'll just get us a chance to reset. And quite selfishly, it is 2:30, almost 3 in the morning right now. I feel like I could use a little pick me up because we still have some incredible speakers that are coming up. And I thought this would be a great way to close it off. If you're not participating in the meditation, then just take a moment to write out what are going to be the biggest things you're taking away from that conversation. And what I'll do is I'll keep her onto the slides here so you can read more. Oh, let me make her a little bigger. Oh, wow. What's going on? Hold on. I'm making this dance around, am I? Let me just bring this back to the stage. This is it. Okay. So you can go and discover more from Dr. Janelle Kim. Now, what's very interesting is her core business being that she's creating mixtures and these brands for these multinational corporations. And she's had these gifts and this willingness to share her methods. And she's just getting into the space of sharing it online. So we're glad you're all here getting to discover from her. Share a few compliments if you have some feedback or what you want to apply. And with that, I'm going to do a 5-5-5 breathing meditation 5 times with you. I will do it with open eyes since I'm managing the session here, but I'll encourage you all to do it and close your eyes in the process. So breathing in, hold 5, exhale 5. Hold 5. Inhale 5. Hold 5. 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 Exhale 5. Hold 5. And return to normal breathing. Was that 5? There's a part of me that feels that might have been 4. You guys can let me know in the comments if we did that correctly, but regardless, I feel much better, ready. And again, much love to Dr. Janelle Kim. I want to bring up some stuff here. We got Smiley here saying, such a lovely person, like a bamboo. That's a picture that will stay with me. Thank you. It's a great thing. Tiny Zoo. I like that. She has beautiful hair. Absolutely. Oh my God. She's looking stunning. And oh my God, like, I'm probably going to be doing some work with her. We've had some conversations after a few of these, and I was like, wow, I want to help you build the online business. I think she has a great message. She's a great communicator, very presentable as well. I think that there's some amazing things. So you'll definitely be seeing a lot more from her, especially if I have anything to do with it. I'm seeing some thank yous. I'm glad you guys appreciated this breathwork session. And again, we are energized, focused. We have so much more to cover today. Our next speaker, Jeff Charno. He's going to be here. He's the man behind some of the, let me just switch this over, bring it back to the stage. Here we go. So he's the man behind Being and Doing, has been somebody who has been a leading player in bringing meditation to the world, has been active since the 1980s, has created a company, sold it for $75 million. And now he is here to teach us more about the art of being present, doing the right activities, and so much more. Are you guys ready for our next speaker? Mr. Jeff Charno will be taking the stage. I'll throw it on with a proper introduction. Enjoy.
Welcome back. We have another amazing session for the Mastering Abundance Summit. Jeff Charno joining me, founder, CEO of Mind Body Session, has been a leader and a person working in growing the acceptance of meditation since the 1980s. Matter of fact, he grew and created a publishing company, which sold over $75 million of CDs that are related to healing, meditation, relaxation, sold this company successfully back in 2010, and now is working on an initiative to bring you nuggets of wisdoms through the Being and Doing initiative. We're so excited that he's going to be on here speaking about abundance, looking at what role does being, doing have to do when it comes to attracting abundance. We're going to look at some of the misconceptions, seeing, is it all about finance? Is it beyond? Let's dive deeper and figure out exactly how do we go on this journey of abundance? How do we do it in the state of being present, but also with the actions that need to be taken? Jeff, welcome to the summit. It's a pleasure to have you.
Hello, Jason, and whoever's watching. Hello. So, Jason, I thought about this a little bit, and hearing how you set it up, it makes me want to go back and tell kind of a little bit of an origin story, if you'll indulge me for a moment. So, the last time I did LSD was in college, and I sat down in a big club chair. I still remember it. I got it for $10 at the Salvation Army, and I sat down and I closed my eyes, and for 4 hours I went on a journey that was guided. And the journey, and you can't make this stuff up, but if you've read enough about psychedelics, you know that people have some very profound, life-changing experiences, and I was one of those people. So at the end of this 4-hour journey, which took me through successive layers of fear and then open more and more insight and more love, by the end of it, tears of ecstasy are pouring down my eyes. I'm sitting there. I've been there for 4 hours. I felt I was guided by this presence. You can't make this stuff up. And I'm hugging myself and the tears are pouring and I'm like begging to enter this white light that had opened in my mind. And I get this message that I have to go back and I have things I need to do. I'm not ready to enter the white light, whatever that meant. So I start to come down and I'm like, I see my mind reassemble itself and I see how different my state of consciousness was than my ordinary state, which I was re-entering. So I stand up and now I want to see if I'm still me. So I want to speak and I say the words, I'm doing it, but it's happening. Kind of that paradox. And I was ready to just say, the dog jumps over the moon. I was just wanting to make noise, but I said those words and I thought, oh my God, that's true. It's like this constant, and I'd never looked at it that way, but it's this constant kind of paradox that I'm here. Of course I have agency. Of course I'm here. I'm Jeff. I'm the doer. If you say, Jeff, move your microphone, I'll move my microphone, right? So of course I have agency, but at the same time, this whole experience, now I'm going pretty far afield here, but I was on LSD at the time. This whole experience is arising from the same source, including my feeling of agency. Now that's a little bit, I don't want to be too heady here, but I'm just telling you, it landed me in this paradox of flow. It's like everything is kind of happening, but then I can kind of do it too, and it's sort of like with your breath. Your breath happens automatically. But if I just said, stop now and hold your breath for 3 seconds, everybody can do it. So it's like a process that happens on its own, but there's an aspect of our being that can intervene and control things. And that's true with your thoughts. If I said, think this now or focus on that, you have that capacity. But when you take it off, your thoughts just go back into neutral and they just flow on their own, nonstop. You don't know where from. So there's this paradox that we live in, right? So I've done all these summits and interviewed all these people about flow states. And, the classical flow state is you're on the side of the mountain. You're climbing up. Let's make it more dramatic. You don't have a rope. Your life, you're free climbing, El Capitan, right? So you're climbing up the mountain. Your life is literally in danger. If you slip up, you're going to die. And that brings your attention so intensely into the moment that you're like riveted to there. You have no distracting thoughts. You have nothing but perfect harmony. People's sense of self goes away. The whole thing is a miracle. They get off the mountain and they want to do it again, right? When you're a jazz musician and you get into an ensemble, when it clicks, it's called, when they're in the pocket, everybody sort of feels elevated by each other's presence. That's like a group flow. So, this capacity to get out of the way and let an experience happen, which is really what that whole story in the beginning was, about my LSD journey, because that presence, the first thing it said to me was, let the thoughts come, let it happen, let it flow. Don't try to control this process, right? This is very important to me, and I think to everybody, but there's this great research project that this guy that I interviewed, this brilliant guy named Jeffrey Martin, he does a thing called the Finders Course, highly recommended. And he left a successful tech career and he began researching, and he did for 10 years. He researched 1,200 of the most enlightened people in the world. He traveled the world and he went in deep. He would spend hours with them, asking them about their experience and how they got there, and how do they experience emotion, and how do they experience sleep, and how do they experience relationships, and he plotted it out and he created this whole map. And in the most flowy, it gets increasingly flowier. In the flowiest end of his map are a small number of people who actually sometimes don't even have thought going on, but they're so flowy that everything is just a happening. They don't have that sense of agency, right? Everything, they experience it all as just happening. They're living, they're making their choices, They're reasonable people. They're living fine. Everything's going well, but they don't feel that separate kind of inner pilot driving the thing. They're just living it. I hope that makes sense. It's super interesting. But then Jeffrey told me, and I found this very funny, and this circles back to our topic of the day. He told me that the majority of people in that kind of state of consciousness don't have retirement savings, right? And I found that funny. And I found it, and it's just funny because I'm not in that kind of, just for the record, I'm not in that place. I don't have it as an ambition. But it's funny to me because when you're flowing, when you're following what's emerging, when you're following your intuition, when you're following your hunches, it just feels right. It feels like the right way to live. Like for the most, as opposed to planning and controlling. And we know the difference of being with people who are fresh and present and alive, and people who are kind of being cautious and careful and watching what they say. And, why is public speaking the number one fear? Because people are afraid what's going to happen if they get on stage and reveal themselves. So they pull it in and they tighten it up and they block their own flow, right? But when you get more flowy, you have this false sense that it's going to work out for you. Like, and I've done this in business many times. I followed my own intuition to release projects that I thought were going to be great. And everything was aligned. And I'm like, yes, now I'm tuned in. Now I'm following my, flow and intuition. And then those projects often bombed. It didn't necessarily work. And then other projects that I thought nothing of and didn't just kind of did, often those would shoot up in terms of sales. So, now those people are not going to be suffering in their lack of retirement savings. That's an important point, right? In other words, it's the resistance to the experience that causes the psychological suffering, and they're not going to resist the experience. So they may not live in a very nice place, and they may not have access to great food, and they may not be taking lovely vacations, but they'll be fine, and they'll be completely okay. I know it because I have a brother who's in that state, and he has MS, and he's spending most of his time on the couch, but his smile is never more than a quarter inch away, and he hasn't complained in 20 years, because he's just completely okay. And, but if you want to have good food, and if you want to live in a decent place, and if you want to be able to take care of your kids or whatever, then retirement savings might be something that you want to strategize. You may want to interfere with the flow like you do when you're holding your breath, for example, or, you can guide. So, being and doing is about that paradox. It's about that overlap between those two spaces, the letting it flow, trusting your intuition, moving with this natural process. It's so satisfying. It's a great way to live. But at the same time, recognizing that life is complicated and has many dimensions. And if you want to succeed on a material level as well, that might take some strategizing. That takes more than just flow. So I hope I expressed that clearly, Jason, and maybe you have a response to that.
Well, I find it's very interesting because it seems to me like in a pursuit of something that is maybe a desired state of life, being in a constant state of flow. I've heard that statement very often. It's almost that by going to this extreme, you become unaware of other areas that you have some clear needs. And so is it a question of redefining what abundance is, or is it to actually come back to decide, well, what do you even want?
Well, I mean, most of us are not in danger of falling into that trap because most of us, our egos aren't going to thin out that much that we lose a sense of agency. In fact, most of us, if we're out of balance, if we can introduce that idea, if we're out of balance, it's going to be in the other direction. We're going to be preoccupied with strategic thinking and problem solving and, just dreaming up what we say we want and then trying to make a goal and take the steps to get there. And it's a very clunky project that can get very disconnected from something deeper in yourself. A lot of the people that I would work with would start by, in a kind of meditative way, getting people to sort of create an inner environment that's gentle, that's allowing, and then inviting what wants to emerge to enter your mind, to enter your consciousness, right? And it's very interesting. And there are a lot of practices to do that. We could talk about it, but I mean, time is limited, but we could talk about some of those practices. But there are a lot of, because a lot of times what people do is they're confused about what they want, and you think you can just kind of dictate what you want by announcing it to yourself and your thoughts. No, not really. That's why so many people think they want this, but they're not behaving that way. It's just, it hasn't really landed. It's not integrated. It hasn't come from them. It's something that their more superficial layers are trying to impose. It's like, hey, I'm the boss. I'm going to tell this thing what to do. This is what I want. I want to have, this level of wealth and this kind of success and this kind of and you think that you run the thing from up here, but you don't really,
If I'm
Yeah.
trying to go on a path to master abundance in my life, whatever that may look like, I want to get more of that material wealth. Maybe I want to have the healthy relationships. Is there like a right dose of the being and the doing that I'm supposed to achieve? And is there a way that I know that I'm in that balance?
Well, nah, not really. I mean, I guess I could blab about it, but I don't want to overreach. I think, people are so different, and it's hard to talk about this one thing, Jason, which is why are we so confused about our goals, and our relationship to goals? And what do you want? Like if I said, what do you want? It's a funny question because you have kind of different layers of what you want, and it's just, and if you're not behaving the way that you think you should behave, it could be because you're kind of not really connected to your deeper energies and what wants to come through you. So I would always start with that process. I would always start with some kind of an inner directed process to help people contact what really wants to emerge, right? So that's moving us into a flowy direction, just to use today's language. That's moving us into more like letting life show us, letting it emerge, let's see what's happening while I'm doing it, right? And then keep my strategical mind active and be checking in. Is this, and make decisions. Like there is some accomplished because I want to do it strategically, but I can feel I'm not going to do it. So sometimes I'll even set up external structures because I can be honest enough with myself to know when I'm not going to follow through on something, So it's like, I want to, as I get older, I want to be really fit. I want to be one of these guys who's like 75 years old and doing 20 pull-ups, right? That's who I want to be, right? But I'm like, I'm not good for it. I'm inconsistent. I'm on and off, So I formed a structure with a bunch of guys and we keep each other going. And we have daily practices and we're getting fit. And I'm a few years in and I'm much fitter than I was. And I can't do 20 push-ups. 20 pull-ups, but but we're getting there. But the point is, there are times where what you strategically determine you want to do, what you think, what makes sense to you when you look at the whole. You would like to have some retirement savings, right? So when you look at that, you start to interfere, like interfering with your breath. You start to hold your breath. You start to make some plans. You take some actions. But you have to be honest with yourself. If it's not coming from a deep aligned place, but you still know it's a good idea, then you're going to have to get the structures. And sometimes external structures can be very supportive. Like it could be just like little groups and, how very ad hoc little things, as long as they're consistent and you have something outside yourself, right? Then you can better stick to a plan that's not, and you don't know why it's not happening. That's not that you don't want to do it. It's just that you have resistance or beliefs or things that you don't know, but and maybe you'll work them out one day, but right now you're not going to follow through. So get yourself a coach or get yourself some support systems. Right. So, kind of like that.
There's a part of me that can't help but feel that from what you're sharing, is it one of the misconceptions we have in the field of personal growth or healing or looking towards abundance that we may fall into a trap that we might not be responsible for a lot of the long-term results we want, given that we're trying so much to be in the present that we sacrifice the future for a pleasure now, and is that like the trap we have to be careful for?
Well, I mean that can happen in all kinds of ways, I suppose. But I mean, if you're talking about the example I gave of Jeffrey Martin's research subjects, we're not in that danger. But yeah, we're in danger of not planning and doing things in a solid way for long term needs. All the time. I mean, everybody's kind of grappling with that. I wouldn't people are so different, and this territory of figuring out what you really want to do. Like, I have projects coming up now. I won't get into it too much, and I feel like, you know, as I felt in each of my successive projects, each project felt just right to that time in my life. But now this next project, I'm like, oh my God, if this is like the best thing I've ever done. This is so much more aligned with me in a deep way, and also in a business way. And it's just the best thing. And but my last thing felt like that, but that was several years ago. So it's like, this is a live process of just trying to inquire and stay in the inquiry about how do you want to use your time here? Um, what really matters to you, and if you're lucky, you'll have enough freedom in yourself, and your life circumstances will be kind enough to you that you have the resources to pursue what matters to you most. I mean, I have to just say compassionately that all kinds of circumstances happen with all kinds of people, and not everybody can, just decide what they want long term and set out. There's all kinds of pressures, and sometimes people just have to bear down and deal with, what's on their plate right now. And so I don't want to try to make it overly formulaic, but yeah.
The process you spoke of getting really excited about the project now, the next project. I mean, I also have that pattern and that tendency. It's like the next thing is always the most exciting thing. But you seem to have that journey from, even from your psychedelic experience, you got an insight or an impulse to start working on your next project. Is there anything like, is that the typical path, or is there something wrong with that? Or is there a time where you have to evaluate like, oh, I'm pursuing this idea too much. Should I be changed? Again, maybe this is me being too much in the mind, but I'm trying to see, is there something we should be checking in with ourselves when we're pursuing a project to know we got to keep going, or no, maybe we need to switch to something else?
About 10 years ago, after I sold I partnered my record label with Sounds True. And at the time, there were only like Headspace and Calm were around. Now there's thousands of them, but at the time it was new. And I raised a bunch of money, and we started, and I got it pretty far, like into a couple of hospitals, and we did custom label for big nonprofits. But in the end of the day, we weren't getting enough engagement, and I had to let it go. And I'd say I worked on it for about 4 years, almost 5 years. Um, it's really strange. It's just, you can't make rules about this stuff. It's like I mean, in hindsight, I should have let go of that after 3 years. Projects come up and they have their own life, and there's all these other forces. I had, investors I wanted to come through for, and that put pressure on me. It's just, we each have to navigate that space for ourselves. You know, I would just say the primary thing is get whatever practice you do, whether it's through meditation or whether it's through inquiry or whether it's through flow speaking or any practice that has you tune into what spontaneously arises as opposed to what you think. Just wait, be patient, let it happen, go with it, follow it, be curious. Anything that does that to me strikes me as foundational. In addition to that, then you also at the same time, and most people won't need this advice because they'll do this automatically, you want to be planning your things, right? Not that many people are too flowed, right? So that's probably not most people's problem. But strategy certainly has a place, but you have to recognize if you're not confident that your energy is all in and aligned with whatever you're up to. Get external structures to support you, because we all have weird conditioning and we don't really know, you're not going to sort out all of your, beliefs and all of your traumas and all of your resistances, and you're not going to sort it all out, right? So if you want to do something, you don't know why you're not reliable for it, get some help, get some support, and give them your support in exchange, because that's a great gift to give somebody.
And Jeff, one of the things I realized is I was actually very focused on the wrong thing, because the fear that came up was, oh my God, I'll get stuck in flow. And what I forgot to realize from the research you said earlier is this was a very select few rare individuals. And so in essence, it's no, we can all probably walk a few steps towards flow, not even be close to a trap of flow. And matter of fact, it's going to unlock so much more abundance in our lives in the process of doing that. You've in yourself, you've been obviously on the path of being exposed to relaxation, meditation, healing, all the experts in the field as well. When you look towards creating abundance, and particularly the material abundance that a lot of people have joined this summit to go and pursue, have you noticed that there are some common habits or common processes that people that are on that path or have that abundance already should be paying attention to? Because these might be the stronger links that gets them to what they want, perceived what they want at the time, maybe.
Well, it's very tricky. There's a tendency to conflate, material abundance with other kinds of abundance, and if everybody, I can feel people want to just go, yeah, we know about all that, but give me the cash, right? There's an aspect of it where it's like, give me the cash. And, and people, and it's true. It's just an important layer of life. If you can sort it out, there's a lot of bad beliefs around it, in the sense of what it's going to do for you, but it does something for you. And, and I have been, if I'm guilty of anything in my own life, even though it's been entrepreneurial, it's that I'm too flowy, like sometimes it's worked out really well and sometimes it hasn't. And I never set out. I never was, I did, I was a kid I studied poetry. That's who you're dealing with here, right? I've only read like 2 business books in my life. And there are people who are much better built for making money than I am. But one thing I will share is that, and this is what I would, what I'll tell my own kid is, what you're going for is, ideally, if you're lucky, is you want to have like your deepest life emerge from within you, where it's just like, that's your heart's love. And then you want to, when you look at your projects, you don't want to compromise that, but you also don't want to compromise your material gains. Right. And it's kind of like, it's just a harder problem to solve, because a lot of people think it's one or the other. And I never thought about it that way. I always thought about it as, no, I have one problem to solve, my life. I can put it that way. And to solve that, I need to be aligned with my love, and I need to be successful in the world. Right. So it's like, it's one problem. It's a harder problem. It's easier to say, well, I'll take care of myself later and let me go take some job that doesn't feel right, but pays the bills. And a lot of people are compromised, and it's okay, because we all have to do what we have to do. And many people, it's not the work, but they're living and they're with people, and they're living their life in those contexts. But for a lot of people, they've separated that. A lot of people, it's so I would just, not that there's some miracle we can go like this and make it happen, but I would always encourage anybody to solve that bigger problem, solve that problem where you take care of what you need to materially, and you don't let, your deepest intuitions about what your life is for, slip by the wayside.
I noticed in the conversation, when I'd ask very prescriptive questions about what someone can do, you're very cautious about telling people what is going to work for them. You speak about a lot of the fact that everybody's different and things can be a bit more complicated. Would you say this is a common issue that you see from teachers, gurus in the personal growth field?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a summit, so I don't want to, I don't, I don't want to throw stones, but but yeah, there's a lot of overreaching in, digital marketing claims for personal transformation work. I was just talking about this with somebody today. Manifestation is a perfect word to make this point with, because what I was talking about in a way is manifestation. It's like doing the inquiry to see what wants to emerge, making sure that whatever, if that's going to become action, that you run it through your thoughtful, strategic, taking care of business mind. But it comes from from a deep place. And so much of what I'm seeing doesn't demand that. It kind of steps over that as though somebody could tell you what you want, or you could tell yourself you want something that isn't really real for you, or something like that. So that's if I was going to be prescriptive, it wouldn't be do this, it would be practice this to see what you should do. It wouldn't be, it would be it has to have an inward looking thing. It has to, it has to, in my summits on like deep flow, I've interviewed everybody from Jeffrey Martin, who I talked about, to an improv comedian, to a jazz musician, to a martial arts guy. Because, in your body, it's the same thing. It's like, do you move like this, or or does the music take over and then you let it flow, right? So there's this whole thing about control and not control. And you have to get to what arises from you when you're not heavy-handed. And a lot of programming that's out there doesn't acknowledge that fact. They claim to have a better handle on what you ought to do than they actually have, in my opinion.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that perspective forward, Jeff, because the reason we've put the summit together is so that everybody can look at different perspective and piece together something that works for them, acknowledging that there could be some differences between every single person we have here. And what you just shared, I think, is a very powerful message that I would want everyone to take into consideration, which is there's not one person who knows you better than you. And if we don't feel like we know each other, it sounds like that becomes the biggest priority on our journey of mastering abundance, is really just becoming more self-aware. Am I wrapping my head around this correctly?
Yeah, becoming more self-aware, and specifically becoming more tuned into what arises spontaneously when one of the guys I interviewed was this guy named Dave Rock, who does something called flow speaking, which I ended up practicing, daily for quite some time. In fact, I've been doing it my own way for years. But basically, every morning, I sit down at my desk if I'm sitting down for work, and I put on my Zoom camera, and I look in the camera with absolutely no agenda, and I just start speaking. And it's fascinating. And it goes in different ways. And my best business ideas have fallen out of my mouth. I've gotten deeper in my heart, like a normal morning day became an inspirational day. And it's just by getting tuned into what wants to emerge when you get out of the way. And there's a lot of energy there. And it's really hard to do things when you don't have your energy aligned with it. That's why everybody's like struggling, because you're doing things, but you're kind of in conflict with yourself.
Jeff, I appreciate our conversation and what we've been able to uncover when it comes to understanding the role that states of flow can play when somebody's going towards mastering abundance. I love that we've been able to dissect a lot of the misconceptions that could happen from this very field so that people can develop this self-trust and go on more of these inquiries. And one of the key things I love from this chat is there's this appreciation of our flawed human nature, that we're like, hey, we're perfectly figuring this out, even if it's imperfect, that, we're going to go on this journey, and, there's things we're going to do right, do wrong, and it's okay. And nobody's recipe is perfect, but it's all going to be ours. And it feels very good as I'm going on my own journey, realizing, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be giving away my agency of what the perfect path for my life is to everyone else. And maybe I should be going out and figuring this out pretty strongly for myself as a priority. And I know this was a question that you kind of had a grin when I prompted that I might go there, but if we're gonna see some major people start becoming more self-aware, take like what is it that you'd like to see more in the world as people start taking care of themselves more? They're going towards mastering abundance a lot more. What would be your message to everyone in closing?
They're really going to ask me that.
I,
So this is my message to everyone. I mean, one thing you see is, if you've studied anything like spiral dynamics or integral theory, where you see developmental levels and so on, people are in very different places. And the kind of message that you would give to somebody, and I don't want to just say higher and lower, and I want to keep it out of not too hierarchical, but more or less encompassing. People are in very different places, and the kinds of messaging that works for a person who's who's still taking care of their root needs is very different than a person who's taking care of actualization needs, right? And not that it's one or the other, and not that you're in one place. We're all in all the places. But a lot of people never even got up to self-actualization, never got up to this conversation that I'm having about flowing and letting your deeper nature emerge. That's not relevant to most people. I don't want to put a percentage on it, but look at the planet, and it's not relevant to most people. So, if you're giving me a magic wand, then I would say, let's use it, and let's have the world turn inward in that way. Let have them, stop being dominated by their thoughts as much and their constructed ego structures, and start to let themselves experience what happens when their deeper nature emerges.
Jeff, once again, thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, and everything we've shared here. I love that you've again talked about how there's so many differences between where everybody is at. So a single prescription is probably not going to bring the outcome that we're looking for, but everybody being a bit more self-aware and doing a bit more self-discovery definitely can help us take some better steps in the process. I want to encourage everyone to go and check The Nuggets, a series of amazing insights you can get from some of the people you've seen on this summit, as well as other incredible people such as Deepak Chopra, Michael Beckwith, Marianne Williamson, and more, where you have these 4-minute video nuggets to keep the conversation going around what are the different modalities that exist, what are the different practices. And when you go with it in a lens of understanding what is it that you want, you'll see which one of these apply to you and be on a powerful journey while you do it. Jeff, once again, thank you so much for your time. This was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Jason.
And there you have it, guys. Jeff Charno. I am so happy we've injected this one just at the right place, which was all about developing self-trust, flow states, and we're going to be exposing you to a lot of ideas. And I think one of the key things I want to remind everyone while you're on this summit, it was funny when I was asking Jeff and he's like, oh, I don't want to say anything bad about anybody else because you're on a summit. You're going to have a lot of people saying a lot of different things. And I think that's the beautiful part of the summit, is that you're going to listen to all these different speakers, but what ultimately will work is going to be your journey towards abundance. It's not a, oh my God, I need to apply what everybody says. You pick the ones that resonate, and only in the pieces that resonate for you. And even if none of these resonate, you still are going to be on a path that's going to be your path. And we hope to inspire you, motivate you, share some things that you can adapt, implement, and use it in your own powerful way as you're going to be on this journey to mastering abundance. Because at some point, when you're specifically going towards mastering abundance, you will be the master. And that means you will be setting the chart. You will be the one sharing wisdom. And you're going to be somebody who's truly living the life of abundance in the process. Yeah, flow states, very powerful stuff. So Smiley, I'm seeing the comments coming in. We shared a bit of what the flow speaking was, which was the way that you could do some public speaking. But I think that's very interesting that that's one of the ideas that stuck for people that were listening in, because the next conversation that we're going to have is particularly about using your voice, sharing your message in a very powerful way. So as I bring a bit of a summary on the screen right now. Guys, if you want to go and discover more from Jeff, see what nuggets that he's sharing, which are all the little pieces of wisdom they share, beinganddoing.online. That's the website. It's .online. You can learn more from Jeff and all of the wisdom that he shares by going to that website. And with that, I'm excited to bring our next speaker, who is going to be someone who shares more on how to use the power of the voice, how to use the power of storytelling, and is none other than Eric Edmeades. Now, something you should be made aware of is Eric is actually currently working on a book called The Evolution Gap, which is all about how to adapt to the modern age of civilization. And why is it that we are, well, sometimes acting like ridiculous humans in this age, is because a lot of our physiology was not designed to deal with this current reality. And so if you are new to Eric, get ready for a powerful storyteller, a great presenter, a man that's been creating some transformation personally in my life, has helped me revolutionize the way that I operate with my health and fitness, particularly on the nutrition side. I've developed my ability to speak. I mean, I'm here with you guys on this summit. I'm the one that's doing a lot of the talking here, and I'm getting to interview all these incredible speakers. That skill did not come by accident. Matter of fact, Eric has been one of my teachers and mentors on learning how to speak publicly or speak in front of a camera. And I know that you're all going to learn something that is so incredible as a skill for you to get more of what you want, have people respond to you in more positive ways, be a more magnetic person when it comes to mastering abundance. All that and so much more is what you're going to be learning from the one and only Eric Edmeades. Let's put him on and continue as we go for our 9th speaker for today. Let's get started.
Back to another incredible session on our Mastering Abundance Summit. I'm so excited to bring someone that's actually someone I owe a lot of credit towards my abilities to be able to not only be in better shape, but to also be able to speak to you. As the host of this summit and getting a chance to interview all these amazing speakers, I've developed a skill in public speaking that has been vastly contributed by the man that I'm going to be bringing on right now. Eric Edmeades has been a mentor, a teacher, and a friend that has really helped me shape my message, helped me use my voice as a way to make a bigger impact. And I know that for anybody here on a journey to mastering abundance, you're going to learn the power of the voice communication as an instrument that truly unlocks a wealth of opportunities for you. If you're not familiar with Eric, I've already hinted towards 2 of his big programs. First one being WildFit, a vastly different way of approaching food, nutrition, diet, is a program I've used and had massive transformation in my own habits and has changed the lives of thousands around the world. And Speaking Academy, a public speaking training that he has been able to help so many people use their voice to make the impact they've always wanted. He's also helped so many entrepreneurs when it comes to his business freedom initiatives, where he's taught people the foundations it takes to run a business, scale it, and have profits, revenue, and impact in the process. That is just the tip of the iceberg amongst the many projects that Eric is involved with, but he is a change maker involved with TLC, Mind Valley, so many other organizations, has spoken with companies, and here he's sharing on the summit. Eric, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks, Jason. Always good to spend time with you.
And we're going to be focusing on one of my favorite topics. And obviously, we're talking about abundance. We're tying also about the power of the voice. And we've had from a lot of different speakers sharing their story when it comes to what role did abundance play in their story of becoming who they are. And since we're speaking about public speaking and sharing stories, we'd love to hear yours and your word for how did abundance play a role in bringing you to where you are now?
Well, I think I'd start by saying that, there are many things that can accelerate the accumulation of abundance or magnify your capacity for attraction. And but I don't think any of them are more powerful than becoming an effective communicator, becoming comfortable and confident public speaking. I don't care what career somebody has. They could be an orthopedic surgeon, they could be an entrepreneur, they could be a teacher. If they have the ability to evoke emotion from people, to tell stories that people are encaptured by, if they have the ability to stimulate behavioral change, if the ability to make information sticky, those are some of the most valuable things in our society. And so public speaking becomes a massive accelerant to success. I can measure, I can show you in my business life that I had a moderate level of success before, overcoming my fears of speaking, what have you. I started my first business in the United Kingdom. It was mobile computing and data capture solutions and barcode scanning technologies and so forth. And, I had the business for about 9 years. I sold it for a retirable sum of money and it was successful. Looking back at it, though, I am absolutely certain that knowing what I know today and possessing the skills that I have today, I could have easily added minimally another zero onto that transaction. I have no doubt about that at all. And of course, that's played out in a number of business ventures that I've had since. That things are just faster, more attractive, there's just greater abundance. So I can't. I mean, to share about this with people is one of my favorite things to do because it can be such a tool of freedom.
I'd be curious to know, when it comes to sharing stories, you spoke about that. There's a way of speaking, which is just giving information. And then there's this whole art around talking about stories and speaking in terms of stories. How important is it to actually understand the power of stories as opposed to just telling facts?
Well, I'll see your question and I'll raise you a comment that I would argue that there is a distinction between stories and storytelling. So a story, in a sort of factual definition kind of way, is a series of events that you might report upon. Somebody had a challenge and they overcame the challenge, and that somehow becomes a story, right? Now, you can tell a story without storytelling, right? So I can say, oh, Jason, I was going to tell you, I was going on my vacation, I booked my flights and we got the reservation and then we packed our bags and then we went to the airport and we got to the airport, we went to check in and there were some customer service problems. And then we finally got through to the lounge and then we were waiting for the plane and then the plane took off 30 minutes late. Now, technically speaking, that is a story. It's not well told, but it's a story. On the other hand, if I tell it like a story and I go, oh my God, Jason, you should have seen. So first of all, we get these reservations and it was tricky. I mean, the routing these days is so challenging and we found the perfect connections. Then we got to the airport, went to the check-in counter, and I don't know if they were just on go slow mode that day, but it was like taking forever to get checked in. For a while there, it looked like we thought we might even lose you see, now it's a whole different thing. I'm conveying emotion in my tone of voice. I'm talking about our feelings, what we thought, what we experienced. So in that case, you can have the difference between story with or without storytelling. But then there's another magical thing that a lot of times people understand is that you can relay non-story information with storytelling. And a good example of that would be, imagine that I am, let's say, the CFO of a company, and I'm going to be speaking to the shareholders. And a normal CFO speaking to shareholders might come along and say, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fellow shareholders. You'll recall at the last quarterly meeting that we set a rather aggressive goal of 14% growth on the quarter. And so today I'm pleased to tell you that we in fact achieved our goal and it exceeded it slightly with 16% growth on the quarter. This is a series of facts which, unless you have a powerful cognitive vacancy, a curiosity about the data, you're going to fall asleep in the middle of that presentation. It doesn't matter to you a lot. But instead, the CFO could come out and say, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fellow shareholders. I want to take you back to last quarter when our sales team came up with these big projections and they said they were planning on 14% growth on the quarter. And if I'm honest with you about this, and I always am, I didn't believe it. I thought it was overly bullish. I thought it was, and I have to tell you, I got the report today. I opened up the envelope. I took a look. I had to read it twice because I got to tell you, the sales guys were wrong. They did not achieve 14%. They got 16%, everybody. It's the same information, but it's delivered with storytelling. So again, you can have a story without storytelling. You can have a story with storytelling, and you can also have data with storytelling. And storytelling, of course, evokes emotional response, and no memories are created without an emotional response.
I think there's a misconception, perhaps, that when you speak about this skill, you're speaking about a skill that's only applicable if you're doing any kind of public speaking. What we're learning here in the way to communicate, what are the major areas that this can apply and the difference it can make in your life?
Well, it would be a lot shorter for us to talk about the areas that you couldn't apply this. That would be a much quicker conversation because, I mean, it applies everywhere. It applies anywhere where there's more than one person or more than one personality, because even the way you speak to yourself matters. But let me give you a crazy example. I mean, way off the charts, nothing to do with business, right? So most people, you know, they're driving along and they see the red and blues flashing behind them and they go boom, 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 and the heart starts pounding. Unless I'm like, if I'm in a real hurry, maybe I find it inconvenient. But generally in my life, I just see it as an opportunity to have fun. I haven't done anything. I'm not drunk. I'm not worried about it. So no kidding. I've just completed one of our Kilimanjaro leadership programs, and we've gone with some friends and my mom to Zanzibar for a little, you know, unpacking and integration of what we've gone through climbing the mountain and so on. And so at one point we're driving off to go do a tour of the spice market, and it's Tanzania, so it's hot. And so I am not wearing a shirt. Our car doesn't have air conditioning and I'm hot, so I'm not wearing a shirt. We drive around this corner and there's a road blockade there. And the road blockade is police checking people's licenses. I'm not worried. I have all my stuff. I haven't broken any laws. Guy comes up to the window and he goes, "Sir, I noticed you're not wearing your shirt." And I can't do the accent today, but he's like, "Yeah, you're not wearing your shirt." And I go, "Yeah, it's hot." And he goes, "Yes, but in our country, you have to wear a shirt when you're driving the car." Now, I can't quote you verse and rhyme, but I'm pretty sure there's no law that says that, right? But I also know, because I've spent a lot of time there, that they're always coming up with an excuse whereby you could just pay them a quick little fine right now instead of getting a ticket, otherwise known as a bribe. And I'm not interested in bribing law enforcement, so I won't play that game. So he starts pushing me for this thing. And then I'm like, well, you're right. I should get a ticket. I'm like really curious to see what the ticket is for not wearing. I think we should have a ticket. So he takes me off into the back room where he introduces me to his senior officer, a younger man with a military uniform. Remember that Tanzania used to be Tanganyika. It was a German colony. You can tell from the building, definitely from those days, like concrete room built to be scary, big white light in the corner. Like we will ask the questions here. You know, like it was pretty tough. And meanwhile, my mom is in the car with a bunch of my clients and friends, and they go, "Mrs. Edmeades," which always annoys her because she changed her name after the divorce. But anyway, "Mrs. Edmeades, aren't you worried about Eric?" And my mom's like, "No, I'm worried about those poor cops." And meanwhile, I'm in there joking around, having fun with them. We walk out. They open my door for me and get me into my car. No fine, no bribe. And then he starts giving me directions to the spice market. Now, had that happened to me when I was 25 and had social anxiety and was afraid of communicating, it would have gone very differently.
Wow. So obviously applicable to very unique situations and every other situation. I like the fact that you've even highlighted that stories of how we tell ourselves, how we convince ourselves, how we monitor our behaviors. And for a lot of times when you're on this journey for mastering abundance, there's a lot of self-sabotaging stories we tell ourselves. And I'm wondering, for things you teach about in public speaking, are there a lot of these resources that people can use when it comes to rewriting their own story of where they are and what they want to achieve in life?
You know, one thing that I've given a lot of thought to over the years, and I've really been influenced by Tony Robbins in this particular area. I toured with him for about a year, and he was just an outstanding mentor and good friend. And among all the work that he's brought to the light, one of the things that I've most valued is the work he's done around what he calls the 6 human needs, and built similar to the Maslow's hierarchy type work. And so one of the things you take a look at is if there's a story that you're telling yourself over and over again, and then more than that, you're telling it to other people over and over again, and that story evokes, say, an empathetic response, a sympathetic response, pity, it gets you extra connection and love, then that story is going to start becoming emotionally gratifying for you, and then you might get trapped by that story. So I had an interaction with a young woman once who was, struggling with suicide and struggling with suicide ideation and had made a few attempts and this sort of thing. And one day I just was lucky enough to have a conversation with her about her suicide ideation and what had caused her to feel this way and so on. And as soon as she started telling me about her last suicide attempt, I realized that this was a well-lubricated, well-practiced story that she had been repeating anytime anybody asked her about it. And like she'd been interviewed about it, she'd been in therapy about it. And the story was so stunning, that what happened in her case was that every time she told the story, it would always end with people going, "Oh my God, I'm so glad that you're still here. Obviously, God loves you. It was a miracle that it didn't happen. You're meant to be here. This was the best outcome." And they keep telling her this, which is really reinforcing. I mean, it's very nice that people are saying this, but the trouble is that if she ever starts to feel a little low, if she ever starts to feel a little insignificant, her quickest path to significance, as one of the 6 human needs that Tony talks about, is to tell this victim story, which is to create the victim chemistry in her body in order to get the emotional payoff. And as a consequence, not only does she get trapped in that victim story, but she creates the victim chemistry in her body, which is not so good. And then I feel she's more likely to manifest more circumstances like that, because her body's going, wow, these types of stories really work. We should create more of those. And so I think that one of the first things that any of us can do is take a look at, when you're telling a story to yourself or others, ask yourself what the strategic purpose of it is. Is it to get a solution? Is it to get sympathy? And if it's to get sympathy, pity, benefit, and what have you, okay, once or twice during a hard time, you've just gone through a breakup and you need a hug, okay. But if it's 4 months later and you're still doing that, there could be a problem.
I think that is quite the call out. If anybody's trying to be on a path of abundance, but seems to find roadblocks and then always get some support in the moment that the roadblock is shared with others, this could be one of the biggest sabotages for someone that wants to make a change in their life, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Remember that, your system evolved over a huge period of time, and you have, chemical rewards that are designed to reward you for doing functional things. Well, the trouble is that a lot of what we do these days that we get rewarded for, our dopamine systems are a bit confused. Like, we can swipe social media and get dopamine. We can eat garbage food and get dopamine. We can do all kinds of dysfunctional things. We can sit and watch Netflix and waste hours and hours of time. And by the way, I'm not against watching the odd series here or there. I mean, go for it. But I'm just talking, I think we know the difference between drug watching and entertainment, right? And the trouble is that if we get trapped in those cycles, then we keep rewarding our bodies for the wrong behavior, and then our body learns to repeat that behavior. I would say this, Jason, and it's really important. I think I'm a big fan of James Clear's book, Atomic Habits, and so on. I do have one thought about that, is that in one section in the book, they keep talking about, like, all right, how long does it take to create a habit? One study says 66 days, another one says 21 days, 15 days, 7 days. And I would put to you that the premise of the question is flawed in the first occurrence, that it is not a matter of repetition or number of days. It has to do with emotional intensity, that with enough emotional intensity in a single day, a habit can be created for life. And so if you tell a story, a victim story, something like that, and you get a phenomenal emotional payoff for telling that story, be careful. That story, not only will you keep repeating it, but the universe might keep repeating the events.
That's very interesting. And the first thing that kind of came to mind is was a health scare that my father had, and one of the things was a heart condition. And I happened to be in town. I live on the other side of the world, but I happened to be in town. It was the first time him meeting my fiance, and she had to meet him in the hospital. And he was wearing one of those cute gowns and everything. But it was a moment that we kind of all said the goodbyes, because he was going for like a heart surgery. But matter of fact, things turned out great. He only needed to install a stent, but had to make some changes in his life. And right then and there, quit smoking, right? And it had been years that he had tried stuff, but didn't have the motivation. So you speak of that emotional charge. One of the things I've noticed is it's almost like another example is people that are trying to make lifestyle changes to their diet. And they're like, oh, I wish I was celiac so I wouldn't eat so much pasta. And that's almost the story of trying to call in more sabotage, more damage for you to finally make the leap of changing something to get towards abundance. And I'm wondering, is that a necessary evil? Are there ways to circumvent that? Because that emotional charge seems to be very important.
Yeah, it requires some consciousness. And I'll give you a great example of somebody we both know, my Kirsty. So Kirsty, as I think you'd agree, the need for Kirsty to go on a diet to lose weight is a redundant thought, right? She's clearly not carrying any extra weight that she would need to worry about. That said, she was eating 200 grams of chocolate a day before she ever met me. And that was a slow day of chocolate consumption. So of course she had a similar context to what you were saying. She's like, well, if I wish I was like a little overweight, then I'd be more motivated to go on a diet, make some changes, right? Same kind of thought process. She's like, I'm eating all this chocolate. There's no problem. If there's a problem, I'd fix it. One of the big things I think we have to do as humans is we have to recognize that we are not very good at long-term consequence. We're not very good at connecting long-term consequence to behavior. Hence, I mean, how else could somebody smoke? If you were to take a drag off your cigarette or your vape machine for the very first time and then immediately cough up blood, I guarantee you that habit does not take. That's the end of that pretty right quick, right? But
Yeah.
that is what's going to happen if you keep doing it. But the consequence is so far away, we can't see it. Now, one interesting thing about storytelling is you watch if you don't see somebody in the comments going, I just quit smoking after what Eric said. It happens all the time, because what happens when you say the right thing in the right story way with the right emotional invocation, the right emotional impact, you can stimulate behavior change. So to your point about food, I mean, the work that I am most proud of in my life is the starting of WildFit. You know, I took on maybe the toughest area of behavioral change that exists on this planet is getting people to eat properly, because they're constantly being tempted by the food industry, by convenience and all this kind of stuff. So it's really hard. I mean, the average person will go on 2 diets a year through their adult life, and they will stick with each one on an average of 7 days. So clearly that's a tough area of behavioral change. But what I did was I focused on the psychology as much as the nutrition. And I tell stories that people come up to me later and go, after you told that story about milk, I can't do that anymore. After you told me that story about Coca-Cola, now I use it as toilet cleaner. I don't drink it anymore. And it didn't take 66 days to create that habit. It took one well-executed story at the right time in the right place with the right credibility.
Well, that's very powerful and goes back to our whole concept of the storytelling skill, not only to make changes in our life, to be able to witness stories. And there's a lot of programming you could witness to make some behavioral changes. And if we're speaking about mastering abundance, I'm wondering if there's certain resources or certain stories that you speak to people when they're trying to achieve bigger goals, make a bigger impact, have more abundance in their life. That happens to be some of the biggest shifts you can make in the shortest amount of time. There's usually things that are probably there.
Okay, I can give you one right now that A, it's a good example, but B, it could right now stimulate some actual change for anybody listening to our little conversation here. So people generally who have had some curiosity about, say, abundance or the sort of more esoteric concept of manifestation and so forth, most people who have done any kind of thinking about that have run into the concept of financial blocks, right? Like the limiting beliefs, money is the root of all evil, which of course was never the right expression. A rich man has an easier time passing through an eye of a needle than getting into heaven. That expression is completely incorrect. The eye of the needle is a mountain pass. It wasn't the literal eye of a needle, right? But these expressions are built into us and they create financial blocks. So first of all, think about that. Mistold stories are blocking us financially. When they say it's easier for a rich man to easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle than it is to get into heaven, that basically says it's impossible, because you can't pass through the eye of a needle, not without a really good blender. That's like, it's not going to happen. But when you realize that the eye of a needle was a mountain pass, and it was talking about passing through the eye of a needle on a camel, by the way. And when you talk about passing over that mountain pass, well, it turns out that mountain pass, the camels had a really hard time with it. So it wasn't that you couldn't do it. It was just a way of saying that for a rich man to get into heaven is work because of the temptation that he will face. And so you see that this story has been repeated over and over again, and it's been twisted. And so today it shows up as a financial block. Let's go the other way. Here is the most, or let's say the least understood financial block that I've ever seen. And I this is one of those, I originated this. I didn't hear it from somebody else. So I'm not saying anybody else didn't originate it, but it just hit me one day like a truck. Here's the deal. The richer you become financially, in terms of influence, family, opportunity, the more free you become, the more opportunities will present themselves to you. And that means you will initially go through a phase of, wow, this is amazing. I get to go to this event. I get to go on that trip. I get to do this project. Initially, it comes up as abundance and it feels amazing. But then what happens is that you start attracting so much phenomenal opportunity into your life that you can't possibly take advantage of it all. And so some years ago, I was invited to speak at a phenomenal event. I couldn't believe it. Some of the people I admired the most were going to be there. Some of my best friends were going to be there. It was incredible. It was in Costa Rica. I'd always wanted to go. It was going to be great. And then I got another invitation to go and spend a week at in a game reserve right alongside Kruger National Park. It's owned by Richard Branson. And again, a bunch of my friends are going to be there. Richard was going to be there, and they're happening on the same weekend. What the hell do you do with that? 2 life-changing, once in a lifetime, there's an expression for you, once in a lifetime opportunities, and I can't do both of them. And unfortunately, the way most people deal with that is that they reluctantly accept the one opportunity and send their body to that opportunity, but they keep their heart and soul in the other one. And so they lose both. And in the meantime, what they've done is they've created a bunch of pain for themselves. And the pain is as a result of abundance. And so their body quickly learns to slow down the attraction of abundance because it's painful. So what that means is that we, as we increase our attraction and increase our abundance, have to learn that FOMO, or fear of missing out, is a massive block to abundance. The next time something like that happens to you or me or anybody else, the answer should be, wow, universe, thank you so much for these 2 phenomenal opportunities. I may as well flip a coin because no matter which one I choose, it's magnificent. And then you go to that one, and you go to that one 100%. And by the way, funny enough, it just popped into my head. I was on Necker Island twice last year, both times with Richard. And at one point we got to sit down. Richard actually came in and it was birthday dinner. He came and sat with me for birthday dinner. And it was a nice party and a nice dinner. And later we were having a conversation, and everybody was asking questions, and I've been with him a number of times, and people tend to ask, frankly, the same questions at different events over and over. He's a very patient man. I'll just say that. But I asked something that I'd never heard anybody ask before. And I said to him, hey, Richard, listen, I explained this concept of fear of missing out and I said, look, I often use the example. I mean, on any given day, you could wake up, get on one of your planes, and you could be at a Coldplay concert over there. You could go to the Eagles in the Sphere in Las Vegas. You could go to any political event you wanted to go to. You could be doing anything at all with everybody on any given day. You have to say no to 1,000 amazing things. How do you live with yourself? And he goes, I never really heard it quite put that way before. And he goes, but all I can tell you is you just pick one and you go to it 100%. That's it. That's it. If you leave your heart at the other one, the missed out one, if you feel like a victim because the universe gave you this phenomenal choice of opportunities, then the universe will say, I see you don't like that. We'll stop it.
Ooh, this is a very powerful one, because it seems like the story I've noticed is a lot of times the people that have initial abundance come in, there's like a seesaw effect, right? And this seems to be the pattern breaker that you need to have as a story shift to make sure that you're not teeter-tottering on both sides. And that, I think, is a very powerful one to look for. Anybody who's on that path of abundance, they're going to meet that moment if they haven't met it already or have been through that cycle in the past. Now, is it possible that these types of choices happen? Because even when you're getting started, maybe you're not feeling that abundant right now. There's this element that you're not too sure which path to take, and it might not be all the sunshines and rainbow path. You have a project A, project B. They both seem to have their own challenges and difficulties. Does the same type of story apply here when you're on the path of abundance to help you make that choice?
We've all heard the cliched idea that life is always happening for you and not to you. And, we hear it all the time, and it's like basically cliched at this point. But I would put to you that if you add a little tag onto it, it becomes a much more powerful expression. And that is to say that everything in life is consistently and continually happening for you, not to you, especially when it doesn't feel that way. And that distinction has been life-changing for me. And by the way, Don't imagine for a minute that I can live it all the time. Life happens, and sometimes it gets me, but I keep coming back to that expression. Now, if you can really embody that concept, then when you're faced with two opportunities, you begin to realize that it really doesn't matter that much. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much, because you'll never know whether the other option was better or not. You'll never know. Even let's say, for example, that you were offered two jobs, right? You're offered two jobs, both amazing, one in one country, one in another, both countries you always want to live in, really tough to make the decision. And you choose the one, and somebody else gets the job that you were going to take, and they just do phenomenally well. You might look at that and go, see, I should have taken that one. No, that was that person's journey in that job. Who knows if it would have worked out that way for you, right? You just don't know. And so what I'm really kind of getting at is that when I have opportunities like that come along, I have a series of gates that they have to go through in order for me to select them. And the gates have changed in each decade of my life. When I was 20 years old, honestly, I mean, if I just lay it on the line, number one question was, will it make money? Like that was it. It was like, well, how much money will I make? What's the ROI, right? That was it. Then after how much money would I make, the next one was, will I enjoy it? By the way, I think that's a very important gate that any project should pass through. And then the next one was, is it important in some way? And it was distant. It wasn't really that. 20 years old, I wasn't thinking about legacy. I wasn't thinking about impact in the same way. Today, 25 years later, you bring a project to me, and the very first thing that I am asking is, will it be fun? First thing, will I enjoy it? Then the next question I'm asking is this a big deal? In other words, will it create the opportunity to create a massive positive impact for the maximum number of people? That's the next gate. Then I'll start talking about the ROI. Once I've achieved those two things, if it passes those two gates, now let's talk about how to make this profitable, make sure it's a good return on investment. So if you run those gates, if you run those, say, decision factors, and let's say you come out at the end and both opportunities pass both, then flip a bloody coin and move on. You will never know the choice. And if you get stuck in overthinking, if you get stuck in that choice paralysis, here's the joke. Two excellent paths and a way station called indecision. That way station is a horrible place to be. And the longer you make the choice, the longer you're sitting in that way station. So just jump in and get it going.
Eric, I love all of the wisdom and insights you've shared for people that are on that journey for abundance. I mean, people have all decided and made the choice to participate in this summit, which is already a great choice. Having a chance to hear from speakers like you is an amazing way to get stories and insights to get us to make those shifts. And I guess I'd want to make sure to have one more question to add into our conversation, because we've went into a lot of different directions. But one thing I want to make sure we can let people leave with is perhaps a tip or a tool that we've already spoken when it comes to the storytelling aspect. If someone out of here also is realizing, hey, I want to be able to do better in my public speaking, I want to be able to communicate like Eric just did right now and made so much impact on me, I'd love to have that ripple on others in any initiative that I take. Is there a thing that we could apply very quickly? Maybe it's something that we do in the next 30 days in the ways that we communicate that could get us an inch further into developing this skill that's so important for our journey of mastering abundance?
Absolutely. It starts with this idea. Normally, skill accumulation, skill development is a project of unbelievable commitment, effort, investment. If you want to become a phenomenal tennis player, you're going to have to get a membership, get a coach, get the equipment. You're going to have to go hit 1 billion balls. If you hit 1 million balls by the time you're 16 years old, there's a pretty good chance you're going to be a professional. It's going to take some serious effort. It's going to take that kind of effort because, frankly, it's unnatural. There's no instinct for that. But that's the price we pay for skill development. And if you want to learn a new language, you're going to have to do the same thing. If you want to learn any new skill that is not natural to us, then you're going to have to do that. But have you ever noticed, like, mothers don't have to learn how to get pregnant, gestate a baby, give birth to that baby, learn how to make breast milk, learn how to breastfeed their babies, and a variety of other things that just come to them naturally. Now, of course, they can optimize that. There are books and resources that can help with that process and help when they struggle with things. But a lot of that stuff is simply activated by being human. It's like you have these apps that are running in there. Well, here's what I would say, Jason. I don't think I've put it quite this way before, but the app for being a great storyteller is in everybody. It is in everybody. It has always been there. And it was very active for everybody when they were 2 years old. You ever want to test this theory, just go on a long haul flight with a 2-year-old. Definitely not afraid of public speaking. They don't have that. And somewhere between 2 and 12 years old, that app gets dormanted. It gets pushed down by people saying things like, you should think before you speak. Children should be seen and not heard. Use your indoor voice. Don't be stupid. All that kind of stuff. And so slowly people construct an ego shield that is designed to protect them from standing out, and they suppress the skill that's already inside them. Now, why this is such incredibly good news is that it does not take 10 years to become prolific and phenomenal at communication and storytelling. It takes an unleashing process because it's already in there. And I can really prove this. In the examples we've used, say playing tennis, is anybody a better tennis player after 3 drinks? No. In fact, when we were on Necker, we played this very strange version of tennis where you got about 15 people on each side of the court. And if you're the one who causes the point to die, you have to take a drink. Now, I don't drink alcohol, so they exempted me from the game. But I can tell you, for the people who were playing, they did not become better with every drink. It doesn't work like that, right? And you also don't you don't become a better surgeon, after a few drinks. But you know what you do become? You become a better storyteller. Almost everybody does. Go to any restaurant or bar, and after a few drinks have been served, all of a sudden people become more verbose. They use more vocal range. They're more likely to act it out. Their facial expressions become more engaging. Why? Because it was already always inside. Now, alcohol happens to be a terrible way to release it. In fact, many people become alcoholics specifically because of that. Because they had social anxiety, they were afraid to communicate, and then they learned that alcohol could unleash that for them. But now they had to have alcohol at every social circumstance so that they could feel safe, right? Well, what I would say, Jason, is that the thing that everybody here could do, the things, it's not going to be one. One is you have an unlimited resource of amazing content out there. YouTube is full of some of the best storytelling, some of the most famous speeches in history. You've got, Martin Luther King. You want to watch the way he spoke. John F. Kennedy. Check it out. Winston Churchill. And then you've got, today you've got endless content from Tony Robbins. You've got endless content from Jay Shetty. There's incredible content. In fact, I've got a video online. It's like an hour and a half of me, or it's 3 hours of me speaking on public speaking. I didn't know it was being recorded. I'm wearing a crappy shirt. I haven't thought at all about the visuals. And Mind Valley stuck the thing on the internet. It now has something like 3 million views, which doesn't sound like a lot of views in today's Jay Shetty world. But remember, it's 3 hours. That's a lot of views, right? And so there's a ton of information out there. So item number 1, go watch that stuff. Forget the cute kittens and the practical jokes. Watch great speakers telling stories. Comedians. Watch comedians. Watch Robin Williams. Watch Bill Burr. Watch comedians and look at how they tell stories. And then the next thing is practice with a stretch. And what I mean by that is you're out with your friends. Don't have any alcohol. I'm not saying give up alcohol. I'm just saying to do this exercise, don't have any alcohol, and tell your friends a story, but tell it like it's a game. Push the story a little. Try to take on a little storytelling attitude. Use your face and act things out and practice that feeling. And I think if you did that for 30 days, life might never be the same again.
Eric, you've unleashed the potential in so many individuals who have used the power of storytelling in the way they deliver their message and whatever it is that they're looking as a cause to make an impact in the world in a positive way. I know you've done such a thing for me, and I'm very grateful for that and the fact that you're here to share. For anybody who's looking to be on this journey of mastering abundance, I know how important this skill is, and I just want to thank you for your time, your wisdom, the stories that have already started working on changing some of our beliefs on our journey towards abundance to make sure that we're not pendulum swinging towards attraction and sabotage, but truly being on a beautiful journey and correcting some of the stories that hold us back.
We're very, very grateful for everything you've contributed. And I'd give you a space for a final word to our wonderful audience who have chosen to be on this path of mastering abundance, and you've given them a set of keys to take them on this journey.
Well, I would say, first of all, thanks for creating this space for everybody, and thanks for involving me and giving me the opportunity. And I would just want to share one basic idea, and that is that um, many people these days are held back by this sort of imposter syndrome feeling, like, what right do I have to share my story, or what right do I have to share my message? And what I want everybody to know is imposter syndrome is outstanding. You want it, because without it, you would be unbearable. Without it, you would overplay your hand and you would become a charlatan. And if you've ever seen a ripoff artist, if you've ever seen a con man or con person, then this is somebody that does not have that. They don't have any shame. They don't have any imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is there to prevent you from overstepping your bounds. It's not there to hold you back. And so what I suggest is that these days, most people have forgotten the purpose of imposter syndrome. They're allowing it to hold them back. If you are not speaking slightly beyond your comfort zone and sharing slightly beyond your wisdom, then you're not learning. I often discuss topics that I have a lot of awareness about and a lot of strong feelings about, but I also express theories and opinions, and I'm really clear about the difference. And that is often where some of the greatest lessons for me come. And so don't let imposter syndrome prevent you from overstaying your welcome or overpromising what you can deliver, but don't let it hold you back so that you arrive one day in your life and you wish that you had said things differently. That's not the way anybody should be living.
Beautifully said. And I think not demonizing it is a great idea. I think it serves a purpose and a powerful one too. Eric, once again, thank you so much for your time. This was wonderful. For everybody else, this was another great session from another incredible speaker, Eric Edmeades. Make sure we're going to put some links there so you can go and discover. If you are looking to reevaluate your relationship with food, WildFit is an incredible program that we're going to make sure that you get to be directed towards. And of course, public speaking training is the bread and butter for a lot of the stuff that is put together by Eric. You definitely want to check that talk on YouTube and even his programs. I know he's very excited about his Speaker Nation initiative, which you're going to get to hear a bit more about. But with that being said, thank you once again, Eric. It was a pleasure.
Cheers.
Welcome back. All right. Who's first time hearing from Eric? His powerful talks, the reframing of all these ideas. Eric is absolutely legendary. Always appreciate the moments that he either takes the stage or jumps on a camera and shares with us like he has done today. He is always going to make sure that you learn something new, and his stories are always going to be powerfully delivered, and you can use those too in the way that you structure your message. I see here we got some people. Story is everything. Chef, good to see you. Chef K. Masimba. I'm so inspired. Story is everything. Absolutely. Eric rocks. That's right, Alexandra. And I see some interpretation of the story, the camel going through the eye of the needle. And here's Smiley, FOMO, fear of missing out, and imposter syndrome. My goodness, thank you for sharing a light on that. And Susan, of course, coming in, sharing how terrific Eric is. If you want more of Eric, I'm putting up a link right now, ericedmeades.com. You can go there and discover all the programs that he works on. His upcoming book, The Evolution Gap, is going to be a very exciting read. And again, if you're looking into public speaking, looking at re-establishing your relationship with what you eat, these are going to be some powerful programs from Eric. And Speaker Nation is going to be quite the program where he's creating these local meetups for people to learn how to speak and be able to do more with the power of their voice, sharing stories and more. Rosa, we're glad you're here too. Everybody else, big shout out to all of you troopers coming here, learning about mastering abundance. And as I've mentioned at the beginning of the session, if you were there from the beginning, today is a bit of a tasting platter of all these different ideas around abundance, and especially the application of abundance. And what we're going to be having next is an incredibly powerful conversation with a man that I discovered through the process of doing this summit as well, Fleet Mall oh my God, if you want to speak about mindfulness, if you want to talk about somebody who's making a massive impact in the world right now, if you aren't familiar with this individual, you are in for a treat, a story that is inspiring and a message that is transformative. And I'm not going to spoil it for any of you. We're going to jump right in with our next speaker. We have 2 more speakers left for today, so not our last one. We're going to have Salim closing it off for today, but Fleet here talking about mindfulness and so much more. Let's jump right into it. Let's give it up for Fleet Mall.
Incredible session for the Mastering Abundance Summit. We have a guest that has such an incredible journey of transformation, of bringing abundance into their life that is going to be inspiring, motivating. And for those of you who might not be thinking you were dealt the right set of cards to deserve abundance, you're going to see that you can make your fate in such a powerful way. Dr. Fleetmall will be joining me. If you're not familiar with his teachings, he is the director and CEO of the Training for Prison Mindfulness Institute, Center for Mindfulness in Public Safety, Engage Mindfulness Institute, Heart Mind Institute, and Wild Horse Seminars. The man has spoken around the world teaching people on how to take responsibility, radical responsibility, which is the title of his amazing book that really helps people take charge of their life, bring abundance in a powerful way. I'm excited that he's going to be here discussing about how to cultivate a mindset and a heart set for abundance, and how you can use somatic mindfulness or neurosomatic mindfulness so you can actually bring a personal transformation into your life. Dr. Fleetmall, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you on the summit.
Thank you very much for having me, Jason.
Now, as I said into the introduction, a lot of people, there's excuses that come up. But in your case, you have such a beautiful story, and abundance played such a critical role to bring you to where you are now. I'd love for you to take a moment to share your journey, your story, and the role that abundance played.
Yes, well, I think abundance is more of a, in some ways, a result, and it's obviously a mindset. And cultivating the mindset of abundance for me has been a long time coming. Even though I've known about it and known the value in it, appreciated the value in it for a long time. But I'm a baby boomer, you can tell, and so my parents came through the Depression and World War II, and so that whole generation had kind of a fear-based scarcity mindset, right? And reasonably so. They went through some really challenging times, and so that infused our household. And my family had a generational family business in the food business in the Midwest. My great grandfather had started it, but it was relatively small business, and but they ran it very conservatively. They were just very conservative and very kind of scarcity focused, and so that was kind of my upbringing. And I never quite bought into that, but I was strongly influenced by it, and then like my peers in that generation, we kind of revolted against that mindset and that whole 1950s kind of culture, and with the whole counterculture movement of the 60s and 70s, I went headlong into that. But it was a lot of confusion in that. We kind of threw out the rule book of our parents' generation, but we didn't have a rule book to use or a playbook to use, and so we were making mistakes all over the place. I certainly was, big time. And I got very caught up in all the drug, sex, and rock and roll and craziness and exploration of those times. I was also always a spiritual seeker, though, and very interested in the mind. And so I was on this kind of dual intertwining kind of confused path for a long time. And before I could untangle all that, I earned my way into a federal sabbatical, if you will, in federal prison. I don't mean to make light of it. I have deep regrets around what got me there. I ended up being involved in small-scale drug smuggling in order to live outside the country as an expat, live outside the system, live outside the country, and then finance my way back to school and things like that. But I was basically living outside the system and justifying that with all this us versus them thinking I had going about how hypocritical society was and all the rest of it. And before I could untangle all that, I managed to go back and do an intense 3-year clinical training program in Buddhist and Western psychotherapy. I got deeply involved in the Buddhist path and training with a profound Tibetan teacher. So I received a lot of training and education, but I hadn't quite untangled it all, and I ended up in prison. But that really woke me up completely. My son was 9 years old at the time, and I was absolutely devastated over what I'd done to him. just left he and his mom high and dry, and he was going to grow up without a dad. I was initially sentenced to 30 years with no parole. I thought my life was over. It said the paper the next day said I'd be 65 before I had any chance of release. And I had no surety that I'd even survive that time. And as it turned out, fortunately, I was sentenced under the old law prior to 1987. So you got a lot of good time, even though my sentence was no parole. I wasn't eligible for parole, but you still got a lot of good time if you stayed out of trouble. And so I finally figured out that I would serve 14 and a half years if I managed to stay out of trouble. And which I did, fortunately. It's not easy in prison, but I did. So that's what I served, 14 and a half years. And I spent that time really training myself. And, but Mike, kind of around abundance. So I grew up in that scarcity world. And then I kind of jumped into the whole countercultural movement and kind of the whole hippie thing on a certain level, but kind of rejecting capitalism and demonizing capitalism, right? And then I became a Buddhist as well. And I kind of misconstrued Buddhism to be anti-materialist. It certainly, on some level, it is in terms of addiction to materialism, but it's not per se anti-wealth or anti-abundance at all. And but I had misconstrued that. So even once I got out of prison in 1999, and I'd worked very hard for 14 years training myself. I really led a very disciplined kind of monastic lifestyle inside prison, but a life of service. I taught school, was my day job for 14 years, helping other prisoners learn to read, get their GED, study for college courses. I started first with another prisoner. I started the first hospice program in a federal prison anywhere in the height of the AIDS epidemic in the maximum security federal prison where they were bringing all the AIDS patients. I taught meditation, very involved in 12-step work. I was very involved in all that work as well as completing my work on completing my PhD and meditating 3-4 hours a day, studying 3-4 hours a day. I only slept 4 or 5 hours a night. I was driven. I was literally practicing like my hair was on fire, and I was very driven to leave a better legacy for my son than just his dad went to prison, or even his dad died in prison. And I also knew that if I did manage to survive my time, I'd be just short of my 50th birthday when I got out. And it's not easy to start your life at 50 when you have a serious criminal record, and the IRS says you owe them $350,000 and things like that. So I knew I had to work really hard, and that paid off. And I got out in 1999. I've had nothing but opportunities since to serve and travel the world and so forth. But even still, I tended to play small a bit. Even with my abilities. I've been a management business consultant ever since I got out. I don't know how being in prison prepares you for that, but somehow I managed to get a consulting business started with smoke and mirrors, but I seem to be good at it. So that worked out all right. And, I'm a meditation teacher, so I was leading retreats and seminars, but still sort of kind of playing small in some way. And also having gravitated to, just those mindsets of scarcity and fear and survival. And so it took me a while to really live, even though I saw that was constraining me. I had read a lot of teachings and around abundance mindset and, the versus the scarcity mindset and versus zero sum thinking and all those kind of things, even taught some of it. But it really took me quite a while to really liberate myself from it. And the antithesis of the abundance mindset is what I've been mentioning, the fear and survival mindset, and that gets pretty deeply embedded in all of us as human beings. It did, I've described how it did for my family upbringing, but it's basically at the foundation of the human condition. I mean, job one for any species is survival, and many people are aware of a psychological phenomenon known as the negativity bias, where our brain is set up to pay more attention to threat and negativity than anything else because job one is survival. And so unless we proactively do otherwise, our long-term memory is mostly full of experiences of threat and danger and discomfort. And that creates an implicit memory through which we spin everything towards the negative, which explains a lot of what we see in our culture, right? All the negativity and drama and so forth. So that's the human condition. And we actually have to do the work to reshape our neural architecture to buffer ourselves from that, because that operates even at the cellular level. We know today, even at the cellular level, which is below our level of awareness, even at the level of the mitochondria, there are three things going on. That I'm going to die, I'm going to starve to death, and that I need to procreate to pass on my genes. So those things are driving us even below the level of awareness, and then they show up in our neurophysiology as well, with the whole fight or flight complex and everything. So we need to build a buffering, a neural architecture that buffers us from that, such that we can really operate at choice and not be operating on fear and survival, and to have the space and the presence of mind to actually choose how we're going to interact in the world, and choose from a place of opportunity, and begin to operate with a mindset of abundance, to realize that zero-sum thinking is a very limited mental framework that's just driven by conditioning and driven by this fear and survival biology, and that actually it's really not even true. There's limitless abundance, and the so-called pie is getting bigger all the time, really. And it's a matter of tuning into that, and really beginning to have that mindset of abundance, and also the heart set of abundance, which isn't just about, oh, there's limitless stuff for me. It's about getting into the flow of giving, realizing that we don't have to hold on tightly to what we have, because there is abundance. And so really to open up our lives and open up our potential and the success we can create in our lives, for ourselves, with others, for our families, really is about getting beyond the fear and survival biology we have, into that abundance mindset. And that takes training. And that's really what our work at Heart Mind Institute is all about, in terms of actually rewiring our neural architecture. And you mentioned the neurosomatic mindfulness approach I have to teaching. That's exactly what that's doing. It's completely rewiring, reshaping our neural architecture of our entire neurophysiology to create a neural structure that allows us to live at choice, and to not be caught in those fear-based patterns. I mean, when there's real danger, we can still appropriately respond. But, actually the saber-toothed tiger is not over there at the door all the time. Our brain thinks it is, but it's not, right? And so we really have to train ourselves to get to that place. And then we can embrace abundance, and we get into that flow. And then our lives really become about adding and receiving value in a natural kind of organic flow.
Well, Dr. Fleet, I am so in awe of the journey, and the teachings that you speak about are often around this radical responsibility. And what I find very interesting for anybody who's on the summit, who is looking to transcend fear, they want to cultivate the mindset and the heart set for abundance. The environment often gets labeled as the excuse or the reason. I'm not in the right environment. The current environment, I'm being swarmed with negativity. Circumstances in my environment have put this situation where, oh, I can't transcend it as easier. But it sounds like you've been exposed to the harshest of environments, and you were still able to cultivate that buffer. I'd be curious to know, what's the message you usually have for anybody who'd be looking at, blaming the environment, or perhaps blaming anything outside of themselves for the reason why they haven't transcended the fear yet?
Well, sometimes I do speak to the example of what I went through while I was incarcerated, not really to pat myself on the back, but just to point out, if I could do it, anybody could do it. And the environment I was in was what they call a total institution. It's like a totalitarian environment where the authority has all the power, and resistance is literally futile. I mean, if I bucked the system there, you'd end up in 4-point restraints on a concrete bunk back in the mental health ward, being hosed down at night and pumped with Halidol and Thorazine. I mean, literally, right? So how do you get anything done in a system like that? You have to really learn to work with people, and you have to really shift your mindset altogether, from winning or being reactive, or and realize you're a human being. Everybody you're working with, the staff, your fellow prisoner, everybody's a human being, and everybody has a way that you can relate with them, where you'll find the win-wins and able to move things forward. So working in that way, I was able to start 2 national organizations, which catalyzed 2 national movements while I was in prison. You're not supposed to be able to do that. If I'd gone to the staff and said, can I start, they would have said I was crazy, maybe even locked me up. I just did it, right? But I didn't hide it. I did it transparently, and I just did it. And so it's completely possible. So the only reason I point to that. But what I was doing, and one of the things I realized early on in my time was that I was in an extremely negative environment. And a lot of fear and violence, and everybody had a huge victim story. And you know, it was just, and I knew that if I wasn't really proactive about how I was cultivating and maintaining my own mindset and heart set, that I could come out of prison broken, embittered, angry with a big victim story. And I didn't want to live that way in prison. Fortunately, I'd had enough training already. I knew that's not who I wanted to be, certainly not when I got out, but I didn't even want to live that way while I was there. So I realized that I needed to take 200% responsibility for having got myself there, what I was going to do with my time there, and who I would end up being and what opportunities I might have if I ever got out. And, you know, I could have blamed the whole world for my situation. I mean, you know, most prisoners feel they're unjustly prosecuted, over prosecuted. Very few people in prison are actually innocent. I wasn't innocent, but I was certainly over prosecuted under the drug laws. And I could have focused on that. When the government prosecutes you, they play hardball. They break all the rules. They break all the laws. They don't, you know, they play hardball. I could have focused on that. I was never wanting to trade my time for others. You know, I was one person who refused to cooperate, and not because I was trying to be a stand-up guy. It was just, was a long-time Buddhist at that viewpoint. I couldn't see, oh, somebody else is going to go to jail and their family's going to suffer, so I can go free. It just didn't work in my mind. But plenty of other people were willing to make that deal. And so I did a lot of people's time. So I could have focused on all that stuff, and I just made a boundary with it. And really that stuff, even as I bring it up now, it even sounds kind of silly. That stuff doesn't even touch me. I worked very hard at just making a boundary with it. And then any of those sort of characters in my life that had really kind of, really put the old knife in the back a little bit, I specifically did contemplative practices with them for the first 4 or 5 years I was there to dissolve any enmity I might be holding. Right? I wanted to be free of all that stuff, and I wanted to take radical responsibility and ownership for what I was doing and what I was going to create. And you know, it wasn't hard to see that I'd earned my way into prison. There were a lot of people that helped me get the sentence I got, but it wasn't. You know, I certainly earned my way there, so it wasn't hard to take responsibility on one level. But I still could have been really involved in all kinds of victim thinking, and I just didn't want to do that at all. So radical responsibility is about voluntarily taking ownership for each and every circumstance we face in life, not as a should or as a burden, and certainly it has absolutely nothing to do with self-blame. The important distinction in radical responsibility is that it has nothing to do with blame. It's all about ownership. It's not about blaming others, obviously, but it's not one iota about blaming ourselves, and it has nothing to do with blaming victims either. It's about ownership. So when we're faced with circumstances that we find uncomfortable or undesirable, you know, the first thing is to look, did I play any role in creating these circumstances, contributing to them, or just allowing them by not paying attention? And I look at that not to blame myself, but just to learn, if I understand how I got from point A to B to C and I'm not happy with C, I can make different choices next time and get different results, right? Even with good circumstances, we rarely look at that, but it might be helpful to look at, you know, what did I contribute to this good circumstance? Because I may want to keep doing those things, right? So it's only for learning, not for blame, right? And then we may be in a situation where, you know, we get as radically honest as we can. We can't see we had anything to do with it. And the whole world would agree with us, right? And unless it was like past lifetime stuff, and who knows about that kind of thing. And it'd be ridiculous to blame oneself for that anyway. It's pretty hard to take ownership for your behaviors in your past lifetime, unless you're somebody who actually remembers your lifetimes. But at any rate, you know, everybody agrees, you know, no, you had nothing to do with this. And maybe this is something that's horribly unjust and shouldn't have happened to you, shouldn't happen to anyone. We still take ownership for that. Why? Because it's the only place I have any power. And I don't take ownership to blame myself. What I do is I take ownership, okay, what am I going to do with this? We call what am I going to do the magical radical responsibility question. Whatever circumstance I find myself in, no matter how untoward or how unjust, or I can simply ask this question, okay, here it is. It's, you know, it maybe fell out of the sky and unjustly landed in my lap, but here it is. What am I going to do? Right? The only salient question at that point is, what am I going to do? Am I going to let this take me down? Or am I going to find the most creative way I can respond to this that'll move my life forward? So, you know, we're all living in terms of circumstances. It's really important to understand this. We all live in the interface between our childhood conditioning and the circumstances of our life, what's surrounding us, right? And most of us live there fairly mechanically, fairly mindlessly. And we may even think we're free-thinking adults walking around making free-thinking adult decisions all day long, but we're not. We're very mechanical, and we respond with the same reactions to the same input all the time for the most part until we don't. And so, if our childhood conditioning was really benevolent and the world around us was this benevolent bubble, then it might be okay just to hang out in there somewhat mechanically and mindlessly. But for most of us, our childhoods were a mixed bag at best. And the world around us is certainly not that benevolent. I mean, I think it ultimately is in the largest scale of things, but relatively it's not. And so we're in there kind of just getting shoved around, right? Because we're not taking ownership. So really, for me, being an adult human being starts with learning to self-regulate, to regulate our own autonomic nervous system. Because until we take ownership and learn how to do that, who's regulating our autonomic nervous system? Everybody but us, the world around us, in reaction to our childhood conditioning, right? So we're getting bounced around in there with our nervous system getting jacked around the two branches, the upregulating branch, which we need for alertness, but then goes into stress and panic and overwhelm and fight or flight, and the downregulating branch, which is the relaxation response, rest and digest. And there's an appropriate balance for any human activity and situation, and we can regulate that. We can regulate it with the breath, but most people have never been introduced to that, right? So we need to start with self-regulation. And in my neurosomatic mindfulness model, in fact, the most recent elaborations on that model is I'm looking at 5 neural networks that are directly involved in the process of personal growth, self-actualization, and, well, healing to begin with. Healing, personal growth, personal evolution, self-actualization, and even ultimately liberation. And self-regulation network is one of them. These are discrete neural networks in the brain that connect different parts of the brain in different ways. And we know a lot about them from current neuroimaging studies, right? And so there's 5 of them that directly contribute to healing, personal evolution, and awakening. The attention network, the ability to direct our attention, we can train in that through various types of mindfulness. The self-regulation network that I'm just referencing, that we can regulate our own autonomic nervous system. The emotion regulation network, which is very related to that, but is specifically regulating our emotions, not to repress our emotions, because our emotions contain a tremendous amount of wisdom and they're a very rich part of our lives. But we don't want to be hijacked by our emotions, neither by negative or positive ones. It'll take us out of balance. So can we be with our emotions, but in a balanced way, right? And so we learn to regulate our emotions, which has to do with the self-regulation network, but there's a specific interconnected emotion regulation network. And then there's what's called the task positive network, which regulates the default mode network. A lot of people have heard about the default mode network today, and it's associated with a lot of our self-created stress and suffering. It's, that mind time traveling into the past to ruminate about the past, into the future to fantasize, worry about the future, constantly thinking about an imagined present that really isn't the present, forming all our opinions, thinking about me, what others think about me, constantly the self-censoring, it's the creation of the limited self-ego, and all that's a noisy part of our brain that if anybody tries to meditate, it's really hard because you have this racing mind. That's the default mode network. And it's active when we do not direct our attention. Now, when we do direct our attention and yoke our attention with something, that activates the task positive network, and these two are mutually inhibitory to a degree. Now, the default mode network, I don't want to completely demonize it. If we can take the fear and anxiety out of it, it can be a tremendous source of creativity, and most artists access it. Free association and psychoanalytic therapy accesses it. But you have to get the fear and anxiety out of it. It can be a source of creativity. But for most of us, it's pervaded with fear and anxiety, and it's a source of stress, as I was describing. But when we focus our attention on something and really hook our attention on something, that activates the task positive network, and the mind starts to quiet down naturally. So for me, the most efficacious way to activate the task positive network consistently is to develop embodied awareness, to really yoke our attention to the body, and to develop a deeply felt sense, physical presence of the body, which means we're activating not only our capacity to feel touch on the surface of the body, but our capacity to what's known as interoception, a fancy word that stands for internal perception, feeling into the body all the way down to the bones. The entire body is a living organism, all containing neuronal cells, even the marrow of the bones. And we can feel into it at ever deeper levels. In fact, I think it's an almost limitless universe to explore. And the more embodied we become, then the mind naturally quiets, and it's much more spacious, right? And then the final network is the empathy connection network. And that's our ability to connect with others, create safety with others, create intimacy, connection with others. And these are all interrelated. And so when we work on all of them, there's this synergistic impact, right? So it's not like 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 5. It's more like it equals 25 or 125, right? And we now know the body-mind practices that will directly grow these networks, have them become more robust and more resilient, which means there's more neurons, more connections, more dendrites. They're more robust highways. They go from being like faint little paths to robust, well-lit highways in the brain, right? And so there's lots of mindfulness practices. I teach this deeply embodied neuroscience informed approach to meditation called neurosomatic mindfulness. There's various forms of breath work. There's EFT tapping. There's EMDR, there's neurofeedback, there's all kinds of disciplines that we can do, body-mind disciplines, to target these neural networks. And we know more about this than we've ever known in history. We have access to all the classic practices from the ancient yogic traditions, East and West, over thousands of years. And now with current neuroscience and positive psychology, we have a host of new practices and technologies, and we can integrate those. And what I encourage people to do today is create their own body-mind practice stack. You know, people talk about, audiophiles would talk about they used to have all these components or component stack. In my online business, we talk about our tech stack that we use to run the business. Biohackers talk about their supplement stack, right? So this is the body-mind stack. And so maybe we do 5 minutes of breath work, and then we do 10 minutes of meditation, and then we do some affirmations, and then we do some visualization, right? And then we do a compassion practice. Or we try it this way. We put this one before that one or that one, and we do this one longer, that one shorter. We can keep experimenting with our own body-mind practice stack, drawing from all these sources. And I do that for an hour every morning. I do it before. I do that when I first get out of bed. It includes physical yoga, breath work, meditation, affirmations, visualization, EFT tapping, and other things. And I do that, and then I do my whole personal hygiene thing. And then I meet my wife, and we do an hour and a half of practice in our Tibetan Vajrayana practice, which is actually another kind of stack, because they learned about stacking a long time ago. Like our typical, what's called a sadhana session in the Tibetan Vajrayana tradition, includes basic mindfulness awareness meditation. It includes posture work. It includes breath work. It includes sometimes movement. It includes visualization. It includes liturgies and affirmations. You're cultivating certain mind states. And what we're doing in either way, with my kind of modern body-mind stack that I do, or the more traditional one, we're cultivating particular mind states, heart states, mind states, psychological states, states of spirit. It could be like a state of gratitude, for example, or a state of compassion. We're cultivating a particular state, and we do it again and again and again, which is called practice. And when you repeat cultivating a state repeatedly like that, it goes from being a state to a trait, right? It becomes consistent. States are very ephemeral. They constantly change, but traits are more lasting. So you keep repeating a state, you're going to turn it into a trait, because you're building the neural architecture, you're building the neural pathways that support that. So today we really know how to do this, and this is really the pathway of becoming a fully adult human being. It's really about life mastery and self-mastery and becoming a fully adult conscious human being. And we know so much more about it today. We don't have to do the guesswork. Even a couple of decades ago, somebody would say, well, go sit on a meditation cushion, and in 20 years something might happen, right? And we don't have to take that approach anymore. And so many people, I think, have started a meditation practice and they quit because it's too hard. They find it really difficult to deal with the crazy mind. Their posture hurts. The results are, limited at best, so it's boring. So they give it up, right? It doesn't have to be that way. Introducing newcomers to practice correctly now, they can start getting results right away. And they go, oh, I feel better. This is great. They're going to keep doing it, right? And they can combine it with all these other techniques. After an hour of my stack that I'm continually experimenting with each morning, I'm in a state of profound gratitude and bliss at that point, just vibrating with energy. And I'm cultivating that very directly. And by doing it every morning, that's starting to become more my default mode, not the default mode network, but more my baseline of how I show up in life. Just a simple example for people. Many people have probably done a gratitude practice of some kind. So if you have a daily discipline of writing in your gratitude journal every day, you fill out 4 or 5 pages every day, you do that every day. Well, after writing down all the things you're grateful for 4 or 5 pages, how do you feel? You feel grateful, right? How does that feel? It feels good. So you keep doing it. You do that every day. Well, after a period of time, not too long, you end up realizing one day, I'm actually kind of a grateful person today. That's my baseline. I feel pretty grateful in my life. I didn't used to. I used to be full of entitlement and resentment, but now I actually wake up grateful, right? Oh, how did you get there? You practiced it. You kept cultivating that state of gratitude repeatedly. You changed your brain and it became a trait, right? So that's kind of the work. And so abundance is exactly that same thing. The mind state of abundance, we can cultivate that with these kind of body-mind practices. And if you enter into the state of abundance repeatedly, which is pretty much almost the opposite of the fear and survival mindset. It's certainly the opposite of the scarcity mindset, right? And there are practices you can do to cultivate that. And if you do that on a daily basis, you're just going to find your mind, how you're showing up differently. You're going to find your life changing. Your whole life will change because you're operating in a completely different paradigm.
Wow. Dr. Fleet, we just had such a powerful masterclass on learning not only all of these different ways that we can have a control over many areas of our lives, but you talked about this not tech stack. See, that's the natural place I go. I think of the tech stack when you use that example, but our own practice, it can be a stack. And I mean, everyone who's joining this summit right now are going to be hearing a lot of different perspective, a lot of different tools. And what I find interesting is you're creating this container for people to be able to build out what works for them. And I'd be curious to know from your perspective, if somebody's on this session and they're wanting to bring in a habit that's going to take them 5 minutes a day, one of the most powerful thing you think could be put into somebody's tech stack, what would be the tool that you would suggest for people to prioritize to bring that radical change into their lives, to bring abundance as well?
Well, if someone is currently not practicing some form of self-regulation, to me, that's really the baseline. Now, you could say attention training is the baseline because you have to be able to direct your attention even to do self-regulation. So a basic mindfulness practice, if someone has not trained in mindfulness, having a basic mindfulness of body, mindfulness of breath practice, where what you do is you intend to place your attention on an object like the breath or the body. And what you know is pretty soon the mind wanders. And when it wanders, you bring it back. And the technical term for that is attention switching. So every time the mind wanders, you bring it back. Mind wanders, you bring it back. Repeatedly doing that, you're strengthening the neural architecture for attention. And you find over time that you have a more stabilized attention, that you are more focused, you have more concentration. So that could be the beginning of point, but then also really self-regulation, I think, is really important. So simple breath regulation practices, there's many, many breath practices in the world. Some have been discovered or developed in the West by neuroscientists and others, and many come from the pranayama tradition, so the Vedic tradition as well as the Tibetan traditions. And so, but 3 of the very simple ones anyone can start working with, which are very benign. If you're going to get into intense breath work, which I do a lot of, you want to get really good instruction because it can be destabilizing, and never do it near water. That can be very dangerous. Wim Hof work is an example of intense breath work. Holotropic breath work is another example of very intense breath work. But very benign breath work that's really just for self-regulation is straw breathing, where you simply breathe in through the nose and out through pursed lips, and you count the breath. So you breathe in, you breathe out twice as long as you breathe in. So you might breathe in a 4 count, out an 8 count, or in a 5 count, out a 10 count, like that. And you breathe in through the nose, out through pursed lips. You actually use a physical straw if you want. Pursed lips or a straw, you're using more effort to blow out. That changes things in the internal chemistry and gas structures in the bloodstream. So there's a lot of things going on. You're directly activating the the parasympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system by accentuating the out-breath. Because when we breathe in, there's a natural activation of the sympathetic branch, which is the upregulating branch. And when we breathe out, a natural activation of the parasympathetic branch, which is the downregulating relaxation, rest, or digest branch of the autonomic nervous system. And then blowing out through pursed lips or a straw also does some things. You can go in your search engine and look up straw breathing. You can read all about the neurochemistry of it. Another one is very related, 4-7-8 breathing. So it's just like straw breathing, but you breathe in a 4 count and then you pause. You hold your breath, or a count of 7, and then you breathe out a count of 8. That was popularized by Dr. Andrew Weil, one of the more best-known integrative or holistic physicians in the country, and he adapted it from pranayama. So 4, 7, 8 breathing. And then the third one is box breathing, where you have 4 parts of the breath. You have the in-breath, then pause, the out-breath, and pause, right? And you keep them all the same count. Usually most people start at a count of 4. You can go to a count of 5. All 3 of these are on our website, heartmind.co. It's a free resource. There's a tab at the top. I think it says resources, and we put these up there for free during the pandemic. For this is a resilience resource for people. So there's those 3 are there, the guidance and also a practice called Safe, Resource, and Connected, which also really helps develop that resilience. So anyway, I would say some kind of attention, awareness, mindfulness practice, and some kind of self-regulation practice. Those are really foundational. If people are dealing with a lot of anxiety, or trauma-related anxiety, and they know there's like some more gnarly stuff really getting in their way there, finding a professional to do EFT tapping with or EMDR with, something like that could be very helpful. But you can then learn to do EFT tapping on your own, and that's very easy to learn to do on your own. I do it every morning.
Dr. Fleet, I very much appreciate the journey you took us on for this entire session. And I think having those tools as part of our foundation in this stack to regulate ourselves is going to be powerful for everybody who's going to be on this journey to mastering abundance. One of the things that I really appreciate you highlighting is how a lot of these ancient practices have always been there to help us live better life, more abundant lives. And it's so fortunate today that the technology has now been able to bridge the gap of trust, where a lot of us might not have the trust in the ancient techniques. And now that we have the data, the science that's showing us that you can trust and it does bring the results, I think it's encouraging a lot more people to take these seriously and to live better lives. And having your contributions on the summit has been magical. And one of the things I'd love to maybe close on here is I'd love to hear from you, for someone who's put together this stack, they're putting in this work. How does life look like now that you've started mastering your self-regulation and putting this attention together and really getting a better hold to these pathways? What does the life look like so that people are excited about what to look forward to once they're on this journey?
Yeah, and what you said about the ancient practices, we can also apply them more efficaciously and more strategically, I think. And so we can get results more quickly from the ancient practices. It's a gradual process, right? I've been involved in body, mind work and meditation for over 50 years. So it's been quite a journey. But I've been really focused on this stacking approach for the last several years and really focused on deep embodiment work for the last 2 decades. So the impact of my practice in my life has been accelerating. I got out of prison in 1999, so 25 years ago. It's hard to believe it's been that long. And I had prison nightmares, violent nightmares for at least the first 20 years, maybe 21, 22 years. I knew every night when I go to bed, I'm going to have violent prison dreams, or they're kind of like I'm out in the world and I'm about to get busted again. I'm going back to prison for the rest of my life. And, there's these crazy dreams. There's full Technicolor violence, Technicolor cops and robbers, prison dreams, the whole thing. And, I just knew that was waiting for me. I went to sleep every night. And over the last 5 years or so, I've really been directly doing this deep resilience and trauma healing and embodiment work in a very much more directed way. And that has faded. I rarely have those dreams anymore. And I think it's a direct result of that. One of the reasons I kind of ended up going into all the confusion and craziness I did was I came into early adulthood, adolescence and early adulthood with this huge gaping hole in my gut. It was a result of alcoholism in my family when I was young. I had a beloved mother who was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Most times she was this beatific, wonderful, artistic mother who was like my best friend. And then when she drank, she became this terrifying, rageaholic, violent person. So that created a huge psychic splitting in me. And, I had this huge gaping hole in my gut that was like an abyss, right? And I was trying to patch it up with anything I could, which just makes it worse. So again, that's been a long journey, but that is gone. It's literally gone as a result of that work. So I wake up curious, excited for the day. I wake up, first thing I do is look up at the ceiling and I kind of practice letting go of reference points. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the work around headlessness, right? Where you like literally not having a head, so you're experiencing non-duality. But I just kind of wake up and do that, and there's just space, and then I just smile. There's another day, and I'm excited, right? And then I move into the stack, and by the time I finish my stack, I'm literally vibrating with energy and enthusiasm. So I live my life today. It's not like I have challenges. I'm running a business. There's all kinds of challenges, but and doing all kinds of other, still doing prison work and involved in all that work, so I have challenges, but really my life is pervaded by enthusiasm and high energy and joy and gratitude. And more than anything else, gratitude, just really just feeling a profound gratitude for everything in my life. And the basis for that also is a lot of forgiveness. That's another stream we didn't talk about much, but it's another really important part of healing and moving from fear and survival and scarcity into the mindset, heart set of abundance, has to do with forgiving ourselves and forgiving others. And then that becomes very connected to gratitude as well. So, so those things are just my life today. And I'm incredibly grateful for that. I remember it's been a long time ago, but when I was very young, life was, it was confusing and scary. And, and then of course I went through the whole prison thing, but life is good. And, it's quite an adventure, and there's so much possibility. There's just endless possibility. Every day we wake up, there's a host of new possibilities, and we really are the masters of our own ship, right? We are the captains of our own ship, and there's endless possibility if we're, and it's not just us even. We're just we're a vehicle through which the creative intelligence of pure consciousness is flowing, and when we learn not to block it, then we just become this manifestation of limitless creativity. And that's a very exciting place to live.
Dr. Fleet Mall, thank you so much for coming on the summit, sharing this incredible journey, the possibilities and the tools for people to be able to build that stack and to truly get themselves on a journey to master abundance. Thank you for your contributions you've done to individuals around the world. Seeing what you can contribute and all the impacts that you've made are absolutely wonderful. And I think for everyone that are listening in are inspired, excited, and they're going to be one step closer towards getting a lot more of their abundance journey traveled by hearing from you. I'm going to encourage everyone. We're going to put together some links to some amazing tools that you can look from Dr. Fleet Mall that can be part of that stack. And we're also going to make sure to grab a copy of the book, which is Radical Responsibility, if you're looking to get a bit more literature into your life. But it's been an incredible contribution to the summit, and we're grateful for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you for doing this summit, and thank you for having me.
Welcome back, everyone. Dr. Fleet Mall, Radical Responsibility. What a story, right? A way to just take the circumstances of life and turning it into a completely different journey. And, this perception of time, the precious time we have, that is a big one. And so one of the most powerful things I'm taking away from this one, and I'm hoping you also resonate with, is my God, our time is limited. And there's so much that we can do on this earth while we're here. So why not choose to make it the most abundant ever? You're being exposed to so many tools that most people have no clue about how the universe works, how abundance works, how all the systems are connected, how to take different choices, how to commit, how to take responsibility, how to connect. All of it is being shared. And we're only at the end of day 2 of 3, where tomorrow we go more into what is it like to live abundantly. And there's so many more incredible speakers that we have in store for each and every one of you attending. I can't believe we're already at the end of day 2. Today passed by extremely fast. And we still have one incredible speaker who's going to be joining us. I do want to say, for all of you who are listening on Facebook, definitely come to the link that we provide to you via email when you signed up to this summit. This is the page that you want to be able to watch the summit every time, because at the 8-hour mark, which I believe we're reaching in 2 minutes, it's going to cut off on Facebook. So you'll want to come over, and this is where we're monitoring the main conversations anyways. So you definitely want to be a part of the group here. And with that, I do want to remind everyone that we will be sending over an email with a replay of today's conversation. That is something that's going to be available for 24 hours. And all of the bonuses, the links that are getting mentioned in these talks will be a part of that email. So make sure to read it thoroughly towards the end. Everything is going to be included there. And so with that, we bring our final speaker of the day. It is none other than Salim Ismail. And Salim, a great friend, had several conversations with, is the man behind Exponential Organizations. And what is very powerful with closing the day with someone like Salim is he is a man that has been working at the cutting edge of innovation, technology, emerging industries. You heard us talk a little bit about this from a spiritual perspective with Teal Swan while we kicked off part 2 of today, but Salim here is going to come from a very pragmatic approach. And why is it that we need to completely rethink the way that we project what are the innovations coming into the future? Because nothing is linear about what is happening in the world right now. In absolutely every single industry, there are some changes that are happening at paces that are so damn incredible that the world will look completely different in the next 5 years. And this talk is going to help you understand, if you're going on the path of business, how you can be a part of that change and live abundantly in the process. So we are going to end this one with a bang and expand our minds in the process. Let's give it up for Salim Ismail, our closing speaker for today.
Our session on the Mastering Abundance Summit. I'm so excited to have the one and only Salim Ismail joining us for this session, which is the man behind the book Exponential Organizations. If you're not familiar with this book, it's literally a way to rewire your brain to understand that if you think of the world in a linear way, you're going to miss out on all of the crazy things that are happening today. And we're feeling the effects because the world is going exponential. It is so hard to predict if you don't have that kind of mindset that we often find that we're left behind. So we're going to dive deeper into what does this mindset do? How do you actually have yourself nurture the elements that makes this a part of how you think about your everyday life? And if you're looking for any kind of abundance in your own life, whether that's personal, in your business, you're going to need to have this thinking so you can better predict the future and make moves that are going to bring so much more in your direction. Salim, welcome to the session. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Great to be here.
Not our first conversation. I know we've had a few before. I've been watching your work. You've done so much amazing things when it comes to the Open EXO initiative. But given that we're speaking about abundance, I wanted to kind of open it up with the topic of, what's your story and how did abundance play a big role in your journey to where you are now?
Yeah, so I've done a kind of a full 180. Grew up in India where scarcity is everything, right? Every broken down bicycle gets stripped for every part and reused in 45 different ways, etc. And when I was young, my parents moved to Canada. When I was 10 years old, I did my schooling in university there and I became a software developer. And it started to hit me that, wow, when you write a piece of code, that code can be copied and you can run it on a million different computers in a million different instantiations. And here was a real example of do once and use a million times at no cost, right? And Mark Andreessen immortalized this when he said software is eating the world. And so that was kind of like the early part of it. I ended up as the head of innovation at Yahoo, and through a series of accidents, ended up building something called Singularity University, which was co-founded by Ray Kurzweil, and Peter Diamandis. And Peter wrote this book called Abundance, basically charting out that what technology does is technology consistently delivers a domain from scarcity to abundance, right? So you take, say, music. We used to sell scarcity. We used to sell cassettes or DVDs or CDs, and you sold the physical form of that music. Once you digitize music becomes abundant, and all these 7 or 8 major music studios essentially disappear. And now you have 2 platforms, iTunes and Spotify, selling abundance on a subscription model. And that transformation we expect to see in all sorts of industries like transportation and healthcare and education, et cetera, et cetera. And so at Singularity University was the second big hop where Ray Kurzweil identified Moore's law and the exponential technologies that are growing to scale to a global level. And secondly, that we now have a dozen of these operating at the same time, and we've never seen this in human history. So the speed at which we're reaching abundance from scarcity in domain after domain after domain is accelerating radically. AI is probably the most manifest example of that.
It's very interesting because you're at the cutting edge of all these core industries that are being disrupted, bringing abundance from places which was a much more of the scarce resource. But it feels sometimes like we don't see all the good that's happening when we keep being bombarded with some of the bad that's happening in the world. How do you counter that?
This is maybe the most important topic or mindset in the world today, is that in a world of magical things happening, how do you stay positive? And we have a very deep biological flaw in us, which is there's a little organ in the back of our brains called the amygdala, right? It's the size of a walnut. And it's an evolutionary mechanism to scan for danger. So back when we were running around on the plains of Africa, if you heard a noise in the bushes, you ran. Why? Because bad news could kill you. If you thought it was your friend and waited around to see, the lion ate you, basically, right? So we have been trained from biologically, it actually bypasses the sensory system and alerts the amygdala first, that if there's something unknown or that you're not clear about, run, because that could be an existential threat. And so like if you missed a piece of good news, you might miss some fruit that you could eat, right? If you missed a piece of bad news, you died. So we're actually 10 times more attuned to paying attention to bad news than good news because of the old survival threat to us. This is why Fox News does very well, right? If you watch Fox News, you're going to die this week. If you're lucky, you'll last till next week, but then you're going to die next week. But you're going to die. Something will kill you. We call CNN the crisis news network, because when you can watch every bank robbery in real time, high definition, streamed to 20 devices, you think the world is going to hell. And you vote on that, and then you end up with Bolsonaro or Trump or Brexit or whatever. And so this is the enormous challenge that we have in the world, because technology is actually delivering us abundance. It's just that our brains are not geared to see it, and it's very hard to get around that ancient biological factor. And so this is if you look at new technologies like AI, for example, right? The first reaction to AI, and let me use the specific example of an autonomous car. The first time people hear about autonomous cars, the amygdala lights off because it's uncertain. Danger signals go off and you go, oh my God, that car might kill somebody. Let's ban the car or pause it till we understand fully how it's working, etc. Because, people don't want to be killed by robots. They'd much rather be killed by drunk people, which is what's happening today, right? And so this is the structural challenge we have as humanity to get across. And kind of work like you're doing and others is really, really important to shift people to the positive aspects of technology and the unbelievable outcomes we could achieve with it if we just get over that stupid mindset problem.
Given what you know about the technology and you're trying to forecast what's going on in the next 10 years, some people are very loom and doom, but I feel like you have a much more positive outset of what's about to come in our world. What would be a taste of what you see as a vision of the world to come that people could get excited about?
So I'll give you two scenarios for the future of the world. And it's very easy to kind of give a metaphor for these. One, it would be called the Mad Max future, right? Which is scarcity-driven, tribal warfare, fighting it out for scraps of fuel, right? And we see that in Gaza or the Ukraine or other places today. And the other would be Star Trek, where you have infinite abundance. You can have a replicator that makes you food. You can hyper drive to any part of the universe, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the two futures we have in front of us. Our politicians are pushing us straight down Mad Max, right? And it's our job as leaders and citizens to push us down the Star Trek future, because that's actually right in front of us. We have incredible opportunity to get to abundance of energy and water and resources and food and housing and etc. We're right there. And we'll hit energy abundance, for example, in the next 6 to 7 years. Okay. You won't see that in the news, but in the next 6 to 7 years, I'll give you the specific example here, which is solar energy, which doubles every 22 months in its price performance and has been doing that for 40 years. So roughly every 2 years for 40 years, solar energy systems double in their capability. Okay. At this pace, we are 4 doublings away from being able to deliver all our energy needs with solar globally, right? You won't see that in the news because it doesn't sell. But that totally changes the energy game, because the minute you have abundant energy, all sorts of other interesting things become possible. And most of the wars we're fighting today are over oil, right? And so that all disappears. So the ripple effects of what technology will bring us are profound. We're just not attuned and sense-oriented to see it. And so this is why we get excited, because when you track the outcomes via technology, we're looking at a very wonderful, abundant possibility. But you have to go overcome all of our cultural biases and our tribal systems to get us there.
Yeah, it does seem like it's a burden that isn't necessarily that easy, or maybe it is. If I'm listening to this and I'm like, wow, if I've only had that level of hope and optimism Salim has, maybe it would be so much easier for me to get excited about building my business or, showing up fully, because now it seems more like dreadful. What are some of the things individuals can do to be finding themselves, paying attention to that positive news? Even seems you're working against resistance, but there must be some activities that you've done and you encourage others to do so that you can be much more positive focused.
Yeah, I'll give you 2 or 3 ideas. And there's a spectrum of this, okay? The easiest example, watch for doubling patterns in news stories around the world. So for example, India every year for the last few years has been doubling the amount of solar energy deployed, right? So you go, oh, doubling pattern, interesting. Because once you see a doubling pattern, you know that it scales. Can I mention 2 or 3 little aspects of technology that are really important that will kind of help with this mindset shift? So the first is that we have Moore's Law type doubling patterns. Moore's Law is 18 months price performance doubling, right? That is now happening in a dozen technologies. And this has just never been seen before in human history, that we have that many technologies all doubling at the same time. For example, in neuroscience, the resolution at which we can image the brain is doubling every year, right? AI is doubling every 2 months in its price performance. The speed at which we can sequence the human genome is doubling every 6 months. It's just insane that we have a whole basket of technologies that are moving at this speed. The second is that we have that many of them all moving, because where they intersect, you add whole products and services and new applications emerge at the intersections of those doubling patterns. But the third thing is the most profound, which is that throughout human history, it's always been true that advanced technologies cost a lot, okay? And only a government or a big corporate lab could do R&D, launch new products and services. Today, for the first time in human history, advanced technologies are very cheap. Sensors are cheap. Whether you spend $1 million a month on AI or $20 a month on AI, you get roughly the same outcome, right? Blockchains are open source and free. So the cost of advanced technology is near zero, meaning anybody can innovate. And now we're going to have this explosion of disruptive innovation using cutting edge technologies coming from every corner of the world. And so we're starting to see the outcomes of that with breakthrough new products and services appearing everywhere. Look at the DeepSeek thing, right? So kind of a Chinese company out of nowhere comes up with something that's as good as 10 times better and 10 times cheaper than most of the other models out there. This is the kind of thing we're going to see hundreds of examples of in the next few years. The big challenge is, how do you absorb it? So as you watch technology doubling patterns, that's one mindset shift, right? The second is the absolute surety that we are moving to abundance, and you just have to look at the data. And I'll give you one data point here. If you went back 200 years ago to the 1820s, about 94% of humanity lived in extreme poverty, meaning $2 or less a day, or I think it's 2011 equivalent dollars. That's the statistic, okay? The number today is less than 9%. You don't see that in the news, right? Okay, so we've unbelievably brought 90% of the globe population out of extreme poverty in the last 200 years. And so that Bill Gates predicts we'll have eradicated that by the end of this decade, for example. So that's just some incredible data. If you look at any data point, we're infinitely better than we were before, climate change being the one exception, okay? And then the third possibility is we have so many ways of shifting mindset now, from cognitive behavioral therapies to neuro-linguistic programming, Tony Robbins, landmark education, all the way to psychedelics, that you can essentially take a pill and shift your mindset pretty fundamentally today. And if you want a taste of abundance, go do a hero's dose of mushrooms and you'll get a sense of abundance, right? You'll get the full whack of what the universe looks like, etc. And so you can now experience it and taste it for yourself in a way that we couldn't do 100, 200, 500 years ago. So if you hear me getting excited about all this, driven by technology, we're able to do amazing things today.
One of the things I love the most about you being so focused on the business and the technology is you actually embrace very strongly the spiritual side and the personal growth side as well. And I'd be curious to know how much of a role did that play in bringing you to where you are and the success you have in the business and technology world?
So there are two dimensions to this. One is I became really good at creating a lot of value, but then I would lose it all. And I would create a ton of value and lose it all. Then I got married, and my wife made sure when I made money, I didn't lose it. And then I made money and we didn't lose it. And so she protected the downside. And so that partnership has been incredibly powerful. Also, you bring the female intelligence to the table, which is another dimension of groundedness and earthness, which is very important. So there's that one kind of perspective of it. And the second is just, honestly, it's luck, right? I mean, today the world is moving so fast that being lucky is almost more important than being skillful. And so getting the right mindset around that. And we have actually prescriptive models now of how to be more fortunate and take advantage of opportunity when you see it and be ready for it. There's so many models for that now that we can copy that, and actually anybody can pull themselves out of their bootstraps and do that. You take the wealthiest people in the world today, most of them have come from nothing, right? Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Larry and Sergey, et cetera, and literally you've gone, Zuckerberg, have gone from zero to like billions and hundreds of billions of dollars worth just by navigating their world effectively. And that's an opportunity for all of us today, I think. So I'd see those paths, and you can't help but be excited, you would think, about what's possible.
So we've talked about some of the things we can do as an individual to at least shift ourselves to being much more abundant, a lot more exponential, sensitive, looking at the doubling pattern, making sure we understand that the world's going towards a great place. I'm here. I'm ready. I have an abundant mindset, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'd be curious to know if there's anything such as pitfalls that I should look at if I'm about to get into business, or are there some better areas I should be looking for opportunities having this kind of mindset today?
So once you've got your mindset kind of in the right place, for us, the most important thing is having what we call an MTP, or a massive transformative purpose, right? Which is, what fundamental problem do you want to solve in the world? Because at the end of the day, where we feel most valued and where we want to create the most value is the opportunity to contribute, right? And each of us has some gifts that we can bring to the world. And what is that gift, and where do you apply it? Okay. So you might have an MTP of curing cancer, or you might have an MTP of getting the message of abundance out to the world. And whatever that is, that gift needs to be brought to the surface and expressed out into the world. And so about 10 years ago, we noticed that whereas in the 20th century, most organizations were built for scarcity, that starting around 2008, 2009, we started building companies that could scale and leverage abundance to scale. You look at Uber tapping into an abundance of cars lying around, or Airbnb tapping into an abundance of empty bedrooms lying around. And we started to see businesses that had business models around abundance. And so that's what we tagged. We looked at 200 of the fastest growing unicorns in the world and said, how are they doing it? And that's what resulted in the exponential organizational model, where you now have, for the first time, a prescriptive model on how to build an organization that can scale as fast as you can scale technology, right? We've known for a while how to scale technology, but building the actual organization has been painfully incremental and linear. But now we've found models where we can scale the actual organization. And now essentially nothing holds us back in terms of what we want to deliver into the world with bright futures for all, if we so choose that.
I feel like I might be quoting you, or maybe a person that's a close connection to you, but wasn't it you that mentioned that some of the next billion-dollar companies will be a team of like 1 to 6 people?
Yes, Peter and I did a whole podcast on this. I'm talking about Peter Diamandis from the X Prize Foundation. I joined his board a few years ago, and we basically came out with an idea that the next billion-dollar company will be 3 people and a bunch of AI chat agents. And that will be, if you went back, say, 100 years, you need like 50,000 people to create a billion-dollar company. About 50 years ago, it was 10,000 people. About 20 years ago, it was 5,000 people. And now it's like 10, right? roughly around 10. Facebook was 13, Instagram was 13, OpenAI was about 30 or 40, etc. And we'll shrink it further and further to a point where people can do that at a very small cost base and have infinite scalability in their organization. So it's coming. The trend is very clear.
Okay, well, this is exciting. And if you were thinking abundance being like, maybe I want to make my first 100 grand, I want to make a first million. Now you're saying, no, billion can be accessible when you have this kind of thinking. But there's levels as well. There's definitely some key skills that might be very essential to develop and nurture if I'm going to be navigating today and beyond with the world that is being painted as you see. What are some of the key places I should focus some attention? If I want to be more abundant, there's definitely some skills that seem relevant. You've mentioned AI being something quite relevant. Maybe that's something I have a bias towards as well, but I'd be curious to hear from you. Where should I be focusing my attention now if I'm developing skills?
So we have found a very clear prescriptive path for building billion-dollar organizations, okay? The first is be really clear on the problem that you're trying to solve. So Uber is everybody should have a private driver, right? Or TED is ideas worth spreading. Elon naturally has to have 3, which is solve climate, solve energy, make us interplanetary, right? And so for each of those, you have this very aspirational mission statement, and then you build an organization with a community around it that helps that organization scale. And so the second level, once you get that MTP, is build a community or join communities of people doing the same thing. Space travel, for example, there are lots of communities interested in and passionate about taking us off Earth and leveraging Earth and creating at least a backup system to, in case an asteroid hits us, we've backed up the planet somewhere else, etc. And so once you have that, you can build a community around it, and then you organize that community and help them guide them towards elucidating their needs, and that drives your product and service development. And so there's a very clear path for delivering value, and the more effectively you can do that, then you follow more of the lean startup thinking, where you come up with your minimum viable product, and then you iterate very, very as fast as you can to get it to scale. And so we have now a very clear methodology in the book that we've published, and we've made it available online. You can read the book for free on our website, to how to build exponential organizations. So in theory, anybody can go, okay, this is my deepest passion. Go read the book, follow chapter 15 or 16, whichever one it is, and just follow the steps and go ahead and do that. And I've got a community of about 40,000 entrepreneurs and technologists and consultants and advisors that are there to help people do this.
Well, one of the big things I think is getting people aware that these things exist. And again, with the mindset that we started with, when you're thinking abundantly, you start reaching out for these kinds of resources. And for everybody here, we're going to make sure you have those resources. So you're going to be able to explore exponential organizations and OpenEXO itself. That is the community that you have of 40,000 people. You mentioned that there's a place there that you actually teach even more in depth some of the ways that people can get started in this path. Would you be able to share more about that?
Sure. There's 2 things. You either want to become an exponential organization or EXO, or you want to help companies do that yourself, right? You want to consult on that. And we offer paths to people doing that, or if they want to just transform their own company, there's a self-training model you can take to go down and just listen to some videos, try this, listen to some more videos, try that, and just do it yourself. So you can do it DIY, you can ask our help or our community's help, and off we go. We work with medium-sized companies. We work with some of the biggest companies in the world, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Black & Decker, HP, Visa, all around the world, and with governments as well, where we guide and advise them on how to think about how to structure their organizations to be low cost and scale along with the technology.
That's awesome. We'll make sure that people can go and discover those paths if they're going down this right now, and this is their next logical step. I did want to go back to something you mentioned earlier that I think is interesting to note. Is in part of your journey, you've actually moved with your family, you've moved to Canada from India, and you see that as a pivotal change to bringing you into the place that you are now. There was a lot more abundance mindset that I think came from Canada. And I'd be curious to know, what do you see in the world that could be done to help shift even more nations in different areas to have more abundance mindset? Because it sounds like you got a foot up by going to Canada, but the rest of the world still needs to get their own foot up.
Well, I have to qualify that a little bit, because once you live in Canada for a little while, you realize that Canadians are really conservative, right? Especially compared to the US. So I actually left Canada, went to Europe for 10 years,
found they were even more conservative. And then I came to the US and realized, okay, now the US is maybe a little bit too far over on the crazy side, especially these days. So I mentioned earlier my Canadian passport. I'm like Gollum with the precious with that. But if you want to do business in the world and get things done, the US is the best place in the world to do it, because people make decisions quickly. They're willing to take risks, right? In a very powerful way. I got somewhat blacklisted from the VC community in Canada once a while ago. I was pitching a company there, and I was in a bunch of group of VCs, and they were all asking me, well, we'll invest in you when you hit profitability. And I was like, well, hang on a second. If I am profitable, why do I need venture capital, right? And this type of conversation went on for a while. And finally, I got a little annoyed, and I said, you realize there's a V in your name? You're supposed to actually venture the capital. You're not a bank. And that got them kind of annoyed. You can show up in Silicon Valley with 5 slides of a PowerPoint and you'll get funded. And so there's such a big difference in the ability to take on a big risk and take on a crazy model. And what's happened around the world is that if you, and it's a cultural thing, if you stand up in your hometown almost anywhere in the world and you say, I want to change the world, the rest of society will pull you back down, right? Who are you to make that comment, Silicon Valley has become the place where those crazy people drift to, where the question is asked, okay, how do you plan on doing that? And if your answer is compelling enough, you can get funding to do that. And so that's the power of that model. That model is now being exported all over the world. And as the cost of technology drops, it means that anybody with the right mindset can do this, right? I'll give you a specific example. There's an electric car called the Vega, okay? It's the 3rd fastest car in the world, okay? 900 horsepower, this thing. It looks like a Lamborghini. It's stunning. This is being designed and engineered and built on the island of Sri Lanka, right? That hotbed of automotive innovation, okay? Now, I'm going to suggest to you that if you can build the 3rd fastest car in the world on the island of farmers and fishermen, okay, that have no experience or ecosystem or investors or education, you can kind of do anything anywhere. And that's what we're going to see now all over the world popping up. Vitalik Buterin, 18-year-old kid, middle-class kid out of Toronto, ignores his professors, boom, you have Ethereum, a $400 billion ecosystem that no banker understands, right? In fact, there's some bylaw, I think, that you have to be under 25 years old to program a blockchain. It's written somewhere, right? And so, by the way, youth is a huge driver of the different mindsets, right? Most of the most incredible scientists in the world have done their best work in their early 20s because you're old enough to become mature as an adult and you're not calcified in your thinking and you're still a free thinker and you can come up with new models and ideas in a powerful way. When we went to the moon in the 60s, the average age of a NASA engineer was 26. Today it's 58, I think. So NASA wisely made the decision, we'll let the innovation happen in the private sector. We can't do it anymore, right? So mindset becomes important, and I love the work that you're doing in highlighting a lot of that, bringing that to the fore. Mindset with love is the best formula you could have for success going forward in the world.
Well, given that you've hinted love here, what does love have to do with it then? Because it seems like sometimes love can be forgotten when you're seeing all the negative, but let's bring the love back in. I want to be abundant. If I'm a loving, caring person, does that hold me back?
No, not at all. In fact, we'll call it applied love. So let me lift up to a slightly metaphysical woo-woo love affair, right? I equate love and work and energy as 3 concepts. Because if I love something, I'm going to work hard at it, and I'm putting my energy and focus and attention there, right? And I'm going to work at that, and it won't feel like work. It'll feel like fun, okay? So when you pick a massive transformative purpose and you really, really love that problem space, then you're putting energy and love towards and applying it into that domain. Only good things can come from that, right? Only good things will come from that. And so when you put your efforts and energy there, you find you have infinite energy to apply. You'll attract other people with similar mindsets that are willing to put their infinite energy there. And you start building a vortex of focus on that particular problem space. And there's no way it's not going to succeed over time when you have that. And so love becomes a really important component for John Hagel, who's a very deep thinker in the Silicon Valley, calls it the passion of the explorer, right? I'm willing to go down a rabbit hole and explore something. Steve Wozniak calls it tinkering. I'm going to just play with something in the lab and just never stop trying until it works. There was a NASA astronaut called Dan Berry who was so passionate about getting to space. He started applying at age 23 for the space shuttle program, and he kept getting rejected. And at 26, 27, 28, kept getting rejected. At age 30, I think he said he didn't get an answer back. So he called NASA in panic, going, "Did you get my application?" And they went, "We know who you are." And then he applied again, age 32, 33, 34. Now he's being told he's too old to be an astronaut, but he still keeps applying. At age 37, he gets in. Okay. And then he goes on 3 space shuttle launches, et cetera, and fulfills his dream. And the persistence is critical there. And what I love about that, the end point of that story is he finally gets to NASA and he goes, "Why the hell didn't you let me in earlier? You know I can do it." Right. And their answer was amazing. They said, "We deliberately make people wait and try again and again because we want to see the persistence." Okay. Because if you're out in space and you have a problem, we want to know that you're not going to stop trying to solve that. You're not going to give up solving that problem. So we make people wait deliberately to show that they have the persistence to get there. And when you have that level of persistence, not only will you can't not succeed, right? And that's the part of the passion that becomes true. I'll give you a modern day example of that, which is Google. When Larry and Sergey were pitching Google to investors, there were already 12 search engines out there. So how do you break through all of that, right? Very few people know how many investor presentations they had to make before they got funded. Okay. And the number is 352. So imagine getting told 350 times no before you finally get funded, right? I would not have had the gumption to go 350 times. I would have maybe 10, 20 in me tops. And you go, "Oh, well, this isn't working, give it up," right? Think of the dedication they had to have and the gumption and the belief in themselves to do that many times before they finally got funded. And that's the part that people don't see when you point to a Zuckerberg or an Elon Musk or Larry and Sergey or whoever and go, "Oh, well, they're billionaires," etc. They forgot how much persistence, and let me flip it around again, how much love they had for the domain to not be stopped, right? And that's the part I think is the hidden secret in business success as well as life success. You just have to love doing what you're doing.
I want to
corollary is also true. If you're not absolutely loving what you're doing, just get out of it, right? The framing I've heard best from Faiz Nazarelli, a friend of mine who also lives like you in Bali, was that if it's not a hell yes, then it's a no. So if you're going to do something, make sure it's a hell yeah, I want to do that.
This is exactly where I want to combine 2 things you've mentioned. You talked about, and I know you used the acronym MTP, or massively transformational purpose. And that's a very powerful exercise that someone can determine. Like once you want to set, my sight on a specific star that I want to go towards, it actually starts moving a lot of resistance towards moving towards it. But this concept of love, like it's easy to say, okay, I'm going to go and, you said, cure cancer, right? Like that seems like a noble place. If I don't know where to start, I'm like, well, cancer sounds bad. I'm going to go and solve cancer. And I don't have any medical background. I don't even know if that, like I say it and my heart's not into it. Like it sounds good, but it doesn't even, like, I feel like after 3 presentations or digging enough, I might actually give up on that because it's probably not core to me. It sounds like something nice to say because it would sound good on a podcast or on an interview. Yeah, I want to go solve cancer. But how do you start exploring an MTP and find the one that it clicks in the heart if I don't know where to start?
Okay, let me give you 2 or 3 guidelines, and there's much more, right? We've got some tools that you can take on our website to help you find your MTP. It's like an AI that queries you in a few different ways, but I'll give you some hints. One is, if somebody gave you $1 billion and said, "Go spend it on one problem that you can solve," which problem would it be? Right? If you look at the founders of Waze, they wanted to solve traffic. Okay? And now the whole world runs on Waze, right? Or if you wanted to solve e-commerce, then it would be Amazon and Jeff Bezos or whatever. So what is that one problem that you would take $1 billion and solve for? Second question would be, if you're going to wake up at 6 a.m. for 5 years in a row to try and solve, what problem is juicy enough to have you get excited enough to do that? right? And by experience doesn't matter, by the way. This is really important. Disruptive innovation always comes from people outside that field. Elon Musk has no experience in the car industry, the energy industry, the space industry, and yet he's created market leaders in all of them, right? So it really comes down to, are you willing to bring that energy to that domain, think from first principles, and just go, I'm going to solve this problem and go after it, right? I remember talking to him about, The Economist magazine used to have these annual innovator awards, and I was one of the judges. So we're having a black tie dinner. We awarded Elon a prize. This is about 2012 or so. He's standing at the bar, so I go up and start chatting with him. I said, Elon, I've got to ask you a question. You want to go from LA to San Francisco at 4,000 miles an hour with a Hyperloop in about 20 minutes, right? I have a degree in theoretical physics. If you accelerate a human being from 0 to 4,000 miles an hour and back to 0 in 20 minutes, so far as I can see, if I run the numbers, you're probably going to kill that person with the G-forces accel. And he looks at me and goes, yeah, it's an issue. Right? And think of the mindset here where I'm going, that would kill somebody. He's like, yeah, we have to overcome that problem. And when you can see insurmountable odds as a problem to be overcome, that, again, mindset, or the love that you bring to the domain to make it worth solving those problems, you cannot be stopped. And so there's some hints about, and there's some framing parameters and questions, leading questions you can ask to discover your MTP. And guess what? If I say I want to make Earth an interplanetary species, right? And that's my MTP. And I fail. And we only become a species that gets to the moon. You know what? That's not so bad either, right? You at least got us off planet, you achieved a certain amount. And so the love part becomes really important because it gives you an area of focus, and the MTP binds a big purpose with your internal emotional state and passion that you have. And now you can achieve pretty much anything. If you look at all notable pursuits and all notable achievements in the history of the world, they came from combining a deep dedication to a space with the personal emotion and passion you had for that domain. And that's when success happens. And if you have those two, success can't not happen.
Salim, this is all amazing for helping us look at abundance in a completely different way. And it's so practical. And I'm so excited that we're going to have a ton of tools we can walk away with. One of the things I wanted to highlight maybe as one of the key topics to finish off on is this whole appetite for risk. You've mentioned how amazing it is in Silicon Valley that their appetite for risk is essential for getting money to go towards people that are passionate about solving big problems. What if in my personal life, I'm someone that really needs assurances? I feel like I'm a perfectionist, and this risk element is one of the things that maybe paralyzes me the most. What are things I could do to develop a better appetite for risk without necessarily being crazy taking risk where it becomes nonsense?
So that's a big question. Let me answer it in a few ways. You may be living a lifetime where taking risks is not in your equation, right? You want to just raise a family and provide for your kids, and that's all you want to do. That's actually totally fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that. However, in the world becoming more and more volatile, not taking a risk is the biggest risk, right? Today, there's two models in the world today for companies or for people. Either you're the disruptor or you're disrupted. There's no middle ground. So just sitting around hoping the world stays the same when the world is changing radically, not updating yourself and taking those risks, etc., actually is the biggest risk, okay? And the two further steps I would do is go read Carol Dweck's book, Fixed versus Growth Mindset. And she'll talk about that. And you need a bit of both. By the way, you can't be just one or the other. I've gleaned that it's about a 50-50 thing. I've erred in the past in being too much on the growth, and I don't have enough of the consolidation, and my business falls apart. That's happened to me many times, right? If you spend too much time on the consolidation, filing patents and not talking to the customer and being defensive, then you never grow either. So you need to have a decent balance around that. And if you really have a risk-averse mindset, yet you want to break that, then today psychedelics is the best path for that. And there's lots of modalities you can take where you pop a few pills and you get a glimpse of that aspect of it. So I think there's enough tool sets today that you can take on as much or as little as you want. And the only way you're going to know is by trying, right? And so you could take a small risk. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to learn piano for 3 months, and then I'm going to get in front of an audience and play the piano and see how it goes. Do I hate it? Do I love it? Am I freaked out by the lack of perfection, et cetera, et cetera? This has been formulaically managed in Silicon Valley quite a while now via, say, lean startup thinking. Reid Hoffman said very famously, if you're not embarrassed by your product when you launch it, you waited too long, right? Because perfection will kill you. Because you spend so much time being perfect that the market moves past you. You have to launch it on a wing and a prayer and then iterate really, really well. And that's, again, that mindset that comes into play when you're willing to put yourself out there and take that risk. And think about life. All of life is a tree kind of trying to spread its seeds this way rather than that way and taking a risk on that and seeing whether it worked or not, right? It's the very fundamental aspect of life is taking a risk. If you're not taking a risk, you're really not living. The question is that in which dimension do you want to take that risk? In which domain? And there's lots of ways of doing it and being materially safe, but taking lots of risk in other ways.
Salim, it's been an amazing conversation with you. There's one thing I'd want to ask before I let you go, which is making an instant, magical, abundance-related shift in the world by waving a magic wand. What would you do and why?
If I could make an instant abundance-moving shift to the world, I would surgically cut out our amygdalas across the human population, is what I would do. And the reason why is we're so biologically tuned for 100,000 years of being scared, because all of us died in the past, that the concept of, and most of us died a violent death, right? Some animal would eat you or a bacterial infection would get you and you just die from the bacterial infection. That we live in fear. We're birthed to live in fear. And you see politicians preying on that. The chance of dying a violent death today is something like 500 times less than it was a few centuries ago. Okay? And think about most people today are not going to die violent. Yet our amygdala is lighting up every time there's a risk of anything. And if you could cut that out, then you would put a lot of people at peace, cut out that anxiety factor, and we could live blessed lives. And then if you get hit by a bus, you get hit by a bus. But that number is going to be the same no matter what you do or don't do. We have the opportunity today to live highly fruitful, amazing lives. And we should actually be taking absolute full abundance for it. Can I give a really small tangent on this just to give a small example? Okay, so go back to our grandparents' time. 2 generations, that's all you need to go back to. And think about if they had a parenting problem. Some kid is having a temper tantrums nonstop, and what do you do to fix it? The number of resources they have available to them is like 5 things. Their neighbor, their doctor, an aunt or uncle, and maybe a close friend. And they could ask those people and go, what do I solve, right? The chance of getting a decent answer about how to deal with their kids' temper tantrums is very, very small, okay? Now, move forward 2 generations. There's like 50,000 blogs on parenting, YouTube videos up the yin-yang, blogs like yours that guide everybody on how to navigate different things. I would argue that our ability to do effective parenting today is 1,000 times more than 2 generations ago, right? So just the smallest example of how our lives are so much richer. We have access to so many more resources, etc. And you don't notice it because we're so geared and we still think we're going to die a violent death. And this is the problem. And if you can overcome that hurdle, we can live amazing lives. And we actually are living amazing lives. Well, we list at the end of the Exponential Organizations book a set of mindsets that you should have for the 21st century and for building exos. And we have a curiosity mindset and an abundance mindset and a moonshot mindset. The final one is a gratitude mindset, because the world is actually in an infinitely better place than the history of mankind has ever seen. And we should just live in gratitude of the previous generations that sacrificed unbelievable stuff to get us here. And we get the opportunity to live at the cutting edge of that.
And I would say that is the most beautiful way I would have ever imagined this session to finish. The gratitude will start with my gratitude, and everyone listening have massive gratitude for you coming to share with us. This was magical. There's a ton of tools that I know we're going to be able to share with the team that are going to listen in. They're going to be able to look at Exponential yourself. And so there's some assessments for you to do. There's some resources for you to grab. We'll make sure that's all part of your bundle. And for me, key things here is there is a path to an abundant future. We actually have to see it, pay attention to it, negate a lot of the negativity that we get bombarded with, and realize that there are some places where things are doubling. Start paying attention to that, putting our time and energy towards noticing these things, because we will be able to create that future we want to see. And all the tools that you've shared and the the efforts you've put into shifting more people towards that is making a huge difference. So we appreciate your work, Salim. Thank you so much.
Great to have been here.
How incredible is that for a finishing session of today? Welcome back. We have covered 11 abundance speaker today, and we've just finished with Salim. And I've mentioned to you before we started that this is one of the best ways to finish this session because there is so much abundance around us already. I mean, we've heard that from a spiritual lens. We've heard that from a metaphysical lens, from just a mindset lens. But tangibly, like, can we take a moment and appreciate the fact that I am here in Indonesia, in my home, speaking to hundreds of you live, thousands of you watching the replay, all communicated with a delay of what I believe to be around 4 seconds by the time that you hear my voice and the words that are speaking. That is manifestation with technology. It's bloody magic that we get to do these kinds of things. And we've had so many speakers here speaking about different opportunities, like the ability to take what you know, your knowledge, your expertise, and being able to share it with the world and to be able to build a career around that, to look at all the industries that are shifting in magical ways. I am hoping that every cell of your body understands, appreciates, acknowledges that abundance is within us. It's everywhere. And we are all so blessed to be a part of this great earthly experience we all get to share together. I'm blending a bit of the practical with a lot of the gratitude here, but honestly, it's been an amazing day 2 for the Mastering Abundance Summit, and we have another day to go tomorrow. Any of your highlights, favorite moments for today, we're going to put a video up on the Facebook group for you to go in and share those with us, as well as the feedback that you have on the summit so far. We want to hear from you. We want to make this your best learning experience possible. I'm going to have a look here. We have a couple people sharing some insights. We got Maria here saying, thank you, Jason, doing our wonderful job. Guys, it is almost 6 a.m. for me. And I know I'm here with Smiley, who's also a very active person who is joining in from a very interesting time zone. So Smiley, your energy is encouraging as well. Thank you for an amazing second day, Jason. Yesterday, 24 pages of notes. Today, 23 pages of notes. So powerful. That is taking massive action. And as John Asraf said yesterday, that's an expression of commitment right there. So I nod you very powerfully. We have Susan as well jumping in. Fantastic. Truly inspired. The future is pulling us forward. A wealth of information. Jennifer, absolutely. We want to keep sharing even more and more. Before you head out, know that we're going to have an email sent out to each and every one of you. There's going to be a chance for you to see today's session. You have 24 hours to watch the replay. It's going to be on the same page that you watched the video today on the email link that we've sent over. We're also sending you an additional email today. It's going to contain a ton of notes, ton of extra bonuses from some of the speakers that have been sharing today. And of course, I want to encourage anyone who hasn't done so already, if you want to encourage the summit, if you still want to access some of the stuff that happened on day 1, please, I encourage you to upgrade to the VIP all access. You get a copy of all of the recordings. You get them in audio format. You get the transcript, and we're putting together a 30-day journey for you to master abundance after the summit is over. It costs $99. If you're watching on the watch place, there is a blue button for you to actually upgrade to VIP instantly. The price is going to go up at the end of the summit. And so we want to make sure that those who are thinking about making that upgrade can do so right now, get the best deal, and you can scan that QR code with your phone if you have it in hand right now. And give me one moment.